Moving on to the next topic, Maxima and Minima. இது வந்து ரொம்ப இம்பார்ட்டன்டான டாபிக் from this chapter. இதுலேருந்து எக்ஸாமில் questions வரும். Okay? So, I have definition 3. Let f be a function defined on the interval I. இப்போ, we have local maxima, local minima. Absolute maxima, absolute minima. So, இப்போ பேர்லியே என்ன இருக்கு? Maxima என்ன அர்த்தம்? If you have a curve, this is going to be the maximum value. If you have a upward facing curve, this is going to be my minimum value. So, இதை வந்து நம்ம mathematically எப்படி சொல்ல போறோம்? There is already a maximum value, there is already a minimum value. For some functions, ஒரு சில functionsக்கு maximum minimum இல்லாமையும் இருக்கலாம். Okay? But what we are going to talk about is a maximum value, minimum value, which we call maxima and minima. Okay? Style. So, f of x is said to have a maximum value if there exists a point C such that f of C is greater than f of x. அப்படின்னா என்ன அர்த்தம்? இப்போ இந்த இடத்துல you see a graph. I have values from x1, x2, x3 அந்த மாதிரி இந்த இடத்துல values இருக்கு. Where y equals f of x னு ஒரு value இருக்கு. They say that there is a value C for which இது f of c. This point is going to be c and this is going to be f of c such that f of c is greater than any f of x. இப்போ இங்க இருக்கிற வேல்யூவை விட இந்த வேல்யூ greater. இங்க இருக்கிற வேல்யூவை விட இந்த வேல்யூ greater. இங்க இருக்கிற வேல்யூவை விட இந்த வேல்யூ greater. So basically there exists a point c such that f of c is greater than any f of x from the curve. Okay? So this is going to be my maximum point. இதே minimum எப்படி இருக்க போகுது? I am going to have a point f of c such that f of c is less than f of x. So now this point is called the minimum value or your minima, and this point, the point here is going to be called the maximum value or your maxima. So இது எங்க இருக்கு? இப்போ நம்ம functionல these is going to be my end point provided இதுதான் நம்ம end of interval, but this is going to be infinite இல்லையா? இந்த பக்கம் இப்படி போயிட்டே இருக்க போது, so there is no end. So we do not have an end point, so the maximum value is not in the end, it's somewhere in between. இங்கேயுமே the maximum point is not in the end, but it's somewhere in between. But you have something called extreme points. அப்படின்னா என்ன அர்த்தம்? You have a interval. இப்போ x ஓட value travels from 1 to 4. இந்த இடத்துல b ல பாத்தீங்கன்னா 1 to 4, and this is going to be my extreme value. So I see that my extreme value is going to be my minimum value bottom la, and this extreme value is going to be my maximum value. இப்போ நடுவுல இருக்கிற எந்த வேல்யூமே it is not going to be my minimum or maximum. கரெக்ட்டா? These are called extreme values or extreme points. And you also see that in this case the function is increasing in one way. இப்போ நம்ம function எப்படி இருக்கு? இப்படி இருக்கு. So it is monotonically increasing. Monoனா என்ன அர்த்தம்? சிங்கிளா, ஒரே மாதிரி. Tonic na, there is going to be increase or decrease. So monotonic increase or monotonic decrease. So let us solve this example. Okay, you'll understand. Example 14. Find the maximum and the minimum value, if any, of the function f of x equals x square. Abdina anartham, this is going to be an upward facing parabola. So what do I see? For an upward facing parabola, this is going to be infinite. Correct? So where is my maximum point? No maximum point. Because this does not have any end. End point illa. Maximum வந்து எங்க இருக்கு? Infinite போயிட்டே இருக்கு. So you do not know what the maximum value is. But what is your minimum value? You can see from here. So here I have 0. So I have f of 0 to be 0, and this is my minimum value. So I have a minimum value which is going to be 0 and there is no maximum value. இப்போ இதுதான் minimum value நான் எப்படி சொன்னேன்? I'm going to see the adjacent points. இப்போ 0க்கு பக்கத்துல இங்க ஒரு பாயிண்ட் இருக்கு, இங்க ஒரு பாயிண்ட் இருக்கு. So what am I seeing? At this point, I have some value of f of x, which is greater than f of 0. And also here, there is some f of x2. இப்போ இது x1 வச்சுப்போம். This point is x1 and this point is x2. x2 which is also greater than f of 0. So basically, f of the 0க்கு left and the right, both the values are greater than f of 0. And that is why we say that f of 0 is the minimum value. Okay? How do you say it's the minimum value? Nearby la, அந்த பாயிண்ட்டுக்கு லெஃப்ட்லயும் ரைட்லயும் நியர்பைல என்ன பாயிண்ட் இருக்கு? ஒரு பாயிண்ட் இருக்குன்னா அதுக்கு லெஃப்ட்லயும் ரைட்லயும் என்ன வேல்யூ இருக்கு? ஸோ இப்படி நம்ம பார்க்கும்போது இந்த பாயிண்ட்டும் இந்த பாயிண்டோட கிரேட்டரா இருக்கு, இந்த பாயிண்ட்டும் இந்த பாயிண்டை விட கிரேட்டரா இருக்கு. ஸோ அப்படி இருக்கிறதுனால தான் this is going to be the minimum point. Okay, இதுதான் நம்ம மேத்தமேட்டிக்கலாவும் பார்க்க போறோம். But for this example, if we restrict the domain to -1, 2, இப்போ டொமைனை நான் -1, 2 ரெஸ்ட்ரிக்ட் பண்ண -2, 1 ரெஸ்ட்ரிக்ட் பண்றேன். So my x value stops right here. So x ஓட value it stops here, -2 to 1. So it stops here. So how does my parabola look like? I'll draw the parabola. So it is going to be minus 1, minus 2, 1, 2. So it stops at minus 2 and 1. So my parabola looks something like this. இப்படி stop ஆகுது. So this is how my parabola looks like. So this is going to be my maximum point and this is going to be my minimum point. Correct? Now I have a maximum point. ஏன்னா இதுக்கு மேல curve போல. My end points are given to be minus 2 to 1. So my function itself is only so much. So now I have a maximum value. So இதுல என்ன தெரியுது? If we restrict the domain, we will have a maximum value at minus 2, which is going to be y equals x square na. The value is going to be 4. The maximum value is going to be minus 2 the whole square. Y equals x square. Yeah? So minus x is equal to minus 2 na. Y equals maximum value equals minus 2 the whole square, which is 4. So I have a minimum value and a maximum value when I restrict the domain. Okay? Now, next example. Find the maximum and minimum value for the function f of x equals mod x. Mod x function எப்படி இருக்கும்? Mod x is going to be x when x is greater than 0 and minus x when x is less than 0. So it is going to look something like this. So idhiliyum I see that I have a minimum point. Correct? So the minimum value is going to be 0 at 0. Correct? So minimum value irukku. Maximum value enna? I do not know. So this does not have any end. So it keeps going. So I do not have any end. But again, similar to the previous example, if you restrict the domain to, for example, minus 2 to 1, illa eppadi vena restrict pannalam. So here it is given that minus 2 to 1. So how does my function look like now? So this is going to be the function when I restrict the domain. So I have a maximum value which is going to be at minus 2. So if minus 2 la maximum value irundhuduna, y equals mod x, which is going to be 2. So this is going to be my maximum value and my minimum value is again going to be at 0. So the minimum value is again 0. Okay, so what is basic idea na? Every continuous function on a closed interval has a maximum and a minimum value. Closed interval irundhuduna kandipa maximum value minimum value irukum. Closed interval ah illama அப்படியே ஓப்பனாவே இருந்ததுன்னா இன்ஃபினைட்டா வேல்யூஸ் போயிட்டு இருக்கும். So you do not have a maximum value or sometimes you will not have a minimum value. Okay, now example 16. Find the maximum and minimum value if any given by f of x is equal to x ன்னு கொடுத்திருக்கான் in the interval 0, 1. Now here it is an open interval. I do not have closed interval 0, 1 illa. It is going to be open interval. I have a circular bracket. So what happens? The minimum value is somewhere close to 0 and the maximum value is somewhere close to 1. If 0, 1 irundhuduna, this point is also included and I can say that this is my minimum value and this is my maximum value. But here I do not have a closed interval. I only have an open interval. So open interval I cannot take any value that is close to 0 or close to 1 and call it my minimum or maximum value. எதனால minimum value நீ எடுக்கவே முடியாது because it can be 0.01 or it can be 0.0001 or it can be 0.0000 and so on 1. What is your minimum value? You cannot really tell what is the minimum value. அப்படி நீங்க இத minimum value எடுத்தாலுமே divided by 2 னு பண்ணா இதுக்கு ஒரு வேல்யூ வரும். இப்போ divided by 3 னு பண்ணா அதுக்கு ஒரு வேல்யூ வரும் and that will be even more close to 0. So you cannot really predict what your value is. கரெக்ட்டா? அதனால இந்த மாதிரி closed interval இல்லாம open interval இருந்ததுனா no maximum or minimum value. Okay, only if you have a closed interval. That is what we saw here. Only when you have a closed interval right here you can have a minimum or a maximum value. So in this case there is no maximum or no minimal value. Okay, by a monotonic. இப்போ monotonic சொல்லிருக்கான், நம்ம போனதிலே பார்த்தோம். monotonic function, its maximum and minimum value are at the end of the domain. இப்போ இந்த இடத்துல பார்த்தோம்ல, இந்த இடத்துல maximum and minimum value is at the end points. It is going to be this particular point. Okay, so that is going to be monotonic. That is what is given here. Monotonic function, it's either increasing or decreasing. monotonic na என்ன அர்த்தம்? ஒண்ணா இப்படி increase ஆகும், இல்ல இப்படி decrease ஆகும். mono na only single way, it can't go like that. Okay, it has to be a single pathway. ஒண்ணா increase ஆகணும் இல்ல decrease ஆகணும். Okay, now definition 4. What else do I have? Let f be a real valued function. C is called the point of local maxima. This is what I was talking about. We are going to look at if this is the maximum point, we'll look at some point which is over here, which is close to the point that we are looking for. அதை நம்ம எப்படி எடுக்க போறோம்? C plus h and C minus h. இப்போ h வந்து we have to look at point. இப்போ இந்த இடத்துல ஒரு point இருக்கு and this point is going to be 2. Okay, and there is a point 1 here and there is a point 3 here. What am I going to see? I'm going to see a point which is very, very close to 2, which is going to be in the பக்கம் 2.1 and in the பக்கம் 0.9. So I'm going to find the value of f of 0.9 and f of 2.1. I see that ரெண்டுமே வந்து இதை விட லெஸரா இருக்க போகுது. So f of 0.9 is going to be less than f of 2 and f of 2.1 is also going to be less than f of 2, which means that this is the maximum function. So this is the point of local maxima. Same applies to local minima. I'm going to take a point which is very, very close to the point I need to check. I'm going to take that to be c minus h and c plus h. So this is called this is one of the methods to check what is your local minima and what is your local maxima. Okay. So the definition given here is going to be f of c is greater than or equal to f of x, and here the f of c is going to be less than or equal to f of x. அதுதான் நான் explain பண்ணேன். So local minima na that particular point is going to be the minimum value. Local maxima na f of c நம்ம point கண்டுபிடிக்கிறோம்ல, c is called the critical point. So அதுல கண்டுபிடிக்கும்போது if that is the highest value of all the f of x, it is going to be the local maxima. Highest maxima, lowest minima. Okay. Now theorem 2. Let f be a function defined on the open interval, which is closed circular brackets. Suppose c belongs to the interval. If f has a local maxima, local minima at c, then either f dash of c is 0 or f is not differentiable at c. அப்படின்னா என்ன அர்த்தம்? f dash of c is going to be 0 na f of c is not differentiable. இப்போ this is going to be some constant. You cannot differentiate this. அதனால தான் இது 0 ன்னு வருது. So f dash of c is 0 or f of c is not differentiable. இது theorem. But you cannot say that f of c is not differentiable. Hence, it has local maxima அப்படின்னு சொல்ல முடியாது. அது வந்து local maxima, local minima இருந்ததுன்னா then f dash of c is 0, but the converse is not true. Okay, ஒரு பக்கம் தான் true, இன்னொரு பக்கம் true கிடையாது. Okay, the reverse is not true. Now there is another thing called point of inflection. Okay, so for example, you have this particular curve where f of x equals x cube and the graph looks like this. Okay, so now I see that this point is 0. F of 0 is going to be 0. But is this the minimum point or the maximum point? கிடையாது. So there is, the curve is going down like this and up like this. This is going to be infinite. Infinite இருக்கும்போது இந்த பாயிண்ட்டுக்கு கீழே இந்த பாயிண்ட் இருக்கு. So this is not the local minima. This could be the local minima, but minima இல்ல. அதே மாதிரி இந்த பாயிண்ட் மேக்ஸிமம் கிடையாது, ஏன்னா இங்கே ஒரு பாயிண்ட் இருக்கலாம். So this kind of point where you know the value தெரியும், ஆனா அது மேக்ஸிமாவும் கிடையாது, மினிமாவும் கிடையாது. So that kind of point we call it point of inflection. நமக்கு பாயிண்டே ஒன்னா இல்லாம போயிடலாம், which means there is no maxima, no minima. ஏதோ ஒரு பாயிண்ட் தெரியுது, ஆனா அது மேக்ஸிமாவும் இல்ல, மினிமாவும் இல்ல. It is called point of inflection, which means it is of no use. ஒரு பிரயோஜனமும் கிடையாது, இருக்கு அவ்வளவுதான். Okay. Now theorem 3. This is the first derivative test. இப்போ நமக்கு local maxima இருக்கா இல்லையான்னு எப்படி செக் பண்ண போறோம்? By using first derivative test. நம்ம இதுவும் பண்ண போறோம், second derivative testனு ஒன்று இருக்கு, அதுவும் பண்ண போறோம். Second derivative is very easy. First derivative is also easy, but கொஞ்சம் little bit you have to think. Okay, so let's see what happens. So basically when I have a curve, இப்போ ஒரு graph இருக்கு. இப்போ இந்த graph எடுத்துப்போம். When I have this particular graph, here I see that if this is the point of maxima இருக்கு அப்படின்னா I see that f dash of x is greater than 0 and f dash of x is less than 0. Okay, I have, if we are talking about the maximum point, how can we prove this? Left side la I have f dash of x is greater than 0 and on the right side I have f dash of x is less than 0, which means we are talking about the local maxima. புரிஞ்சுதா? இந்த இடத்துல இப்போ local maxima பத்தி நான் பேசுறேன்னா left sideல it is like this and right sideல f dash of x is less than 0. இப்போ local minima, how do I see? Look at this graph B. Look at this particular graph. I see that if this is the point of local minima, then on the left I have, leftல என்ன இருக்கு? f dash of x is less than 0. It is a decreasing curve, correct? It is decreasing like this. So f dash of x is less than 0. On the right hand side, I have f dash of x is greater than 0. If this is the case, we are talking about local minima. Okay. So இதை நான் graph போட்டேன்னா இந்த இடத்துல it is greater than 0, which means it is increasing. On the right hand side, so இந்த பாயிண்ட்க்கு right hand sideல it is going to be less than 0, which means it's decreasing. So we are talking about local maxima. அதே மாதிரி இந்த இடத்துல I have f dash of x is less than 0, which means it is going to be decreasing. This is the point. On the right, this is going to be on the right. On the right, we have f dash of x is greater than 0, which means the curve is increasing. So this is the point of local minima. So this is what my first derivative test tells me. Okay. Inge definition la enna irukku? F dash of x is greater than 0 to the left and f dash of x is less than 0 to the right. Then we call it the local maxima. Correct? Left la greater than, right la less than. We call it the local maxima. Okay, inge எழுதிருக்கேன். So left la greater than, right la less than, we are talking about local maxima. Then similarly, second subsection, I have f dash of x is less than 0 on the left. So less than 0 on the left and right hand side la greater than 0 on the right. So greater than 0 on the right, we are talking about local minima. Okay, இது எல்லாமே with respect to the point C that is here. So இங்கே ஒரு C இருக்கு, இங்கே ஒரு point C இருக்கு. So we are talking about with respect to point C. Okay, now we discussed about local maxima and minima. There is also called a point of non-differentiability. இப்போ இந்த இடத்துலலாம் வந்து இப்படி curve போதா. So I have f dash of x is greater than 0, f dash of x is less than 0 லாம் இருக்கு. But இந்த இடத்துல I see that it is not a curve. I do not have a tangent like this. இப்போ இந்த curve இருக்கிறதுனால தான் இந்த இடத்துல tangent இருக்கு. But here I cannot have a tangent. Correctா? So இந்த மாதிரி points எல்லாம் we call it the point of non-differentiability. But this is also one of the points of maxima. அதே மாதிரி இந்த இடத்துல it is one of the points of minima. Okay, so this is going to be my local maxima and local minima. Okay, we have not discussed yet about absolute maxima and absolute minima. அது அடுத்த டாபிக்ல டிஸ்கஸ் பண்ணுவோம். We'll solve an example now. Example 70. Find all the points of local maxima and local minima of the function given by f of x equals x cube minus 3x plus 3. I'm going to find all the points of local maxima and local minima. Okay, so first என்ன பண்ண போறேன்? What is given? F of x equals x cube minus 3x plus 3. So first of all, I need to find what the critical points are. So I need to find the point C, and the point C and I have to first differentiate the function 3x square minus 3. When I take the 3 common, I have x square minus 1, which is going to be 3 times x plus 1 times x minus 1. So when I equate f dash of x to 0, I get x equals minus 1 and x equals 1. I have two different points and these are all my critical points. We call this critical points. Okay, now I have in my graph, in the f of x function oda graph la, I have two different points, minus 1 and 1. But I have to find out which point is the minimum point and which point is the maximum point. Adukku first derivative test na use panna poren. So I am going to use this particular theorem. You see definition 4 here. I am going to use this particular definition where if this is going to be my point C1 and this is going to be my point C2. If C1 I have to see if f of C1 is greater than or equal to f of x, all the other points, then this is the local maxima. Or if f of C1 is less than or equal to f of x in the point then it is the local minima. Okay, either C1 is the local maxima or C1 is the local minima. Iதை நான் check பண்ணனும். I'm going to check for my first point. If x is equal to minus 1, I have to check for the value that is very very close to minus 1. இப்போ leftல என்ன value இருக்கு and rightல என்ன value இருக்கு? To the right of minus 1, I have minus 0.9 and to the left of minus 1, I have minus 1.1. So basically I'm doing C minus h and C plus h where my C value is going to be minus 1, minus 0.1, minus 1, plus 0.1. Okay, I'm going to apply the theorem, this particular theorem, definition 4 where I have to check the nearest value, nearby values, minus 1 ku. So when I do that, I'm going to substitute and find for f of minus 1.1 and f of minus 0.9. I have to check for two different values whether it's greater than 0 or less than 0. இப்போ என்னோட f dash என்ன? This is going to be my f dash of x, which is 3 times x plus 1 into x minus 1. So when I substitute there, I have 3 times minus 1.1 plus 1 times minus 1.1 minus 1. And this is going to be 3 times minus 0.9 plus 1 times minus 0.9 minus 1. So what happens when I substitute these values? This is going to be positive and this is going to be a negative value and this is also going to be a negative value. Substituting in f dash of x, not f of x, when I substitute, I see that the overall function is going to be positive times negative, which is going to be greater than 0. So I have f dash of minus 1.1 is greater than 0. Adhe mari inge enna irukku? I have plus, this is going to be a plus and this is going to be a minus. So in the end, I have this is going to be less than 0. So f dash of minus 0.9 is less than 0. So here, the left hand side, I have f dash of x is going to be less than, f dash of x is going to be left hand side la, it is going to be greater than 0, and on the right hand side f dash of x is going to be less than 0. Idu enge indu varudhu? Where is it coming from? When you check here, this is going to be local maxima. Left hand side la it is greater than 0, right hand side la it's less than 0. Idu doubt vandaduna, how can you see? In the point irukku, left hand side la it's greater than 0, so it is increasing. Ibdi increase agudhu. Right hand side la it's less than 0, so it is decreasing. So we are talking about the point of local maxima. So minus 1 is the local maxima. Okay, இப்போ local minima எப்படி கண்டுபிடிக்க போறோம்? What is my next point? X is equal to 1. I'm going to take nearest points which are close to 1. So I have 0.9 and 1.1. Again, I have to do the same thing. F dash of 0.9 and f dash of 1.1. So when I substitute, I have 3 times. What is my f dash of x? 3 times x plus 1, x minus 1. So when I substitute x plus 1 times x minus 1. This is one case and the other one is 0 times x plus 1. So 1.1 plus 1 times 1.1 minus 1. So what happens? This is going to be positive, but this is negative. Positive, positive, positive. So I have f dash of 0.9 is less than 0. This is going to be negative. Yeah? Overall, it is going to be negative. And here I have f dash of 1.1 is greater than 0. So according to the diagram, left side la f dash of x is going to be less than 0. Right hand side, f dash of x is going to be greater than 0. From the point on the right hand side, it is going to be less than 0. So it is going to be a decreasing function. If this is the point, f dash of x is less than 0 na keela varudhu. So f dash of x is going to be less than 0 and on the right it's increasing. Correct? So f dash of x is going to be greater than 0. So this is called the point of local minima. So we have 1 is the local minima. Okay, so this is how you use the first derivative test to find which is the point of local minima and which is the point of local maxima. So first நம்ம என்ன பண்றோம்? Critical point என்னன்னு கண்டுபிடிக்கிறோம். Then we are going to check which is going to be a local minima and which is going to be the local maxima using the first derivative test. எப்படி பண்றோம்? By taking the values which are close to the critical points that we found out. அப்புறமா நம்மளோட ட்ரிக், லெஃப்ட் ஹேண்ட் சைட்ல குறையுதா, ரைட் ஹேண்ட் சைட்ல ஏறுதா, இல்ல லெஃப்ட் ஹேண்ட் சைட்ல ஏறுதா, ரைட் ஹேண்ட் சைட்ல குறையுதா. So whichever the case is, you find out which is the local maxima and which is the local minima. Okay? Now, moving on to example 17. Find all the points of local maxima and local minima from the question. இப்போ நம்ம பண்ணதே தான் பண்ண போறோம். So what am I going to do? I have f of x equals 2x cube minus 6x square plus 6x plus 5. So when I find the derivative, f dash of x, I have 6x square minus 12x plus 6. When I take 6 common, 6 times x square minus x plus 1. So this is going to be 6 times x minus 1 the whole square. So in that, what is my critical point? It is going to be 1. So I have x equals 1. So when I take a point which is close to 1, which is going to be 0.9 and 1.1, இப்போ f dash of x la substitute பண்ணா என்ன ஆகும்? When I substitute, f dash of 0.9 is going to be 6 times 0.9 minus 1 the whole square, and f dash of 1.1 is going to be 6 times 1.1 minus 1 the whole square. இப்போ இந்த இடத்துல I'm getting a negative value and I'm getting a positive value here, but there is a square. இல்லையா? இப்போ நெகட்டிவ் வேல்யூ வந்தாலும் it is going to be greater than 0. பாசிட்டிவ் வேல்யூ வந்தாலும் it is going to be greater than 0. So, in the left, f dash of x is greater than 0 and in the right, f dash of x is greater than 0, which means it is not decreasing at all. It is only increasing all the time. இப்போ இங்க point C இருக்குனா, it is only increasing and going like that. It is not coming down. Which means this is not the point of local minima or this is not the point of local maxima. புரிஞ்சுதா? So, there is no local minima or local maxima for this question. So, no local minima or local maxima. புரிஞ்சுதா? Because on the left and the right, எதா ஒன்று ஆகணும்ல, ஒன்னா increase ஆச்சுனா decrease ஆகணும், leftல decrease ஆச்சுனா rightல increase ஆகணும். இங்க எதுவுமே ஆகல, it is only increasing all the time. When my point 1 is here and point 0.9 is here and 1.1 is here, it is not coming down, it is only going up. So கீழ வந்ததுனால you can call it the local maxima. Correct? So this does not have any local minima or local maxima. Okay? So this is the first derivative test. Now let's move on to second derivative test. இதுதான் நம்ம நிறைய யூஸ் பண்ணுவோம். But in some cases second derivative test fail ஆயிடும். work ஆகாது. அப்ப நம்ம first derivative test தான் யூஸ் பண்ணணும். So always remember how to do first derivative test. It's very easy. Okay? Now second derivative test. Let f of x be a function. Okay? So basically இப்போ இந்த இடத்துல I have f of x. Okay? I'm doing f dash of x equating it to 0 and I'm finding the critical point c. Now if f double dash of c, when I substitute the critical point after taking the second derivative, and if it is less than 0, f double dash of c is less than 0, we call it the local maxima. Okay? And when f double dash of c is greater than 0, we call it the local minima. Okay? Maximum value. Then c is called the local maxima and c is called the local minima. இந்த இடத்துல less than இருந்ததுனா maxima, greater than இருந்ததுனா minima. But what is the actual meaning of this? என்ன meaning? I have f double dash of c is less than 0, which means this is called the local maxima ன்னு சொல்றோம். Why is it called the local maxima? If you have this is the slope and this is the point c, which is the maxima, we say that it is less than 0 because c சுத்தி drops down. இந்த மாதிரி கீழே விழுந்துருது. Okay? Surrounding c, you only have the function to be decreasing. The function is only decreasing. That's why f double dash of c is going to be less than 0. இதே double dash of c, f double dash of c is greater than 0, we call it the minimum value. How come? This is going to be your curve and this is going to be your point c. It is going to be greater than 0. It is going to be greater than 0 because the function is increasing around c. c சுத்தி the function is only increasing, so we call it greater than 0. So this is the meaning of this particular point. So that is what you have here. So second derivative test என்ன பண்ண போறோம்? critical point கண்டுபிடிச்சிட்டு அப்புறமா second derivative எடுத்து அந்த second derivativeல point substitute பண்ணா, if it is less than 0, if it is going to be less than 0, local maxima. If it is greater than 0, local minima. F dash of c is 0 na, f double dash of c is also 0 where the second derivative test fails. Second derivative test fail ஆச்சுனா, we go back to the first derivative test. Okay? So f double dash of c less than 0 புரியுதா? c சுத்தி இறங்குது. Okay? F double dash of c greater than 0 na, c சுத்தி இப்படி ஏறுது. Okay? So it is going up and it's coming down. So that is the concept. Okay? Now, example 19. Let us solve a question. Let us solve example 20 and then solve example 19. Okay? For 20 first போட்டுடலாம். I have f of x, you will see why. f of x equals 3x power 4 plus 4x cube minus 12x square plus 12. When I differentiate, f dash of x equals 12x cube plus 12x square minus 24x plus this is going to be a 0. 12 is a constant, it's going to be a 0. When I take 12 outside, 12x outside எடுக்கலாம். So I'm going to have x square plus x minus 2. Splitting the middle term panna, I need the product to be minus 2 and the sum to be 1. So I can take 2 times minus 1. So this function is going to be x square plus 2x minus 2. X common adutha, x plus 2 minus 1. So this is going to be x minus 1 times x plus 2. So how does my f dash of x look now? F dash of x is going to be 12x times x minus 1 times x plus 2. How do I find the critical points? Equating f dash of x to be 0. I have x equals 0, x equals 1, x equals minus 2. So these are my critical points. Okay, I found the critical points. இப்போ என்ன பண்ண போறேன்? Now, when I take the second derivative, okay, second derivative test தான பண்றோம். So when I do that, look at this function. This is my f dash of x. From this, I'm going to do the second derivative. So I have 12x cube. என்ன ஆகும்? It becomes 36x square. 36x square plus 12 2s are 24x minus 24. So இதிலிருந்து 12 திரும்ப common எடுக்கலாமா? So I can take 12 outside. I have 3x square plus 2x minus 2. So this is going to be my function. I'm going to substitute the critical points. இப்போ critical point substitute பண்ணா, this is my f double dash of x. So I have f double dash of 0. I need to find what this is. So this is going to be 12 times 3 into 0 plus 2 into 0 minus 2. So I have minus 24. So f double dash of 0 is going to be less than 0. So this is going to be my maximum point. Correct? So 0. From this I have 0 is my 0 is the local maxima. Local maxima. You understand why I have f double dash of 0 is less than 0. Less than it is going to be the maxima. So this is my first critical point. If second critical point f double dash of 1, and I substitute, I have 12 times 3 into 1 plus 2 into 1 minus 2. So I have 3 minus 2 12 2s are 36. So this is going to be greater than 0. So I have f double dash of 1 is greater than 0, which means 1 is the local minima. Okay, this is much easier to find. Nearest value என்னன்னு கண்டுபிடிச்சு first derivative testல ஏறுதா இறங்குதான்னு கண்டுபிடிக்கிறதுக்கு second derivative test is much easier, and this is what you get in your board exam. Okay, now next critical point is f dash of minus 2. So when I substitute minus 2, I have 12 times 3 into minus 2 the whole square plus 2 into minus 2 minus 2. So when I solve this, I have 12 times 3 4s are 12 minus 4 minus 2. So bracket kulla minus 6, 12 minus 6 is 6. So I have 12 times 6, which is going to be 72. So I have f double dash of minus 2 is also greater than 0. So from here, I see that minus 2 is the local minima. So we have found out what the values are. Inge greater than minima. Inge greater than minima. So we have found what the values are, what the local maxima and local minima are. Okay. Now, let us solve example 19. Here we are going to see that the second derivative test fails. I have a modulus function here. And how does this function look? Mod x எப்படி இருக்கும்? So mod x is going to be x when x is greater than 0 and minus x when x is less than 0. So basically, this particular graph is going to look something like this. So I have the value 3. 3 plus mod x na எப்படி இருக்கும்? It is going to be x on this side and it is going to be minus x on the other side. Correct? So this is how my 3 plus mod x graph looks like. So in the left hand side, I have 3 minus x, and in the right hand side, I have 3 plus x. Okay, so this is how the value looks like. When x is less than 0, I have f of x is going to be 3 plus mod x, and on the left, it is going to be 3 minus x. Okay, so when I find the derivative f dash of x, what happens? I get minus 1, which is going to be less than 0. When x is greater than 0, I have f of x equals 3 plus mod x, which is going to be 3 plus x. So f dash of x is going to be 1, which is going to be greater than 0. Ipo left I have, it is going to be less than 0. So it is going to be decreasing, and I have a 0 point, and it is going to be increasing. So what is this? This point is called the local minima. Why are we talking about this point? Because here I see that I have a minimum value. So at 0, f of 0 equals 3 plus mod x, which is going to be 3 plus 0, which is going to be 3, and this is my local minima from this. This is my local minima. Because my second derivative test failed, I cannot find the second derivative here. Second derivative test fails because we are dealing with mod function. So we are going back to first derivative test. First derivative test. So I have left hand side it is going to be less than 0, and right hand side it is going to be greater than 0. So left less than 0, right greater than 0. We are talking about local minima. And what is my minimum value? At f of 0, the value is going to be 3. So 3 is the value of local minima. Okay, please copy. So this is why I solved example 20 before 19. Ena idu fail agudhu test, idu fail agala. Okay, understood? Now, moving on to next example. Find all the points of local maxima and minima. This is how we solved example 20. So, let us solve this. So, I have f of x equals 2x cube minus 6x square plus 6x plus 5. So, I have f dash of x is going to be 6x square minus 12x plus 6. When I take 6 outside, I have x square minus 2x plus 1. If splitting the middle term, I want the product to be 1 and the sum to be minus 2. So it is going to be minus 1, minus 1. So this particular thing is going to be x square minus x plus 1. X common at the x minus 1 minus 1. So this is going to be x minus 1 the whole square. Okay. So from this I have f dash of x equals 6 times x minus 1 the whole square. Now I'm going to take my second derivative. We are performing the second derivative test. So from here I have 6 2s are 12 times x minus 1. The power comes down and the power gets reduced by 1. Yeah? So 12 times x minus 1. And from here, what is my critical point? F dash of x equals 0 na. X order value is going to be 1. So this is my critical point. When I substitute that, substituting the critical point, f double dash of 1 equals 12 times 1 minus 1, which is going to be 0. So here, the second derivative test failed. Correct? Ena 0 nu vandiruchu. Second derivative test fails. So we have to go back to the first derivative test. First derivative na I have to take this f dash of x. So idha na eduthukumbodhu enna agum, I have f dash of x equals 6 times x minus 1 the whole square. So similarly my value of x is going to be 1. Left hand side I have 0.9, right hand side I have 0.1.1. So I have to find out what my how my f dash of x looks like. So when I substitute the value for f dash of x, 6 times x minus 1 the whole square ku substitute panna, when I have 0.9 and 1.1, I'm going to get a negative and a positive value, but I have a square term. This is very similar to the example that we solved previously. So enna value substitute pannalum, it is going to be positive. So I'm going to get f dash of x is going to be greater than 0 all the time. So if left hand side liyo f dash of x is greater than 0, right hand side liyo f dash of x is greater than 0. So if that is the case, I have the point 1 here. The value is increasing. F dash of x is greater than 0. 1 kapparama right hand side it is still increasing. It is not decreasing. So this is not the point of local maxima or not the point of local minima. Increase agala illa decrease agala. It is only increasing. Correct? It is only increasing continuously. So conclusion enna? There is no point of local maxima or local minima. Okay? So the first derivative test also fails. Fails na nartham, there is no local minima or local maxima. Okay? So this is your answer. Now example 22. Find two positive numbers whose sum is 15 and the sum of whose squares is minimum. So first enna kuduthirukku, two positive numbers, let them be x and y, and the sum of them is going to be 15. So if one number is x, the other number is going to be x equals 15 minus y, illa y equals 15 minus x, illaya? Y equals 15 minus x. If one number is x, the other number is going to be 15 minus x. So I have two numbers. So this is going to be number 1 and this is going to be number 2. And the sum of whose squares is minimum. So sum of whose squares and I s of x in eduthukuren. The sum of the squares. So it is going to be the sum of the squares of the two numbers is minimum na anartham. I have to first find the derivative and check what the minimum value is. Minimum na avangale kuduthitaanga. So I have to find out what the minimum point is. So I have s dash of x equals, and I simplify this, I have 2x. Adhaadu derivative kandupidichena, it is going to be 2x plus this is going to be 2 times 15 minus x. Power gets reduced by 1. But here the derivative of x is going to be minus 1. From here I have 2x plus, idu multiply panna plus becomes a minus, illaya? So I have minus 2 times 15 minus x. So when I simplify this, 2x minus 30 minus minus plus. So it becomes plus 2x. So in the end I have 4x minus 30. 4 a common edutha I have x minus 2 a common edukalama. So when I take 2 outside, I have 2x minus 15. Okay, so this is going to be my s dash of x. So I need to find the critical point. Eppadi kandupidipen? S dash of x equals 0. So when I equate that, I have 2x minus 15 equals 0. X equals 15 divided by 2. So this is going to be my critical point. Now they have asked if this is my minimum point. If a minimum point and eppadi check pannuven? I am going to find the second derivative. So from here, write what my s dash of x is. I have s dash of x is going to be 4x minus 30. So s double dash of x is going to be 4, which is greater than 0. So if s double dash of x, second derivative, is greater than 0, then this is the local minima. Okay, when it's greater than 0, it is going to be local minima. Okay, so local minima kandupidichachu. And what is my critical point? It is going to be 15 divided by 2. So what have they asked? Find two positive numbers. So on the positive number enna, one number is going to be x equals 15 divided by 2. So we have proved that it's the local minima and hence we are taking this critical point. So x is equal to 15 by 2. What is my other value? Y equals 15 minus 15 by 2. So y equals 15 minus x, which is 15 minus 15 by 2. LCM edutha 30 minus 15 divided by 2, which is also 15 divided by 2. So what are the two numbers? The two numbers are 15 by 2 and 15 by 2. Okay, please copy. Example 23. Find the shortest distance of the point 0, c from the parabola y equals x square. So I basically have my upward facing parabola, which is going to be y equals x square, and I need to find the distance from the point 0, c. 0, c na, it is going to be somewhere here. Okay, so it is going to be 0, c. I do not have x coordinate. I need to find the shortest distance between the parabola and the point 0, c such that c value is between 1 by 2 to 5. Okay, so I'm going to take this particular point to be h, now I need to find the distance between 0, c and h, k. So using the distance formula, this is my x1, y1, this is my x2, y2. Distance formula padichirkom. So distance formula is going to be square root of x2 minus x1 the whole square plus y2 minus y1 the whole square. We studied this in straight lines chapter, illati 3D geometry, 2D geometry chapter in class 11. Okay, so when I substitute, I have square root of x2 minus x1. So h minus 0 the whole square plus y2 minus y1 is going to be k minus c the whole square. So when I open this, I have h square plus k minus c the whole square. But what is my h square? I need d of h illa d of k nu veno, but this is of the form h and k. So what can I substitute for h square? So I have the point h, k on the parabola y equals x square. When I substitute for x and y, I have k equals h square. So from this, I have h square equals k. So I have d of k equals square root of k plus k minus c the whole square. Okay, so I need, this is my function now. Function enna edhiyachu. This has to be shortest. So find the shortest distance. We have found what the distance is. You have to make the distance to be minimum. So minimum na enna panna porom? We are going to take the first derivative. So d dash of k is going to be square root derivate panna. I have 1 divided by 2 root of k plus what is inside, whatever is inside the whole square times. When you differentiate what is inside, what do I have with respect to k? It is going to be d by dk of what is inside, k plus k minus c the whole square. So when I do this, I have 1 divided by 2 square root of k plus k minus c the whole square times d by dk of k is going to be 1 plus k minus c the whole square is going to be 2 times k minus c times derivative of k is going to be 1. So what is in my numerator? I have 2 times k minus c plus 1 divided by 2 square root of k plus k minus c the whole square. So this is my d dash of k. Now next step enna, you have to find the critical point where you equate the d of k, the first derivative, to 0. So when you equate that, the denominator goes off. So I have 2 times k minus c plus 1 equals 0. So from this I have 2 times k minus c equals minus 1. I am finding the value for k because I need to find the critical value. Illa? So I have k minus c equals minus half, k equals minus half plus c. When I take the LCM, I have minus 1 plus 2c divided by 2. So I have found out what my critical point is. So this is going to be my k. So when I substitute c oda value to be half, what is my value of k? K equals minus 1 plus 2c divided by 2. So I have minus 1 plus 2c divided by 2. When I substitute the value of half, I have minus 1 plus 2 times half is going to be 1 divided by 2, which is 0. So if one of the k value is going to be 0, and when c equals 5, I have k equals minus 1 plus 2 times 5 divided by 2. 5 2s are 10. 10 minus 1 is 9 divided by 2, which is 4.5. So c oda value travels from half to 5 na. K oda value travels from less than or equal to 4.5 less than or equal to 0. So this is what my k value travels from. Okay, ipo when k is less than 0, what happens when k is less than this? So I have k less than 0. So this is going to be what happens to my f dash of x. F dash of x and I have d dash of k equals 2 times k minus c plus 1 divided by 2 root of k plus k minus c the whole square. Okay, what happens if k is less than 0? Denominator vitringa because there is a square term here. So this is going to be positive, plus k is going to be positive, times 2 is also going to be positive. What happens to the numerator? So when I check the numerator, when I substitute some value less than 0, this becomes a minus value times 2. So the numerator is basically negative. So I have d of k is less than 0 when k is less than 0. Okay, similarly, when k is some value which is greater than 0, I have d dash of k is going to be greater than 0 when k is greater than 0. Basically have some point k and less than 0 the d of k is going to be less than 0. So this is going to be the case, and to the right it is going to be here. So what is this point called? It is point called the local minima. Okay, we are checking the points which are less than 0 and greater than 0 to the left and right of k. So what are we checking? So this k oda value is going to be the local minimum value. Okay, so instead of substituting in that interval, let me just leave it as k. So what did I get my k to be? 2c minus 1 divided by 2. So in that na pannirukra in the step ellame, it is for you to understand. Okay, don't do like this in your exam. You only have to directly do from here. Okay, k is less than, so in that direct k is less than 2c minus 1 divided by 2 and k is greater than 2c minus 1 divided by 2. So if you do something like this, you get this, and this is going to be your point of local minima. Okay, and what is the value for that? What is the shortest distance? As substitute pannola, we have found out that this is going to be the minimum value. So minimum value substitute pannada minimum distance kadaikum. So when I substitute that, I have d of k equals square root of k plus k minus c the whole square. So when I substitute it here, I have square root of 2c minus 1 divided by 2 plus 2c minus 1 divided by 2 minus c the whole square inside the bracket. So what do I have here? I have square root of 2c minus 1 by 2 plus LCM edutha 2c minus 1 minus 2c divided by 2 the whole square. So inside the bracket, the 2c and the minus 2c gets cancelled. So when I simplify this, I have square root of 2c minus 1 divided by 2 plus minus 1 by 2 square panna, I have 1 divided by 4. When I take the LCM, I have this, I can multiply by 2. Yeah, multiply by 2 and multiply by 2 to take the LCM. So this is going to be square root of 4c minus 2 plus 1 divided by 4. So inside the bracket, I have 4c minus 1 divided by 4. And this is my shortest distance, units. Okay. So this is how you write the final answer. Punjada? So basically k value ennan kandupidichittu less than 0, greater than 0. So here I have used my first derivative test. Okay. Because second derivative test pandrathu romba kashtam. It is going to be very, very long because you have square root terms. Okay. Now, example 24. So I have let AP and BQ be two vertical poles at the point A and B. So rendu point irukku. Inge or point irukku, inge or point irukku. This is going to be my vertical pole. I have AP to be 16 meters, BQ to be 22 meters, AB kuduthirukanga 20 meters. Find the distance of the point R. So I have to find R oda distance. So I need to find AR and RB, which they have given to be x meter and 20 minus. Motta distance is 20. So this is going to be x and 20 minus x. Purjada? Now I need to find RP square plus RQ square is going to be minimum nu solranga. So this you can apply Pythagoras theorem. So first step enna? RP square is going to be 16 square plus x square. Similarly, RQ square is going to be 20 minus x the whole square plus 22 square. So I need to find RP square plus RQ square. So I can add these two. Adding 1 and 2, I have 16 square plus x square plus 22 square plus 20 minus x the whole square. Okay, so when I open the brackets, I have 16 square is going to be 16 into 16, 6 6 are 36, 3 6 1s are 6 7 8 9 1. So I have 9 times 2 56. So 16 square is 256 plus x square plus 22 square and it is going to be 2 2s are 4 4 4 4 484. So plus 484. When I open the bracket, I have a minus b the whole square, which is going to be 200 square and 400 plus x square minus 40x. So what happens when I add these two? X square add panna, I have 2x square minus 40x. And what are the constants? 256 plus 484 plus 400. So when I add them, I have 1, 9, 9 plus 5 is going to be 14, 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So I have 1140 plus 1140. So this is going to be my RP square plus RQ square. So let me take this as f of x. Okay. So what is my f of x? F of x is going to be 2x square minus 40x plus 1140. Okay, now I need to check if this is minimum. I have to find the point A such that it is going to be minimum. So I'm going to differentiate. So f dash of x is going to be 4x minus 40. When I take 4 outside, I have x minus 10. Now enna pannom? Critical point. So f dash of x is going to be 0. From this, I have x minus 10 equals 0 and x equals 10. So I found out my critical point. But the minimum eppadi kandupidikka poren? I'm going to use my second derivative test. So f double dash of x equals 4 and this is greater than 0. Correct? So if it's greater than 0, it is the local minima. So f double dash of x is greater than 0. So this is the local minima. Eppadi kandupidikrom? F double dash of 10 substitute pandren. At the critical point, it is still greater than 0. So that's why we call it the local minima. And so my critical point is x equals 10, which is the local minima. So I found the value for x. Now I can find the length. So length of AB equals 20 meters. Length AR equals x, which is 10 meter. Length RB equals 20 minus x from the diagram. This is going to be 20 minus 10, which is also 10 meters. Okay, please copy. So R is at a distance of 10 meters from A and B for the height and the RP square plus RQ square to be minimum. Okay, edu minimum adu differentiate pannida vendida. That's all you have to do. Example 25. If the length of the three sides of the trapezium other than the base one, it is going to be long. This is the base. So everything is going to be 10 centimeter. Find the area of the trapezium is going to be maximum. So area va differentiate pananum. Area oda equation kandupidichittu differentiate. That is going to be the maximum. Okay. So when I do that, what is the area of? I'm going to take this point to be x and this length to be x. So area of trapezium enna? Area of trapezium is going to be half into sum of parallel sides into height. I have sum of parallel sides to be, I'll write the values first. Sum of parallel sides is going to be 10 plus x plus 10 plus x. Correct? The two different sides. DC plus AB is going to be 10 plus x plus 10 plus x, which is going to be 20 plus 2x. So this is going to be my sum of parallel sides. If a height enna? Height I do not know, but according to Pythagoras theorem I can find out height. So height I do not know. I have 10 square equals h square plus x square. So h square equals 10 square minus x square, which is going to be 100 minus x square. So height is going to be the square root of that. So height is square root of 100 minus x square. Idu appdiye vechukano. Now area of trapezium. So I have area with respect to x thane irukku ellame. So area of x equals half times sum of parallel sides, which is 20 plus 2x times height is going to be 100 minus x square. So idhula 2 common edukalama. So I have half times 2 common edutha 10 plus x square root of 100 minus x square. So I can cancel the 2 and the 2 and this is going to be my area function. Now I'm going to differentiate. To differentiate panna enago, I have a dash of x equals, there are two functions. I have u and v. So I'm going to use the vu dash plus uv dash formula, product rule. Yeah? So when I do that, I have 10 plus x times d by dx of square root of 100 minus x square plus square root of 100 minus x square d by dx of 10 plus x. So when I do that, I have 10 plus x times square root na 1 by 2 root of 100 minus x square times the function that is inside. So I have minus x square differentiate panna, I have minus 2x. Okay. Plus this is going to be square root of 100 minus x square times 1. Okay. D by dx of 10 plus x is going to be 1. So the 2 and the 2 gets cancelled. So what do I have here? A dash of x. I'll write it here. A dash of x equals, what do I have? Minus 10 plus x minus of 10 plus x inur x irka times x. Yes. Times x divided by square root of 100 minus x square plus square root of 100 minus x square. Okay. So this is what I have. When I take the LCM, I have minus x times 10 plus x plus 100 minus x square. Square root of 100 minus x square times 100 square root of 100 minus x square is going to be 100 minus x square divided by square root of 100 minus x square. So when I simplify, I have minus 10x minus x square plus 100 minus x square. So when I divided by square root of 100 minus x square. So this is going to be minus 2x square minus 10x plus 100 divided by square root of 100 minus x square. So this is my a dash of x. So next enna panna porom, you have to find the critical point. So I have a dash of x equals 0 and equate panna. I have the denominator goes off. So minus 2x square minus 10x plus 100 equals 0. And I take 2 outside, minus outside. So I have minus 2 times x square minus 5x plus 2 5s are, yeah, so 50 equals 0. So idhukku splitting the middle term panna, I need the product to be 50 and the sum to be minus 5. So 10 times 5. Yeah, this will be a minus 50 because I took the minus outside. This is going to be minus 50. Splitting the middle term panna, I want minus 50. So 10 times minus 5. So this is going to be x square plus 10x minus 5x minus 50. So x common adutha, I have x plus 10, x plus 10 minus 5. So this is going to be x minus 5 times x plus 10. So my a dash of x is going to be minus 2 times x minus 5 x plus 10. When I equate this to 0, I have x value to be 5 and x value to be minus 10. So I found out what my critical points are. Okay, now I have to perform the second derivative test. Question la enna kekranga, it has to be maximum. So I have to check with the second derivative test if it's maximum. So ipo second derivative kandupidikalama. So this is going to be my a dash of x and it is of the form u divided by v. So I need to do v u dash minus uv dash divided by v square. Correct? This is going to be division rule. So when I do that, I have a double dash of x. A double dash of x equals, it is going to be v u dash, which is square root of 100 minus x square d by dx of what is inside 2x square minus 10x plus 100 minus first term mudinjudhu minus uv dash, which is going to be minus 2x square minus 10x plus 100 times d by dx of square root of 100 minus x square the whole divided by square root of 100 minus x square the whole square, v square, yeah. So it is going to be the whole square. This is a little long sum, but process romba easy. Potite irundha vandrum. Okay, but numerator la enna irukku, root of 100 minus x square. So let me write that here. I have a double dash of x equals root of 100 minus x square. Ipa d by dx panna poren. Of this is going to be enna kadikum, derivate panna minus 4x minus 10. Okay, let me write that here. So it is going to be minus 4x minus 10. Second term enna, it is going to be minus 2x square minus 10x minus 2x square minus 10x plus 100. d by dx of 100 minus x square is going to be 1 by 2 root 100 minus x square times what is inside d by dx of 100 minus x square is going to be minus 2x. The whole divided by denominator la enna irukku, square root of 100 minus x square. So this is becomes 100 minus x square. Okay. Ipo inga enna irukku, the 2 and the 2 gets cancelled. And what are the remaining terms? I have square root of 100 minus x square times minus 4x minus 10. Inga enna irukku, minus, is there a minus in between? Yes. So this is going to be minus of, correct? This is going to be minus of. So minus of minus 2x square minus 10x plus 100 times bracket times minus x, correct? So it is going to be minus x divided by square root of 100 minus x square the whole divided by 100 minus x square. When I take the LCM in the numerator, I have 100 minus x square times minus 4x minus 10. In the minus plus side. Correct? It is multiplication. So I can add and this becomes minus 2x square minus 10x plus 100 times x divided by square root of 100 minus x square the whole divided by 100 minus x square. When I multiply everything inside, I have minus 400 times x plus 4x cube minus plus 10x square minus 1000. This I have minus 2x cube minus 10x square plus 100x the whole divided by, in the denominator rendume senda I have 10x square to the power 3 divided by 2. So what all gets cancelled? I have 10x square gets cancelled. In that I have a 4x cube minus 2x cube. So that becomes 2x cube. I have minus 400 plus 100. So this becomes a minus 300x minus 1000 divided by 100 minus x square to the power 3 divided by 2. So I have to find my critical point now. What are we talking about here? We are talking about the side of the trapezium. So it cannot be negative. So here I got two critical points, x equals 5 and x equals minus 10. So omitting this value because the distance cannot be negative. So x equals minus 10, distance cannot be negative. So x equals 5. Okay, x equals 5 is substitute பண்ண போறேன் where in my second derivative test. அப்பதானே நமக்கு less than 0 or greater than 0 ஆன்னு தெரியும். So I have a double dash of 5 gives me 2 times 5 cube minus 300 times 5 minus 1000 divided by 100 minus 5 square the whole power 3 divided by 2. So in the numerator I have 5 5s are 25, 25 5s are 125. 125 times 2 is going to be 250 minus 5 3s are 15, 1500 minus 1000 divided by 100 minus 25 which is going to be 75 to the power 3 divided by 2. Okay. So this is going to be numerator la I have minus 2500, 250, it is going to be minus 2250 divided by 75 root of 75. In the mari எழுதலாமா? So when I simplify this, I'm getting basically a negative value. I need not simplify. I see I have a minus sign. So this is going to be less than 0. So I have a double dash at critical point is going to be less than 0, which means we are talking about the local maxima. So இவ்ளோ நேரம் நம்ம பண்ணது என்ன? We have found out that this is the local maxima and hence the value of x is going to be 5. Okay? புரிஞ்சுதா? So this is my first page. Please take a screenshot. And this is my second page. புரிஞ்சுதா? So basically என்ன பண்ணிருக்கேன்? ஏரியாவோட formula apply பண்ணி I have taken the first derivative test. Then I found the critical points. Critical point ல இருந்து திரும்ப second derivative test. Second derivative test ல I am again going to apply my critical point. I am again applying my critical point. I am checking whether it's less than 0 or greater than 0. Question ல என்ன கேட்டிருக்கான்? He is asking if it is a maximum. So less than 0 நமக்கு வந்துருச்சு. So hence yes, it is a maximum value. Okay? Clear? Please copy. This is a long question. கொஞ்சம் calculation minus plus எல்லாம் மிஸ் பண்ணாம கரெக்டா போட்டீங்கன்னா வந்துரும். Okay? Example 26. Prove that the radius of the right circular cylinder of the greatest curved surface area which can be inscribed in a given cone is half of that cone. Okay? So இப்போ நம்ம என்ன பண்ண போறோம்? I'm basically taking two similar triangles. I see that I have one similar triangle here. So this is going to be triangle AOC is going to be one triangle. And triangle QEC is going to be another triangle. So I'm going to take triangle AOC and triangle QEC. They are similar triangles because it is inscribed. The cylinder is inscribed inside a cone. Another they are going to be similar triangles. So what am I going to equate? QE divided by OA. Okay, so basically this. So QE divided by OA. The height is going to be, I'm going to equate that to OA. EC and OC. Okay, so this is going to be EC divided by OC because we are talking about similar triangles because they are inscribed inside the cone. Okay, so from here I am going to take the OA to be the height of the cone. H is the height of the cone. H equals height of the cone. This is my radius of the cone. So R equals radius of the cone. What is my OE? I'm going to take the radius of the cylinder to be x. So what is my EC? It is going to be R minus x. So when I substitute, QE is going to be the height of the cylinder, which I'm going to keep it like that. Height of the cylinder. Okay, I've written down what are the values. இப்போ இந்த similar triangles la pota QE equals, I'm going to keep it as QE divided by OA, which is the height of the cone, equals EC. What is my EC? R minus x divided by OC, which is the radius of the cone, which is going to be R. Okay, so I have this particular relation. So from this, I know that the height of the cylinder, I'm trying to find what my height of the cylinder is. So height of the cylinder is going to be H times r minus x the whole divided by r. So I found out what this is. Now I need the curved surface area of the cylinder. What are they asking for? Right circular cylinder oda greatest curved surface area. So what is my formula? Surface area of a cylinder is 2 pi r h. Okay, height of the cylinder. We are talking about the radius of the cylinder and height of the cylinder. So when I substitute 2 pi, radius of the cylinder is going to be x times height of the cylinder is going to be hc, which we just found, QE, which is going to be h times r minus x divided by r. So this is going to be the surface area, which is in terms of x. We need to find out what the radius of the cylinder is. That is what is asked. So prove that the radius of the right circular cylinder, அதாவது cylinder oda radius, அதுதான் x. So that is going to be the value here. So radius of the cylinder is going to be x. So according to that, we are going to find out. So we have s of x equals, when I multiply inside, I have 2 pi h divided by r. These are all my constants. இதெல்லாம் constant value. I'm going to multiply the h inside. So I have rx minus x square. So this is going to be my s of x. So when I differentiate, I have s dash of x equals, the constants remain the same, divided by r. Bracket line irukku rx minus x square. When I differentiate with respect to x, I have r minus 2x. This is going to be my s dash of x. If a critical point kandupidicha enna kedaikum? S dash of x equals 0. From this I know that r minus 2x equals 0. X equals r divided by 2. So I have found out that the radius of the cylinder is going to be half the radius of the cone. Purida? The radius of the cylinder equals half radius of the cone. So I found out this particular relation, and this is my critical point. But I need to check if this is going to be minimum or maximum. Even greatest surface area and solran. So I need to find the second derivative. So my first derivative, I'll write it one more time. S dash of x another 2 pi h by r. 2 pi h by r times r minus 2x. So r minus 2x. When I find the second derivative, I have 2 pi h divided by r times, when I differentiate this, it is going to be minus 2. And there is a minus sign, so it's going to be less than 0. Less than 0, s double dash is less than 0, which means we are talking about local maximum. So yes, this is going to be the maximum value. Which is going to be the maximum value? S double dash of critical point enna? I just found it to be r divided by 2. So when I do r divided by 2, substitute that, I have 2 pi h divided by r times minus 2. It doesn't make a difference. So hence it is going to be the local maxima. So the critical point is the local maxima. Critical point, which is r divided by 2, is the local maxima value. Okay? Please copy. புரிஞ்சுதா? height என்ன, அதை வச்சு relation கண்டுபிடிச்சு you are finding out what the radius of the cylinder is, for which the curved surface area is greatest. Okay, curved surface area என்னன்னு கண்டுபிடிச்சு அதோட first derivative, அதோட second derivative, you proved that it is going to be the local maxima because it's less than 0. So அதுதான் critical point. Okay, simple. இப்போ maximum and minimum values of a function in a closed interval. இப்போ இவ்ளோ நேரம் நம்ம open interval பார்த்துட்டோம். Open interval னா என்ன அர்த்தம்? You have 0, 2. Now we are going to deal with closed interval 0, 2 where your values 0 and 2 are also included. Okay, இப்போ அந்த மாதிரி questions பார்க்க போறோம். So here இப்போ we were also dealing with local minima and local maxima. I told you, I'll tell you what absolute minima and absolute maxima is. Okay, so that is what we are going to solve here. So இப்போ இங்க this is my local minima, this is my local maxima, but there can be a point which is greater than everything. இப்போ வந்து ஒரு கிளாஸ்ல வந்து ஒருத்தன் டாப்பர், இப்போ 12A ல ஒருத்தன் டாப்பர், 12B ல ஒருத்தன் டாப்பர். ஓகே, பட் ஓவரால் 12th ல யாரு டாப்பரோ அதுதான் அப்சல்யூட் மேக்ஸிமா. ஓகே, இப்போ அந்த கிளாஸ்ல யாரு டாப்பரோ அது லோக்கல் மேக்ஸிமா. இப்போ கிளாஸ் 12A ல வந்து சுபாஷ் அப்படின்னு ஒரு பையன் வந்து கிளாஸ் டாப்பர், கிளாஸ் 12B ல யாரு நிக்கிலா வந்து டாப்பர். ஆனா இப்போ மொத்த கிளாஸ்லயுமே மொத்த 12thலயுமே நிக்கிலா தான் டாப்பர் அப்படிங்கும் போது சுபாஷ் இஸ் த லோக்கல் மேக்ஸிமம், பட் நிக்கிலா இஸ் தி அப்சல்யூட் மேக்ஸிமம். ஓகே, so அதுதான் அப்சல்யூட் மேக்ஸிமம்க்கும் லோக்கல் மேக்ஸிமம்க்கும் டிஃபரன்ஸ். அப்சல்யூட் இஸ் கோயிங் டு பி த மேக்ஸிமம் ஆஃப் ஆல் த மேக்ஸிமம் வேல்யூஸ். அப்சல்யூட் மினிமானா இட் இஸ் கோயிங் டு பி த மினிமம் ஆஃப் ஆல் த மினிமம் வேல்யூஸ். பட் லோக்கல் மினிமா லோக்கல் மேக்ஸிமாலாம் நிறைய இருக்கலாம். இப்போ 12A ல ஒருத்தன் டாப்பர், 12B ல ஒருத்தன் டாப்பர், 12C ல ஒருத்தன் டாப்பர், இந்த மாதிரி நிறைய லோக்கல் மினிமா லோக்கல் மேக்ஸிமா இருக்கலாம். பட் அப்சல்யூட் மேக்ஸிமா ஒன்னே ஒன்று தான், அந்த டாப்பர் மட்டும்தான். ஓகே, So this will be my absolute minima in this case, and this will be my absolute maxima in this case. This is my local maxima and this is my local minima. Okay, so idella basic knowledge. Now I have a theorem which says f of x is a continuous function between the interval a comma b, then f has absolute maximum value and f attains at least once. ஏதா ஒரு absolute maximum value கண்டிப்பா இருக்கும், and it has absolute minimum value in the interval. So this is going to be theorem 5. இப்போ theorem 6 என்ன சொல்லுது? If f is a differentiable function on a closed interval, f dash of c equals 0, then f attains the maximum value at c. So on the particular value la f dash of c at the critical point is going to be 0, then it can be either a maximum value or a minimum value. So idoda value நம்ம எப்படி கண்டுபிடிக்க போறோம்? We have a few steps. Okay, I have written the steps here. First, you have to find out what your critical point is. நம்ம யூசுவலா கண்டுபிடிக்கிறது f of x இருக்கு, f dash of x என்னன்னு கண்டுபிடிச்சிட்டு f dash of x equal to 0, you find what the critical point is. இது first step. Next, you have a closed interval. கரெக்ட்டா? இப்போ 0, இப்போ closed interval ல I have 0, 2 na, I also have the end points. So that is going to be my second step. End points liyo enna value nu kandupidikkanum. So I need to find these 2 points and put them in the function and check what my maximum and minimum value is. Okay, so this is what we are going to do. So let us solve an example. Find the absolute maximum minimum values of the function given by f of x kuduthirukam. So I have f of x equals 2x cube minus 15x square plus 36x plus 1. I need to find f dash of x. So 3 2s are 6x square minus 30x plus 36. When I take 6 outside, x square minus 5x plus 6. When I do splitting the middle term, 6, the product has to be 6 and the sum has to be minus 5. So minus 2 minus 3. So this particular function is x square minus 2x minus 3x plus 6. X common adha, x minus 2, x minus 2, and I have a minus 3. So this is going to be x minus 3 times x minus 2. So what happens to my f dash of x? It becomes 6 times x minus 3 times x minus 2. Now what is my critical point? I have to put f dash of x equals 0. From this I have x equals 3 and x equals 2. So this is my first step. I have found out my critical points. X order values 3, 2. Now what are my end points? If a second step, I have to look for end points which are going to be 1 and 5. Yeah, so closed interval 1, 5. So x order value is also going to be 1 and x order value is going to be 5. What is my next step? I have to put all the values in the function. So I have f of 1, f of 2, f of 3 and f of 5. I have to put the values in the function to find out what my maximum value is and minimum values. Okay, so function in 2x cube minus 15x square. Write it here, 2x cube minus 15x square plus 36x plus 1. So when I substitute each and every value, I have 2 times 1 cube minus 15 times 1 square plus 36 times 1 plus 1. This is 2 times 2 cube minus 15 times 2 square plus 36 times 2 plus 1. This is going to be 2 times 3 cube minus 15 times 3 square plus 36 times 3 plus 1, and this is going to be 2 times 5 cube minus 15 times 5 square plus 36 times 5 plus 1. When I solve, I have 2 minus 15 plus 36 plus 1. This is going to be 2 2s are 4, 4 2s are 8, 8 2s are 16 minus 2 2s are 4, 15 4s are 15 into 4 and 4 1s are 4. 4 5s are 20, 2 carry over 60. So 60 plus 36 into 2 is going to be 72 plus 1. And this is going to be 3 3s are 9, 9 3s are 27, 27 into 2 is 54 minus 3 3s are 9, 9 3s are 27, 27 into 15, 7 5s are 35, 3 5 2s are 10, 11, 12, 13, 17, 1, 2, 3, sorry, 4, 0, 5. So 4, 0, 5 plus 36 into 3, 6 3s are 18, 1 3 3s are 9, 108 plus 1, and this is going to be 5 5s are 25, 25 5s are 125, 125 into 2 is going to be 250 minus 5 5s are 25, 25 into 15, 5 5s are 25, 2 5 2s are 10, 11, 12, 5, 2, so it's going to be 375 plus 36 into 5, 6 5s are 30, 3 5 3 is 15, 16, 17, 18 plus 1. Okay, the calculation is the bigger part. So when I find the values, I need to see which one is maximum and minimum. So in the first line, 36 minus 50, I'll add all the positive values. So 36 plus 1, 37, 38, 39. 39 minus 15 is going to be 24. So I have 24 here. Next value is going to be 72 plus 1, 73. 73 plus 16. 73 plus 16 is going to be 89. 89 minus 60 is going to be 29. Okay. Next, this is 15 into 9. Correct? So this particular term is going to be minus 15 into 9 is going to be 27 into 15 15 into 9, 9 5s are 45, 4 9 1s are 9, 10 11 12 13. So this is going to be 135. Okay. So when I solve that term, I have 108 plus 109. 109 plus 54 is going to be 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 163. So I need to do 163 minus 135. So this one I do 5, 13. 13 minus 5 is 8, 2, 28. So this value is going to be 28. And what is my last value? 250 plus 180 plus 1. So 181. So this is going to be 1, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 1, 2, 3, 4, 431 minus 375. When I do that, I have 12. 1, 11 minus 5, 6. Again, when I cancel, 12 minus 7 is going to be 5. So I have 56. Okay. So I'll cancel, I'll erase all these substitutions. So what do I have in the end? The values are going to be f of 1 is 24. F of 1, 24. F of 2 is 29. F of 3 is 28. And f of 5 equals 56. Okay. Now what is my maximum value? F of 5, 56. And what is my minimum value? F of 1, 24. So I have f of 1 equals 24. Minimum value at x equals 1 and f of 5 equals 56, which is the maximum value at x equals 5. We are talking about the absolute minimum value and absolute maximum value because we are talking about closed interval. So this rendume closed interval la dhaan vandirukku parunga, f of 1 and f of 5, which from the question is the closed interval, which are the extreme points, the end points. Okay, so this is going to be my absolute maximum and absolute minimum value. Okay. Now, example 28. Very similar to the previous question. So, I am given f of x. I have to find f dash of x. So, when I do f dash of x, I have 12 times the power comes down 4 divided by 3. X to the power gets reduced by 1 minus 6 times the power comes down. X to the power minus 1. So, this is going to be the 3 and the 12 gets cancelled. 4 times 3, 2s are. So, what do I have? 4 times 4 4s are 16. So, I'll write it directly. 16 x to the power LCM edutha 4 minus 3, which is 1 by 3, minus 2 times x to the power 1 by 3 minus 1, which is going to be minus 2 divided by 3. So, this is my f dash of x. I need to find the absolute maximum and absolute minimum value. So, when I do that, this is what I get. So, this is going to be when I take 2 common. 2 times 8 x to the 1 by 3 minus 1 divided by x to the 2 divided by 3. When I take the LCM, I have 2 times 8 x to the 1 by 3, x to the 2 by 3 minus 1, the whole divided by x to the 2 divided by 3. So what do I have? 2 times, and a critical point kandupidikanola, I cannot find out with cube root and all that. So this is going to be 2 times 8 times x to the power 1 by 3, x to the power 2 by 3. When I add them both, what do I have? X to the power 1 by 2, x to the power 2 by 3 is going to be a power m plus n, x to the power 1 by 3. So this is going to be x to the power 3 by 3, which is 1. So this is going to be 8x minus 1 divided by x to the power 2 by 3. So this is going to be my f dash of x. To find the critical point, f dash of x equals 0. So when I equate, I have 8x minus 1 equals 0. X equals 1 divided by 8. I have found the critical point. Okay, this is one of the critical point. Closed interval enna kuduthirukka? Minus 1 and 1. So my first step is done. Second step, what are my end points? End points are going to be minus 1, comma 1. So x equals minus 1 and x equals 1. So when I substitute the values, I have f of 1 by 8. First substitute panno. What is my f of x? F of x is going to be 12x power 4 by 3. 12x power 4 by 3 minus 6x power 1 by 3. 6x power 1 by 3. So when I substitute the values, I have 12 times 1 by 8 power 4 by 3 minus 6 times 1 by 8 to the power 1 by 3. So when I solve, I have 12. 1 by 8 every 1 by 2 cube to the power 4 by 3 minus 6 times 1 by 2 cube to the power 1 by 3. So I see that the 3 and the 3 gets cancelled. 1 by 2 the whole cube. So 3 cancel achna. What will I be left with? This is going to be 12 times 1 divided by 2 to the power 4, which is going to be 2 2s are 4, 4 4s are 16, minus 6 times 1 divided by 2. So I can cancel a few terms. So 4 3s are, 4 4s are, 2 3s are, 2 1s are. So what will I be left with? 3 by 4 minus 3. When I take the LCM, I have 3 minus 12 divided by 4, which is going to be minus 9 divided by 4. Okay, so this is f of 1 by 8. Then f of minus 1 panano. So when I do that, I have 12 minus 1 to the power 4 by 3 minus 6 times minus 1 to the power 1 divided by 3. Minus 1 can also be written as minus 1 the whole cube. Correct? Minus can be written like this. Times I have 4 divided by 3. Correct? Minus 1 the whole cube is going to be minus 1. So I'm going to write minus 1 in such a way that the powers get cancelled. In the 3 cancel agra mari eludra. Again, the second term I'm going to do the same thing. So minus, this is going to be 12 times, minus 6 into minus 1 to the power 3 times 1 divided by 3. So I can cancel the 3 and the 3. In the end, I'll be left with 12 times minus 1 to the power 4 minus 6 times minus 1 to the power 1. Okay, so this becomes 12 plus 6, which is going to be 18. So f of minus 1 is going to be 18. F of 1 in a direct substitution. So 12 minus 6, which is going to be 6. So which is my maximum and minimum value? Maximum value is going to be 18, which is going to be f of minus 1. And minimum value is going to be f of 1 by 8, which is minus 9 divided by 4. So I'll write my final answer here. So maximum is going to be f of minus 1, which is 18. And minimum is going to be f of 1 by 8, which is going to be minus 9 divided by 4. Okay, this is my answer. Please copy. Example 29. Apache helicopter of enemies flying along the curve given by y equals x square plus 7. So, a curve irukku, which is y equals x square plus 7. A soldier is placed at 3, 7. So, here where the soldier is and he wants to shoot down the helicopter when it's nearest to him. So, this distance has to be near. Correct? So, what are my points going to be? In the the point is going to be x, y, which is x square plus 7. And the shortest distance is going to be square root of x2 minus x1 the whole square plus y2 minus y1 the whole square. Correct? We learned this in straight lines chapter. When I substitute, I have d of x equals square root of x2, x1 edun na mark panikren. So this is going to be x2, y2, x1, y1. So when I substitute, I have x minus 3 the whole square plus y2 minus y1, which is x square plus 7 minus 7 the whole square. So this gets cancelled. I'll be left with square root of x minus 3 the whole square plus x to the power 4. Okay, so let me take for simplicity the function that is inside the square root as my f of x. Okay, later on I'll take the square root again. So when I have this, I'm going to do f dash of x. What is my f dash of x? 2 times x minus 3 plus 4x cube. When I open the brackets, I have 4x cube plus 2x minus 6. So here I can take 2 outside. So I have 2x cube plus x minus 3. So I have this particular cubic equation inside. So how can I solve this in the mari question, sir? So basically I have 2x cube plus x minus 3. So in the mari equal to 0. Cubic equations every solve on trial and error basis. So I'm going to take x value to be 1 for example. So I have 2 times 1 cube plus 1 minus 3. So I have 2 plus 1 minus 3, which is going to be 3 minus 3, which is 0. So I have x equals 1 is a solution, which means x minus 1 is a factor. So I'm going to divide. So 2x cube plus x minus 3. Idella nama vandu 6th, 7th, 8th la potirukom. So such questions, long division method la we find the factors, correct? For x cubic equations. So when I multiply by 2x square, I have 2x cube minus 2x square. When I subtract, this becomes a minus, this becomes a plus. So I'll be left with, this gets cancelled, x plus 2x square minus 3. I have a 2x square, I have to multiply by 2x. When I do that, I get 2x square minus 2x plus 0. Okay, I have a plus here. So when I do this, this becomes a plus, this becomes a minus, and this becomes a minus. So in the end, this gets cancelled. I have x plus 2x, which is 3x minus 3. Now when I again add 3, I have 3x minus 3 and this becomes a 0. So how does my factor look like? The question f dash of x, which is going to be 2 times 2x cube plus x minus 3, looks like 2 times x minus 1 times 2x square plus 2x plus 3. Correct? From this, I see that if a quadratic formula use panna, I have minus b plus or minus square root of b square minus 4ac divided by 2a. What is my b square minus 4ac? This particular thing I cannot use splitting the middle term. Adnala na quadratic formula use pandren. When I use that, I have b square, which is going to be 2 square minus 4 times a times c. So I am getting a negative value in terms of I. So this particular thing does not have real roots. But we want real roots because we are talking about distance and coordinates. In that I inu varadu. So when I equate f dash of x to 0, I only have f dash of x equals 0, which means x minus 1 equals 0 and x equals 1. So this is the only value that I have. So when I substitute f of 1, this is going to be my critical point. So when I substitute that now in f of x, so I have f of x equals x minus 3 the whole square plus x power 4. Idhula substitute panna enna agum? I have f of 1 equals 1 minus 3 the whole square plus 1 to the power 4, which is going to be minus 2 the whole square plus 1, which is 4 plus 1, 5. So I have f of 1 equals 5. We are talking about f of x, which is going to be the root of f of x is what we are talking about. That is my distance. In that distance, we have found out the critical point. So basically, the distance d of x is going to be square root of f of x, which is going to be square root of 5. So this is going to be my distance. How do you know if this is the minimum distance? We have to find the second derivative. Correct? F dash of x f dash of x is going to be from here. It is this particular thing. So I have 2 times, or I'll directly write 4x cube plus, where is it? It is going to be this. This is my f dash of x, 4x cube plus 2x minus 6. I found the critical point. So when I differentiate, double differentiate, I have 12x square plus 2. When I substitute the value, what is my value going to be? F double dash of 1 is my critical point, which is going to be 12 times 1 plus 2, which is going to be 14, which is greater than 0. So what we are talking about is the local minima. Okay, so the value that we found out is the minimum value is going to be 1. Absolute minimum value is going to be 1, which means f of 1 equals 5 units is the minimum distance. Square root of 5 units is the minimum distance. We proved it using the second derivative test. Okay, please copy. So with this, we are done with the example questions. Let's move on to exercise questions. Okay, fine. Moving on to the next exercise, exercise 6.3. Find the maximum and minimum values, if any. Okay, so இப்போ maximum, minimum value. Previous videosல examples பாருங்க. அதை பார்த்தா உங்களுக்கு இன்னும் better understanding இருக்கும். But I'll revise what to do here. So என்னென்ன steps எல்லாம் பண்ண போறோம்? First step, we are going to find f of x. What this is. Then I'm going to equate f dash of, second step I'm going to equate the f dash of x to 0 to find the critical point. Okay, I'm going to find what my x is. Okay, then third step I'm going to find my f double dash of x to find whether it's a maximum value or a minimum value. Okay, so f double dash of x கண்டுபிடிக்க போறேன். Then I'm going to substitute the critical point to f of x and find the maximum or minimum value. So this is one method. Okay, so this is one method. I'll solve in 2 different methods for you. So எது உங்களுக்கு ஈஸியா இருக்கோ examல you can try that. Okay, so now first method, this is going to be method 1. So method 1ல நான் போட்டா என்ன ஆகும்? I have f of x equals 2x minus 1 the whole square plus 3. First, when I find f dash of x, when I differentiate what is here, I have 2 comes down times 2x minus 1. And when I differentiate what is inside, I have 2x. The coefficient of x is going to be 2 into 2 plus 3 is a constant. 3 I differentiate panna, I'll get a 0. So what do I have? 4 times 2 2s are 4 times 2x minus 1. So this is my f dash of x. இப்போ first step முடிஞ்சது. இப்போ second step என்ன? I have to equate f dash of x to 0, which means 4 times 2x minus 1 equals 0. From here, I have x equals 1 divided by 2. So this is my critical point or my turning point. ஏதோ ஒன்று இந்த இடத்துல தான் turn ஆகுது. Turning point na என்ன அர்த்தம்? It is either increasing or decreasing. The value is becoming a maximum or a minimum. So I found out my critical point. இப்போ நம்ம கிடைக்க போற value maximum minimum எப்படி தெரியும்? I have to find my second derivative. So second derivative na என்ன பண்ணணும்? So f dash of x is going to be, when I multiply the 4 inside, it's going to be 8x minus 4. So f double dash of x is going to give me 8. I see that this is greater than 0. If it is greater than 0, f double dash of x is greater than 0, it means the value is minimum. Correct? Why do you have such a way? Example la na vandu explain pannirken, but when you have f double dash of x, the value is going to be minimum. So this point where my critical value, see, so this point is going to be my minimum value when f double dash of x is going to be greater than 0. Idoda meaning enna? Sutti, in the C point sutti, the graph is increasing. It is going to be greater than 0. Okay? Ipo second case la enna irukum? F double dash. I talk about the second case. If f double dash of x is less than 0, it means we are talking about the maximum value. So, if it is less than 0, whatever is around this critical point is going to be less. இப்படி கீழே இறங்குது. So f double dash less than 0 na we are talking about the maximum point, so the curve goes down. If you are talking about f double dash greater than 0, then the value is minimum. All the values around it goes to the top. So அதுதான் minimum value. So இதுதான் mathematical meaning. Okay. So here we have found that the value is minimum. But I need to find out what the minimum value is. So the minimum value at x equals half. We have found out the critical point, correct? So in the critical point enna? X equals half. So in the point la, what is my minimum value? So I need to substitute in f of x. So f of half is going to be, when I substitute, 2 times half minus 1 the whole square plus 3. F of x enna from here? 2x minus 1 the whole square plus 3. So when I substitute, this gets cancelled. 1 minus 1 is going to be 0 plus 3. So I have my minimum value is 3 at x equals half, and there is no maximum value for this question. ஏனா இந்த இடத்துல f double dash of x is greater than 0, which means you do not have a maximum value. Minimum value மட்டும் தான் இருக்கு. So this is method 1. இப்போ method 2 நான் என்ன பண்ண போறேன்? My question, I'll write it again. So f of x equals 2x minus 1 the whole square plus 3. So you can do it in this method also. இப்போ இங்க என்ன பண்ண போறோம்? I know that 2x minus 1 the whole square is going to be greater than or equal to 0. Correct? Any square term is going to be greater than or equal to 0. So I see that I need a plus 3. So what am I going to do? I'm going to add plus 3 on both sides. So 2x minus 1 the whole square plus 3 greater than or equal to 0 plus 3. This does not change the inequality. Inequality change agadu. So what do I see from here? My f of x, this left hand side la irukradena f of x is greater than or equal to 3. Which means, enoda value 3 length, if this is my point 3, whatever values I have greater than 3, okay, so this is going to be the solution. So the minimum value is going to be 3. Mata ella values me 3 vida jaasti adana irukke. So what is my minimum value? Minimum value of f of x is going to be 3. And where is the value going to be 3? When I substitute, if I know that f of x or the minimum value is going to be 3. So when I substitute that in the question, I have 2x minus 1 the whole square plus 3 equals 3. I need to find for which value. So 3 cancel achna, I have 2x minus 1 equals 0, x equals half. So at x equals half, my minimum value is going to be 3. So this is my method 2. So இந்த இடத்துல I have taught you 2 different methods. ஒன்னு வந்து first derivative use பண்ணி, இன்னொன்னு டைரக்டா logic use பண்ணி. This logic method will be useful when you are dealing with mod function. இப்போ mod of x plus 3 இந்த மாதிரிலாம் இருந்ததுன்னா இந்த logic method தான் யூஸ்ஃபுல்லா இருக்கும், because first derivative கண்டுபிடிக்க முடியாது. log functionக்கு first derivative பண்ண முடியாது. Okay? So இப்போ you can use method 1 or method 2, whichever is comfortable for you. Method 2. Method 2 mostly நம்ம mod function க்கு யூஸ் பண்ணுவோம். Method 1 இந்த மாதிரி quadratic இல்ல polynomial function க்கு யூஸ் பண்ணிக்கலாம். Okay? Clear? So let me solve question number 2, subsection 2. Okay? So I have subsection 2, f of x equals 9x square plus 12x plus 2. Now I'm going to use the first derivative method. So I have f dash of x is going to be 18x plus 12. I can take 4 common or 3 common. So 3 times 6x plus 3 4s are. So I can also take 6 outside. Yeah? So idhile 6a common எடுத்துருவோம். So when I take 6 outside from this, 6 times 3x plus 2. Now, what is my next step? F of x equals 0. When I do that, I have 6 times 3x plus 2 equals 0. So, from this, 3x plus 2 equals 0, x equals minus 2 divided by 3. So, I have found out my critical point. If a value maximum or minimum, I have to find the second derivative. So, I have f dash of x equals 18x plus 12. So, f double dash of x is going to be 18, which is greater than 0, which means value is minimum. Greater than 0 now we are talking about the minimum value and there is no maximum value. Adi enna value? So I have x equals minus 2 by 3. When I substitute that in f of x, which is 9x square plus 12x plus 2, I have f of minus 2 by 3 is going to be 9 times minus 2 by 3 the whole square plus 12 times minus 2 by 3 plus 2. Be careful with the sign. So I have 9 times 2 2s are 4 divided by 9 plus. In that I can cancel. So I have 3 4s are. Now when I multiply 4 into 2, I have minus 8 plus 2. In Q, the 9 and the 9 gets cancelled. So what do I have? 4 plus 2 is 6 minus 8, which is going to be minus 2. So this is my minimum value. So final answer eppadi edano? Minimum value is minus 2 at x equals minus 2 divided by 3. Okay? Punjada? Simple. Now subsection 3. F of x equals minus x minus 1 the whole square plus 10. So third subsection, f of x equals minus x minus 1 the whole square plus 10. First derivative kandupidikka poren. So I already have a minus. So minus the 2 comes down. The derivative is going to be x minus 1 to the power 1. And what is the function inside x minus 1? Other derivate panna, differentiate panna, I'll get 1 plus 0. Okay, so what is this going to be? Minus 2 times x minus 1. Next step, equate f dash of x to 0. So I have minus 2 times x minus 1 equals 0. So I have x equals 1. So this is my critical point or the turning point. Now maximum or minimum eppadi theriyum? I have to find f double dash. So I have f dash of x equals minus 2x plus 2. F double dash of x equals minus 2. This is less than 0. So the value is maximum. F double dash of x is going to be less than 0 now, the value is going to be maximum. Okay, and what is the value going to be at x equals 1? I have f of x equals minus x minus 1 the whole square plus 10. When I substitute the value, I have minus 1 minus 1 the whole square plus 10, which is going to be 10. So final answer enna? Maximum value is 10 at x equals 1. Okay, இப்போ இதை நம்ம second methodல போட்டா எப்படி இருக்கும்? I'll solve it in that way also. So second method, question, and I'll write my question first. So f of x equals minus of x minus 1 the whole square plus 10. இங்கே இருக்கு. So I know that x minus 1 the whole square term is going to be greater than or equal to 0. So this is my square term. If I have a minus in the question, so when I multiply by minus on both sides, x minus 1 the whole square, minus ala multiply panna, you have to know that the inequality reverses. Correct? Minus ala multiply panna, the inequality reverses. This linear inequality chapter la nama paathirkom. Now I need a plus 10. So I need to add plus 10. So I have minus x minus 1 the whole square plus 10 is less than or equal to 0. So what do I have? This is my f of x is going to be, sorry, I have to add a 10. Yeah? So this is going to be less than or equal to 10. So what do I know in the number line? 10 inge irukka podhu. My function is all going to be to the left of 10. So this is going to be my maximum value. புரிஞ்சுதா? இது வந்து லாஜிக்கலா பார்த்தா it is going to be my maximum value. இந்த இடத்துல second derivative test வச்சு போட்டோம். But here according to logic, f of x is less than 10. So f of x is going to take all the values which are less than 10. So what is the maximum value? It is going to be 10. So enna for what value of x? So for what value of x, maximum value is 10. So you need to find that out. So if f of x oda maximum value 10 in therinju pochu. So when I equate, I have minus of x minus 1 the whole square plus 10 equals 10. This gets cancelled. So I have x minus 1 the whole square is going to be 0. I have x equals 1. So maximum value is going to be at x equals 1. Okay? Rendu methodum purinjudha? So whichever method you want, you can use that. In the இடத்துல second method is mostly useful when you have mod functions. Okay? Always remember that. In the mari mod function irundha, it is useful. Now, fourth, I'll write the question. F of x or g of x kuduthirukku, it's okay. X cube plus 1. So first step, first derivative. So f dash of x is going to be 3x square plus 0. So the next step is going to be equating f dash of x to 0, which means I have 3x square equals 0, x equals 0. So this is my critical point. Now I have to find my second derivative. So f double dash of x is going to be 6x. And when I substitute the value, f double dash of 0 is going to be 6 times 0, which is equal to 0. So the second derivative test fails. So, இப்போ நம்ம என்ன பண்ண போறோம்? You have to find out another method to do this. So, I'll use my first derivative method. அது என்ன மெத்தட்னு ஞாபகம் இருக்கா? I'll revise. So, first derivative method என்ன பண்ண போறோம்? I have my f dash of x to be 3x square. Okay? So, I got my value of x to be 0. I have to take values very, very close to 0. Basically, I'm going to take 0 minus 0.1 and 0 plus 0.1. இது ஞாபகம் இருக்கா? இது என்ன மெத்தட்ல நம்ம போடுவோம்? My critical value, this is going to be c. So I'm going to take some value very, very close to my critical value. c minus h and c plus h. So left hand side லையும் right hand side லையும் எப்படி behave பண்ணுதுன்னு பார்க்க போறோம். My f dash of x is going to be 3x square. So when I substitute two values, when x is equal to minus 0.1 and x equals plus 0.1, I see that it is going to be x square. So even if I substitute a negative value, so I see that here the f dash of x is going to be greater than 0 and f dash of x is going to be greater than 0. இப்போ left hand side la f dash of x is less than 0 னு வந்தாதான் I can say that the f dash of x is less than 0 around 0 and greater than 0 on the left. அப்ப இது என்னது? This is going to be my minimum value. But here I see that it is going to be greater than 0 on both sides. So basically, எனக்கு ஒரு point 0 இருக்கு. 0க்கு left hand sideல the value is increasing. So the value is increasing. 0க்கு right hand sideல the value is still increasing. It is not decreasing. இது decrease ஆச்சுனா தான I can call this point the maximum. It is not getting decreased. So this is not the case, which means we do not have a maximum or a minimum value. So neither maximum nor minimum. Okay, so this function does not have a minimum and a maximum value. Okay, ரெண்டுமே கிடையாது. Clear? Question number 2. இப்போ இந்த இடத்துல I'm dealing with mod functions. So you cannot find your f dash of x for a mod function. So நம்ம என்ன பண்ண போறோம்? Method 2 use பண்ண போறோம். The method that I used in question number 1. Okay, so this is not the method I'm going to use. So the method I have is going to be first f of x equals mod of x plus 2 minus 1. I know that the mod function is always going to be positive. So first step, mod of x plus 2 is going to be greater than or equal to 0. And in the question I have a minus 1. So I'm going to subtract 1 on both sides. So I have mod of x plus 2 minus 1 greater than or equal to. Inequality அப்படியே தான் இருக்க போகுது. 0 minus 1. And left hand side la this is going to be my f of x is greater than or equal to minus 1. So how does my number line look? I have a minus 1 and f of x is going to be greater than. So இந்த பக்கம் தான் values எல்லாமே இருக்க போகுது. So I have this to be my minimum value. Okay, மத்த எல்லா வேல்யூ மேக்ஸிமமா இருக்க போகுது. So I found that my minimum value is minus 1. But x என்ன? At what value of x? அது கண்டுபிடிக்கலாமா? So I found out that my f of x is going to be minus 1. So what is my x? What is my x? So f of x என்ன? Mod of x plus 2 minus 1 equals f of 1. Okay, I'm substituting this. F of x equals this னு substitute பண்றேன். So I can cancel these two. I have mod of x plus 2 equals 0. I have x plus 2 equals 0, which means x equals minus 2. Okay, so at x equals minus 2, minimum value is minus 1. Okay, this is my final answer. Please copy. Subsection 2. Again, I have a mod function. I have g of x equals minus mod of x plus 1 plus 3. So I again have a mod function. இது directா பண்ண முடியாது. I cannot find my g dash of x. I cannot find. Okay, so what am I going to do? I know that the mod function is going to be greater than or equal to 0. In the question, I have a minus. So I am going to multiply by minus on both sides. When I multiply by minus, my inequality changes. Okay, please pay attention. Linear inequality le idu padichirkom. When I multiply by minus or divide by minus, my linear inequality changes. Okay, then I again need a plus 3. So I'm going to add 3 on both sides. So I have minus of mod x plus 1 plus 3 less than or equal to 0 plus 3. So left hand side la irukkiradhu is my g of x less than or equal to 3. When I draw the number line, I have 3 So g of x is going to be less than 3. So all the values are going to be to the left of 3. So what do I have? This is going to be my maximum value. 3 தாண்டி வேற எதுவுமே இல்லல்ல. So this is going to be my maximum value. So maximum value of g of x is going to be 3. But for what value of x I have to find out. So g of x is equal to 3. Now I have minus of mod x plus 1 plus 3 equals 3. Sorry, equals 3. I'm going to equate. So when I cancel, I have x plus 1 equals 0, x equals minus 1. So my final answer is at x equals minus 1. Maximum value. Maximum or minimum on kekranga. So maximum value is 3. Okay. There is no minimum value. You have to understand. Maximum value da irukku. Minimum value enna? It is at infinity. At x is equal to infinity, the value is going to be minus infinity. Okay. Please copy. Subsection 3. I have a sin 2x function. Subsection 3. H of x equals sin 2x plus 5. Here, it is easy to differentiate and then find the values. But namakku value ennava varapodhu? I am going to get something like pi by 4, 3 pi by 4. In the marla values varum. It is difficult to equate all that. It is a long process. Adu or method, but it is a long process. Nama ivlo neram padichadhiye pota enagum. I know that my sin function lies between 1 and minus 1. Avladha. Iduve simple mudiju pochu. I need a plus 5 from the question. So I have minus 1 plus 5 less than or equal to sin 2x plus 5 less than or equal to 1 plus 5. So this is my f of x. So it lies between 4 less than or equal to h of x. So h of x less than or equal to 6. So I know what my minimum and maximum value is. So minimum value is going to be 4 and maximum value is going to be 6. Okay. So I have minimum value is h of x equals 4 and maximum value h of x equals 6. I need to know for what value of x. Ilya? So when I do that, I have h of x equals 4 na. I have sin 2x plus 5 equals 4. Sin 2x equals minus 1. Where is my value minus 1? Sin it is going to be all silver tea cups. Mari problems nam eppadi solve pannirkom nyabam iruka? I'll first solve for this. So I have first I'll omit the minus. So I have sin 2x equals 1. I know that sin 2x equals sin pi divided by 2. I have 2x equals pi divided by 2. X equals pi by 4. Okay. So I have this to be equal to sin of pi by 4, but I need a negative value. So negative value na, where is my sign negative? It is going to be negative in my all silver teacups na. It is going to be negative in my third quadrant and the fourth quadrant. So in the third quadrant, my sign function looks like, third quadrant la eppadi irukum? Sign is going to be pi plus pi by 4 and fourth quadrant it is going to be minus pi divided by 4. Sin function has to be between, sin x exists between minus pi by 2 to pi by 2. Remember, so it has to be in the fourth quadrant. So we are talking about minus pi by 4. So the minimum value is going to be 4 when x equals minus pi divided by 4. This is not asked in the question. They are only asking for what the maximum and minimum value is. Idha na edukku solve pandrena for you to know how to find the value of x. If exam la adha kekka maatanga, கேட்டாங்கன்னா இந்த மாதிரி ப்ராசஸ்ல போடணும். ஓகே, புரிஞ்சுதா? Now, fourth subsection, I have f of x equals sin 4x plus 3. Okay, inside a mod function. So this again I am going to solve using this way. So I have sin 4x is less than or equal to 1, less than or equal to minus 1. Now I need to add a 3. So I have minus 1 plus 3 less than or equal to sin 4x plus 3 less than or equal to 1 plus 3. 2 less than or equal to sin 4x plus 3 less than or equal to 4. When I add a modulus pota, idukku mod aidum, but everything is a positive value. So I have 2 less than or equal to f of x less than or equal to 4. So what is my minimum value? It is going to be 2. And what is my maximum value? It is going to be 4. So final answer enna? Minimum value is 2 and maximum value is 4. Okay, புரிஞ்சுதா? So they have only asked for minimum and maximum values. X value கேட்கல. கேட்டா இந்த மாதிரி மெத்தட்ல சால்வ் பண்ணணும். Okay, usually they don't ask, so don't worry. கேட்டா இந்த மாதிரி போடுங்க. Okay, now fifth subsection, I have h of x equals x plus 1, but it is given that the value of x is between minus 1 and 1. இதை differentiate பண்ணா என்ன கிடைக்கும்? I have h of x equals 1 ன்னு கிடைக்கும். I cannot equate it to 0 because 1 equals 0 ன்னு வரும், which is not true. So I am not going to do in that method. என்ன methodல போட போறேன்? It is given that x value is between, this is x இல்லையா? So x value is between minus 1 and 1. Strict inequality போட்டிருக்கேன். இந்த இடத்துல closed bracket போடல. If I have a closed bracket, I can write x less than or equal to 1 less than or equal to minus 1. But இங்க இது கொடுக்கல. Okay, it is given in a circular bracket. So minus 1 less than x less than 1. When I add a plus 1 on both sides because I need a plus 1. So minus 1 plus 1 less than x plus 1 less than 1 plus 1. So here I have 0 less than, this is going to be my h of x less than 2. But இப்போ இதுக்கு முன்னாடி questionலலாம் நம்ம என்ன பார்த்தோம்? இந்த இடத்துல ஒரு equal symbol இருந்தது, equality symbol இருந்தது, which means I can say that h of x is equal to 0 is my minimum value and h of x equals to is my maximum value. But here I do not have this equality sign, which means I cannot tell that this is my maximum and minimum value. Okay, equality இருந்ததுனா தானே equal பண்ண முடியும். இந்த இடத்துல h of x is greater than 0, but it is not 0. So that is not my minimum value. Minimum value வேற ஏதோ, it could be 0.0001, it can be 0.2, it can be 0.5, it can be anything இல்லையா? So I do not know what my minimum and maximum value is. So no minimum or maximum value. Okay, clear? Please copy. Question number 3. Find the local minima and local maxima if any. Find also the local minima and local maxima values as the case may be. So இருந்ததுனா maximum and minimum கண்டுபிடிங்கன்னு சொல்றாங்க. So what do I have? F of x equals x square. So first subsection I have f of x equals x square. So when I find f dash of x, I have 2x. When I equate f dash of x to 0, I have 2x equals 0, which means x is equal to 0. Okay, இப்போ இந்த இடத்துல when I find f double dash of x, what is my f double dash of x? It's going to be 2 and I see that it is greater than 0, which means my value is going to be a local minima. இல்லையா? f double dash is greater than 0. F double dash of x is greater than 0, which means I'm talking about my local minima. Okay, அப்படினா for what value at x is equal to 0, I have f of 0 equals 0 square, which is equal to 0. So my local minima is 0 at x equals 0. So this is my answer. Okay, subsection 2. So I have g of x equals x cube minus 3x. So question number 2, g of x equals x cube minus 3x. That's my question, correct? So now when I find g dash of x equals 3x square minus 3. Now when I take 3 outside, I have x square minus 1. This can be written as x plus 1 into x minus 1. Now I have to equate g dash of x to 0. So I have 3 times x plus 1 times x minus 1 equals 0. So what are my x values? X equals minus 1 and x equals 1. So I have two different values. So these two are going to be my critical point. இப்போ maximum minimum எப்படி கண்டுபிடிக்கிறது? I need to double differentiate. So g double dash of x equals 6x minus 0. This is going to be 6x. Now when I substitute two different values, I have to find out which is maximum and which is minimum. இல்லையா? So when x equals minus 1, I have g double dash of minus 1 equals 6 times minus 1 minus 6, which is less than 0. So this is going to be local maxima. When x equals 1, I have g double dash of 1 equals 6 times 1, 6 greater than 0. So this is going to be my minima. I have found out my maxima and the minima, but I need to substitute that in the function to know what the value is. Ilya? So when I substitute g of minus 1, I have minus 1 the whole cube minus 3 times minus 1. This is going to be minus 1 plus 3, which is going to be a 2. So this is going to be g of minus 1. Now I have g of 1 to be 1 cube minus 3 into 1, and this is going to be 1 minus 3, which is minus 2. Okay, so this is going to be my minimum value and this is going to be my maximum value. So final answer enna? The maximum value is 2 at x is equal to minus 1 and minimum value is minus 2 at x equals 1. So this is my final answer. Okay, please copy. Subsection 3. I have h of x equals sin x plus cos x. Now third subsection, h of x equals sin x plus cos x. So h dash of x, when I differentiate, I have cos x. Cos x derivative is going to be minus sine. So minus sine x. Now I need to equate this to 0. So I have cos x minus sine x equals 0. Cos x equals sine x. I can also write this as sine x by cos x. So sine x by cos x equals 1. Illa cos x by sine x equals 1. So either way it is going to be the same. So this is going to be tan x equals 1. So enna value, what is my value of x? It is going to be pi divided by 4. So this is my critical point. Okay, now I need to find out whether it's maximum or minimum. Adukku na enna panna poren? I am going to substitute. So I have h of x equals sine pi by 4 plus cos of pi divided by 4. This is going to be 1 by root 2 plus 1 by root 2, which is going to be 2 divided by root 2, which is going to be my root 2. If the maximum value or minimum value, I have to find my second derivative. So h double dash of x equals, I have h dash of x is going to be cos x minus sin x. So h double dash is going to be minus sin x or derivative is going to be cos x. So this is going to be minus of sin x plus cos x. Found out my second derivative. If it is less than 0 or greater than 0, I'm going to substitute my x value, critical point. So this is going to be minus of sine pi by 4 plus cos pi by 4, which is going to be minus of 1 by root 2 plus 1 by root 2, which is going to be minus 2 by root 2, which is going to be minus root 2, and the value is less than 0. So I have h double dash in the case less. So it is going to be h double dash of x is going to be less than 0, which means we are talking about the local maxima. Less than 0 now we are talking about local maxima. So what is it going to be? Local maxima is, what did we get? H of x is going to be root 2 at the critical point, is root 2 at x equals pi divided by 4. Value which pota, it is going to be even more easier. Okay, so this is my answer. Please copy. Fourth subsection is very similar. So I have fourth subsection is going to be f of x sin x minus cos x. F of x is going to be sin x minus cos x. So when I find the derivative, I have f dash of x is going to be sin root derivative is cos x minus cos root derivative is minus sin x. So I am getting sin x plus cos x. Now when I equate this to 0, I have cos x plus sin x equals 0, which means cos x equals minus sin x. From this I have minus sin x divided by cos x equals 1. So minus tan x equals 1. So from here I have tan x equals minus 1. If tan x equals 1, I'll write it here. When I have tan x equals 1, which means x equals pi divided by 4. But namakku minus value veno. Where is tan going to be negative when I have all silver teacups? I know that my tan is going to be negative in my second quadrant and fourth quadrant. So if a second quadrant value it is going to be pi minus x, and which in our case is going to be pi minus pi by 4, which is going to be 3 pi divided by 4. And fourth quadrant it is going to be minus pi by 4. So I can write it as pi 2 pi minus pi divided by 4. So this line is going to be my 2 pi. So inge it is going to be 2 pi minus pi by 4, which is going to be 8 pi minus 2 pi minus x. I'll write the general way. So 2 pi minus x, which is going to be 2 pi minus pi by 4, which is going to be 7 pi by 4, which you can also write it as minus pi by 4. Okay, so in the இடத்துல நம்ம 7 pi by 4 போட்டுக்கலாம். So what are my critical points? X equals 3 pi by 4 and 7 pi divided by 4. So I have to check for two different values. Check where it is going to be maximum and where it's going to be minimum. Correct? So first for that I need to find my second derivative. So f double dash of x is going to be, when I double differentiate, this is going to be my, you see here, this is going to be my f dash. So if the differentiate panna, cos x is going to be minus sin x and plus sin x irukku. So this is going to be plus cos x. So this is going to be my f double dash. When x oda value f double dash of 3 pi by 4 is going to be minus sine of 3 pi by 4 plus cos of 3 pi by 4. I can write this as minus sine of pi minus pi by 4 plus cos of pi minus pi by 4. We are talking about the second quadrant, and in the second quadrant sine is positive and cos is negative. Correct? So what am I going to get here? This is going to be minus abdiye irukum, sine of pi by 4 and cos becomes negative. So minus cos of pi divided by 4. Purida? Basically in the second quadrant cos of pi minus pi by 4 is going to be negative. So I have this is equal to cos of minus cos of pi divided by 4. அதான் இங்க எழுதிருக்கேன். When I take the minus outside, sin pi by 4 is going to be 1 by root 2 plus cos pi by 4 is going to be 1 by root 2. So when I simplify this, I have minus root 2. So here I have f double dash of 3 pi by 4 equals minus root 2, which is less than 0. So we are talking about the maxima here. Okay, so the maximum value is going to be at 3 pi by 4 and you have to find out what the value is. இப்போ minimum value check பண்ணிடலாம். So I have f double dash of 7 pi by 4. When I substitute that, minus sign, I'm substituting it here. புரியுதா? Second derivative check பண்றேன் to find the maximum and minimum value. So I have sin of 7 pi by 4 plus cos of 7 pi by 4. This I can rewrite it as, I'll write in the next step. I have minus sin of 2 pi minus pi by 4 plus cos of 2 pi minus pi divided by 4. We are talking about the fourth quadrant. Fourth quadrant la sin is going to be negative and cos is going to be positive. Correct? In that all silver teacups pata, cos is going to be positive in the fourth quadrant and sin is negative. Correct? So from this, I have sin is negative. So I already have a minus and this is going to be minus sin pi by 4 plus cos is positive. So I have cos pi divided by 4. So sin pi by 4, cos pi by 4 இருக்கு. So this is 1 by root 2. 1 by root 2 plus 1 by root 2, which is root 2, which is greater than 0. So we are talking about the minima here. Okay. So what do we have? It is going to be minima at the x value, which is 7 pi by 4. So இப்போ maxima எங்க minima எங்கன்னு கண்டுபிடிச்சாச்சு. For what value of x ன்னு கண்டுபிடிச்சாச்சு. We have to find out what the maximum value is and what the minimum value is. Okay. Let's solve it here. So I found out that at x equals, I'll write it here. So at x equals 3 pi by 4, what is my f of x? What is my question? Sin x minus cos x. So f of x is going to be sin x minus cos x. This is going to be, when I substitute, I have sin 3 pi by 4 minus cos 3 pi by 4. இப்பதான் solve பண்ணோம். Sin 3 pi by 4 na we are talking about the second quadrant. So this becomes sin pi by 4 plus this becomes cos pi by 4. We just solved. So this is going to be 1 by root 2 plus 1 by root 2, which is going to be root 2. And when x is equal to 7 pi by 4, I have f of x equals sin x minus cos x. When I substitute the value, it is going to be sin 7 pi by 4 minus cos 7 pi by 4. We are talking about the fourth quadrant. So sin is going to be negative. So minus sin pi by 4. Cos is going to be positive. So minus cos pi by 4. Minus a common I'll have a minus root 2. Now, what is my final answer? At x equals 3 pi by 4, maximum value equals root 2, and at x equals 7 pi by 4, minimum value equals minus root 2. புரிஞ்சுதா? So this is how you write your final answer. This is going to be my in the question ஓடது இங்க எழுதிருக்கேன். Okay, please copy. This is a very very easy process. நம்ம அந்த all silver teacups அதெல்லாம் கொஞ்சம் கரெக்ட்டா போட்டாலே கரெக்ட்டா வந்துரும். Okay? Now, next subsection. So this is a little easy. Fifth, f of x equals x cube minus 6x square plus 9x plus 15. In the exam, always write the question once. அப்பதான் தப்பா போட மாட்டோம். Question copy பண்ணும்போது minus plus எல்லாம் பார்த்து போடுங்க. When I find the first derivative, it is going to be 3x square minus 12x plus 9. From here, I can take 3 outside. So x square minus 4x plus 3. When I split the middle term, 3 product and the sum has to be minus 4. So minus 3 minus 1. So what is inside when I split? X square minus 3x minus x plus 3. X times x minus 3. X minus 3. In that minus 1. So this is going to be x minus 1 times x minus 3. So what is my f dash of x from this? F dash of x is going to be 3 times x minus 1 times x minus 3. When I equate f dash of x to 0, I have x equals 1 and x equals 3. So these are my critical values. இப்போ f double dash கண்டுபிடிக்க போறேன் to find which is maximum and minimum. So f double dash of x is going to be, from here I have 3 2s are 6. So 6x minus 12. When I take 6 outside, I have x minus 2. Now I need to find out for which value it is going to be minimum and maximum. So if I have double dash of 1 pota, I have 6 times 1 minus 2, which is going to be minus 6, less than 0. So this is going to be my maximum. Okay. இவ்வளவுதான், very simple. Find the critical points, substitute it in the second derivative and find out whether it's maxima or minima. இப்போ f double dash of 3, I have 6 times 3 minus 2, which is going to be 6, greater than 0, so this is my minima. Okay, அவ்வளவுதான். Now I need to find out what my minimum and maximum value. So at x equals 1, f of x என்ன? Write the question again. X cube minus 6x square plus 9x plus 15. So when I substitute 1, I have 1 cube minus 6 times 1 square plus 9 into 1 plus 15. This is going to be 1 minus 6 plus 9 plus 15. So I have 9 plus 1, 10, 10 plus 15, 25, 25 minus 6 is going to be 19. Now x equals 3. So f of 3 la substitute panna 3 cube minus 6 into 3 square plus 9 into 3 plus 15. When I solve this, I have 3 3s are 9, 9 3s are 27, minus 3 3s are 9, 9 6 are 54, plus 27 plus 15. So I have 27, 27 is going to give me 54, minus 56 plus 15. This is going to be minus 2 plus 15, which is going to be 13. Okay, இப்போ நமக்கு இங்கே என்ன வந்தது? f of 1 ல maxima, correcta? So f of 1 la I'm getting a maximum value and minimum enga varudhu? At 3 I'm getting a minimum value. So at 3 I'm getting a minimum value, correcta? இந்த இடத்துல I have 19, இந்த இடத்துல I have 13. So what is my final answer? Maximum value at maximum value என்னது? Maximum value is 19 at x equals 1 and minimum value என்ன? Minimum value is 13 at x equals 3. Okay, please copy. Second derivative test எதுக்காக பண்றோம்? maximum value minimum value என்னன்னு கண்டுபிடிக்கிறதுக்கு, where அப்படின்னு கண்டுபிடிக்கிறதுக்கு. அதை திரும்ப f of x ல substitute பண்ணா எது maximum எது minimumனு தெரிஞ்சிரும் from the function. Okay, now sixth subsection, I have g of x equals x by 2 plus 2 by x and it's given that x is greater than 0. Okay, இப்போ first derivative. So g dash of x is going to be 1 by 2. 1 by 2x, அதை differentiate பண்ணா I have 1 by 2 plus இந்த இடத்துல 2 to the power x minus 1 இல்லையா? So the minus 1 comes down, x minus 1. So I have minus 1 comes down. So minus 1 times I already have a 2 and x oda power gets reduced by minus 1. So I have 1 by 2 minus 2 divided by x square. This is my g dash of x. Okay, when I equate this to 0, so g dash of x equals 0 now, I have 2 by x square equals 1 divided by 2. So from this I have x square equals 4. So x oda value is going to be plus or minus 2. So I have two different critical points. I have to find out my maxima and minima. Correct? Ipo I'll write g dash of x equals half minus 2 into x to the power minus 2. I have to find my second derivative. So this is going to be 0 minus 2 times the 2 comes down, x to the power minus 3. Power gets reduced. So this is going to be in the minus plus side. So I'll be left with 4 divided by x cube. So I found out my g double dash. Ipo check பண்றதுக்கு என்ன பண்ண போறோம்? I have two different values of x which is going to be 2 and minus 2. But in the question it is given that x oda value is greater than 0. Correct? In the question it's given x is going to be greater than 0. So I can omit the minus 2. So my value of x is only going to be 2. So at 2 I have g double dash of 2 is going to be, இது maximava minimava எப்படி தெரியும்? 4 divided by 8, 1 by 2 greater than 0. So since the second derivative is greater than 0, this is going to be my minima. Okay, for what value? At x equals 2, what is my g of x? G of x is going to be from the question x by 2 plus 2 by x. So x by 2 plus 2 by x, when I substitute that I have 2 by 2 plus 2 by 2 which is going to be 1 plus 1 which is 2. So I have minimum value, minimum maximum ஆன second derivative ல தான் தெரியும். So minimum value is 2 at x equals 2. So this is my final answer. Okay, please copy. Seventh subsection, g of x is going to be, I'll write it like this for simplicity, to the power minus 1 and எழுதுறேன். So when I find the first derivative, I have the minus comes down, x square plus 2, the power gets reduced by minus 1 and the function that is inside, அதை differentiate பண்ணோம்ல, so x square na it becomes 2x plus 0. So this is what we have. Minus ஆல multiply பண்ணா 2x times x square plus 2 to the power minus 2 which is going to be minus 2x divided by x square plus 2. So this is going to be my g dash of x. Now when I equate this to 0, I have minus 2x divided by x square plus 2 equals 0. From this I have x equals 0. So this is my critical point. இப்போ second derivative எடுத்தாதான் minimum maximum தெரியும். So I have to find my g double dash of x, which is going to be இதுதான் g dash of x. So this is of the form v u divided by v, and according to the formula it is going to be vu dash minus uv dash divided by v square, denominator square. So when I do that, vu dash is going to be x square plus 2 times d by dx of minus 2x minus 2x times d by dx of x square plus 2. எங்கெல்லாம் மைனஸ் இருக்கோ அங்கெல்லாம் நான் bracket போடுறேன் தெரியுதா? So never miss that. The whole divided by x square plus 2 the whole square. Okay. Now when I find this, I have x square plus 2 times minus 2 minus 2x times 2x the whole divided by x square plus 2 the whole square. This when I simplify, I have ulla multiply panna minus 2x square minus 2. This becomes a plus. So plus 4x square. 2x into 2x is going to be 4x square. Minus and the minus becomes a plus. The whole divided by x square plus 2 the whole square. This when I substitute, I have simplify panna minus 2x square and plus 4x square simplify panna, I'll have 2x square. So 2x square minus 2 divided by x square plus 2 the whole square. When I take the 2 outside, I have x square minus 1 divided by x square plus 2 the whole square. Now I need to substitute the critical point. Because g double dash of 0 nu pota, I have to check whether this is maximum or minimum. So if 0 substitute panna, I have 2 times 0 minus 1 divided by 0 plus 2 the whole square. So I have 2 times minus 1. 0 minus 1 is going to be minus 2 divided by 0 plus 2 is 2. 2 square is 4. So I have minus 1 divided by 2. 0 வந்துச்சேன் அந்த sum and the term மறந்துட கூடாது. Multiply correct பண்ணனும் ஏனா minus sign இருக்கு. So this is going to be less than 0. So g double dash of x is less than 0 na. It means that we are talking about the maxima. Okay, so we are talking about the maximum value. So what is that value at x equals 0? When I substitute g of 0, function enna nammalodu g of x is going to be 1 divided by x square plus 2. So first g of x edhilaam. So I have g of x is going to be 1 divided by x square plus 2. And I substitute 0, I have 1 divided by 0 square plus 2, which is going to be 1 by 2. So answer enna? Maximum value is 1 by 2 at what value? X is equal to 0. So this is my final answer. Okay, please copy. Subsection 8. So I have f of x equals x square root of 1 minus x. Okay, so this again the same method. So when I find the first derivative, this is of the form u into v. So I can do u v dash plus v u dash. Yeah, v u dash. So when I do that, I have x times d by dx of root of 1 minus x plus 1 minus x the whole root d by dx of x. Product rule. So this is going to be x times 1 by square root of 1 minus x is going to be 1 divided by 2 root of 1 minus x. But in the இடத்துல coefficient of x is going to be a minus. So I have to multiply by minus 1. ஏனா அது ஒரு derivative கண்டுபிடிச்சா it is going to be minus 1. Plus what do I have here? 1 minus root x times 1. Now when I take the LCM, I can multiply this and this. So what will I have? Minus x in the numerator plus 2 times 1 minus x the whole divided by 2 root of 1 minus x. I am taking the LCM. So this is my LCM. When I multiply, I'll get this term. And in the numerator, I have a minus x. So that is what I've written here. Okay, clear? Now this when I simplify, minus x plus I'm multiplying the 2 inside. So 2 minus 2x divided by 2 root of 1 minus x. Sign எல்லாம் careful போடுங்க, derivative correctா கண்டுபிடிங்க. So this is going to be, I have minus x minus 2x, which becomes minus 3x. So minus 3x plus 2 divided by 2 root of 1 minus x. Now I have to equate f dash of x to 0. So I have minus 3x plus 2 divided by 2 root of 1 minus x is 0. From this I have minus 3x plus 2 equals 0. So x equals minus 2 அந்த பக்கம் போச்சுனா x is equal to 2 divided by 3. Okay, so I found out what my critical point is. So what is my first derivative? F dash of x என்ன வந்தது? Minus 3x plus 2 divided by 2 root of 1 minus x. Again, this is of the form u divided by v. So v u dash minus uv dash divided by v square, denominator square. So careful podunga. I have vu dash. So 2 root of 1 minus x d by dx of minus 3x plus 2 minus uv dash, which is minus 3x plus 2 d by dx of the denominator 2 root of 1 minus x the whole divided by denominator square. So 2 root of 1 minus x the whole square. So what do I have here? 2 root of 1 minus x bracket times minus 3x plus 2 order derivative is minus 3 minus 3x plus 2 times, when I differentiate this, I have a 2 is a constant, I'll take the 2 times root of 1 by 1 minus x is going to give me 1 by 2 root of 1 minus x times minus 1. Okay, now I'm going to club in the minus, I'm going to club this minus and this minus, so it becomes a plus. I can cancel the 2 and the 2 and whole divided by denominator la enna irukku 2 root of 1 minus x the whole square, which becomes 4 times 1 minus x. Okay, now this is going to be, when I multiply minus 6 root of 1 minus x, minus minus became a plus, pink la highlight pannirken, that became a plus, times what do I have? Minus 3x plus 2 divided by square root of 1 minus x the whole divided by 4 into 1 minus x. Now when I take the LCM in the numerator, I have in the 1 minus root x iduvum it becomes square illaya, so square root poidum. What do I have now? Minus 6 into 1 minus x plus minus 3x plus 2 the whole divided by 4 times 1 minus x. Ipo in the root of 1 minus x, you see here the root of 1 minus x and this becomes 1 minus x to the power 3 divided by 2. Okay, now what is in my numerator when I multiply? Minus 6 ulla kondu pona, I have minus 6 plus 6x minus 3x plus 2 the whole divided by 4 into 1 minus x to the power 3 divided by 2. So what can I cancel? Minus 6 plus 2 becomes a minus 4 plus 3x divided by 4 into 1 minus x the whole power 3 divided by 2. So I found out my f double dash of x. It is going to be f. So f double dash of x kandupidichachu. Now I need to substitute my critical point. What is my critical point from here? It is going to be 2 divided by 3. Ada substitute pannada maximum minimum ah theriyum. So when I substitute f double dash of 2 divided by 3 and I substitute it here in this equation highlighted in green. So I have minus 4 plus 3 times 2 by 3 the whole divided by 4 into 1 minus x, which is going to be 2 by 3. Yeah, 2 by 3 the whole power 3 divided by 2. So numerator la this gets cancelled. So minus 4 plus 2 is going to be minus 2 divided by 4. This is going to be inside the square root. I have 3 minus 2, which is 1 by 3 to the power 3 divided by 2. Idella solve pannunu avasiyam illa. Basically I see that my value is going to be less than 0 because there is a negative sign here. Correct? So I have a negative value, which means we are talking about the maxima. Okay, so here my maximum value I need to find out. I have to substitute the value of x in my f of x to find the maximum value. So when I do that, I'll do it here. So at x equals 2 by 3, what is my f of x going to be? F of x from the question is going to be x root of 1 minus x. So this is going to be x root of 1 minus x. When I substitute, I have 2 by 3 square root of 1 minus 2 by 3, which is going to be 2 by 3 times, this is going to be 3 minus 2 divided by 3, which is going to be square root of 1 by 3. That's number 1 by root 3 edalama. So 1 by root 3. So what is my value? 2 divided by 3 root 3. So this is my maximum value at x equals 2 divided by 3. Punjada? Please copy. Question number 4. Prove that the following functions do not have a maximum or minimum function. So enna panna porom? First subsection, f of x equals e to the x. F dash of x is also equal to e to the x. When I equate f dash of x equals 0, you have e to the x is equal to 0. So in the mari case la you cannot, there is no such existence. So x oda value e kadayadu. X does not exist because e to the x equals 0 does not exist. Correct? இப்போ x oda value வந்து 0 ன்னு போட்டா என்ன ஆகும்? E to the 0 is going to be 1. You can never have the exponential function to be 0. அதோட graph பார்த்தா கூட 0 touch பண்ணாது. So this function does not exist. So no maxima and minima. Okay, so this is how you write your answer. It does not exist at x is equal to e to the x equals 0 does not exist. போடவே முடியாது. Okay. Similarly, second subsection, I have g of x equals log x. g dash of x is going to be 1 by x. So when I equate the first derivative to 0, I have 1 by x equals 0. அப்படின்னா என்ன அர்த்தம்? X equals infinity. But such a value cannot exist. Okay? So similarly, no maxima and minima. Okay? Please copy. So I have third subsection is going to be h of x equals x cube plus x square plus x plus 1. So when I find the h dash of x, it is going to be 3x square plus 2x plus 1. So this, when I find the solutions, நம்ம quadratic formula படிச்சிருக்கோம் ஞாபகம் இருக்கா? X equals minus b plus or minus root of b square minus 4ac divided by 2a. So I need real roots. So when I find out b square minus 4ac, what is my value of a? 3. B oda value 2, C oda value 1. When I substitute the value for B, 2 square minus 4 into 3 into 1. So I have 4 minus 12, which is going to be minus 8, which is minus 2 root 2, 2 root 2 I square. Yeah. So whatever is inside the square root, it is going to be root 8. Illati 8 ne vechupom. So I have minus b, which is minus 2 plus or minus root of minus 8 divided by 2 times 3. So basically inside the square root, I have 8i. I cannot have imaginary roots. Cannot have imaginary roots. So no maxima and minima. Okay, in the function you have to prove why there is no maxima or minima. The values cannot be imaginary when you are finding maxima and minima values. Okay, please copy. Question number 5. Find the absolute maximum value and absolute minimum value. So இவ்வளவு நேரம் local maxima, local minima பார்த்துட்டு இருந்தோம். என்ன பார்த்தோம்? If f double dash of x is greater than 0, then it is going to be the local minima. If f double dash of x is less than 0, then we are talking about the local maxima. இப்போ absolute maxima and absolute minima கண்டுபிடிக்க சொல்றாங்க. இதுக்கு நம்ம என்ன பண்ண போறோம்? We are going to follow 4 steps. என்னென்ன step? First, find critical points. அதை எப்படி கண்டுபிடிப்போம்? f dash of x is equal to 0 னு ஈக்குவேட் பண்ணா critical point கிடைச்சிரும். Second step, find endpoints. Endpoints என்னன்னு கொடுத்திருக்கு. Third, substitute in f of x. எத critical points யும் endpoints யும் substitute it in the f of x function. Fourth step is going to be find absolute maximum and minimum. These are the 4 steps. இதை நான் example questionsலையும் எப்படின்னு solve பண்ணியிருக்கேன், முன்னாடியும் explain பண்ணியிருக்கேன். I am re-explaining it again for people who did not watch my example videos. போய் example video பாருங்க, அதில் இருக்கிற questionலாம் கண்டிப்பாக examல வரும். And இந்த exercise particularly examல கண்டிப்பாக இதுலேருந்து ஒரு question வரும். ஏன்னா இதில் அவ்வளோ difficult questions இருக்கு. Okay, கொஞ்சம் நம்ம யோசிச்சோம்னா it is easy. Okay, now first step, I have f of x equals x cube. X ஓட intervalum கொடுத்துட்டாங்க minus 2 to 2. What are my end points going to be? It is going to be minus 2 and 2. So we have found out the end points. End points enna? End points is going to be minus 2 and 2. Now I need to find my critical points. So f dash of x equals 3x square. When I equate f dash of x to 0, I have 3x square equals 0. From this I have x equals 0. So I found out my critical points. Now I need to find out what my function, how my function looks. So I need to do f of 0, I have to do f of minus 2, I have to do f of 2. இதில் நான் எது absolute, எது absolute maximum, எது absolute minimum னு கண்டுபிடிக்கணும். Okay, when I substitute f of 0, I have 0 cube, which is going to be 0. இப்போ minus 2 போட்டா I have minus 2 the whole cube, which is going to be minus 8. When I substitute 2, I have 2 cube, which is going to be 8. So இதில் maximum value எது, minimum value எது? This is going to be my minimum value. And this is going to be my maximum value, and we are talking about the absolute minimum and maximum. So from this fourth step, find which is the maximum and minimum. கண்டுபிடிச்சாச்சு. So my absolute maximum value, எப்படி எழுதணும் examல? Absolute maximum value is 8 at x equals 2. And minimum அதே மாதிரி. So absolute minimum value is minus 8 at x equals minus 2. This is my answer. It is much simpler than இதுக்கு முன்னாடி solve பண்ணது. Absolute maximum, absolute minimum இந்த மாதிரி தான் கண்டுபிடிக்கணும். Okay? Now, second subsection. I have f of x equals sin x plus cos x and my endpoints are given to be 0 and pi. Okay? இப்போ இதெல்லாம் endpoints. Endpoints நம்ம first எழுதிடலாம். So, I have my endpoints to be 0 and pi. So, these are the two values. இப்போ critical point. So, when I equate f dash, when I find f dash of x first, sin x or a derivative is cos x or a derivative is minus sin x. Now, when I equate f dash of x to 0, I have cos x minus sin x equals 0, cos x equals sin x, which means I have tan x equals 1. So, x order value is going to be pi divided by 4. So, these are my values. Now, when I substitute x kennala value, I have the endpoints to be 0, pi and my other value is going to be pi by 4. இப்போ இந்த value எல்லாம் substitute பண்ணா f of 0, f of pi divided by 4. So, f of 0 substitute பண்ணா I have sin 0 plus cos 0 which is going to be 0 plus 1 which is 1. இப்போ pi substitute பண்ணா I have sin pi plus cos pi. Sin pi is 0, cos pi is minus 1. So, I have minus 1. Pi by 4 substitute பண்ணா sin pi by 4 plus cos pi by 4 which is going to be 1 by root 2 plus 1 by root 2 which is 2 by root 2 which is going to be root 2. இதோட value என்ன 1.414 இந்த மாதிரி போகும்ல. So, what is my maximum and minimum value now? Minimum value I see there is a negative value. So, this is my minimum. இப்போ maximum என்ன? I have 1 and root 2. I see that root 2 value is greater than 1. So, this is going to be my maximum value. புரிஞ்சுதா? You have to find out which is your maximum and which is your minimum. Okay, I have my absolute maximum value is root 2 at x equals pi by 4 and absolute minimum value is minus 1 at x equals pi. இப்போ போன questionல end pointsலயே maximum and minimum value வந்தது. But here it is not in the end points. வெறும் எந்த value மட்டும் end point? End point வந்து x equals piல minimum value வந்திருக்கு. But maximum value is from the critical point. Okay? புரிஞ்சுதா? So it can be anything. அதனால அதை கரெக்டா solve பண்ணுங்க. Now, third subsection. I have f of x equals 4x minus x square divided by 2. And x order value கொடுத்திருக்காங்க range. So, I know that my end points are going to be minus 2, 9 divided by 2. Okay, இப்போ critical point கண்டுபிடிக்கணும். So, I have f dash of x equals 4 minus, இந்த இடத்துல x square differentiate பண்ணா 1 by 2 is a constant. When I differentiate x square, I have 2x. So, this when I cancel the 2 and the 2, I'll be left with 4 minus x. So, when I equate f dash of x to 0, 4 minus x equals 0, x is equal to 4. இப்போ x க்கு என்னென்ன value 4, end points minus 2 and 9 by 2. இப்போ இதை substitute பண்ணா f of 4 வேணும், f of minus 2 and f of 9 divided by 2. When I substitute these values, I have 4x minus x square by 2. So, 4x which is going to be, I'll write the f of x here, 4x minus x square divided by 2. When I substitute 4, I have 4 into 4 minus 4 square divided by 2 which is 16 minus 16 divided by 2. 16 minus 8 is going to be 8. அதே மாதிரி minus 2. So, 4 minus 2 minus 2 the whole square divided by 2. So, I have 4 2s are minus 8 minus 2 square is 4. 4 divided by 2. So, minus 8 minus 2 which is going to be minus 10. இந்த இடத்துல 9 by 2. So, I have 4 times 9 by 2 minus 9 by 2 the whole square divided by 2. So, here the 2 and the 4 gets cancelled. 2 இருக்கும். 18 minus 81 divided by 4 divided by 2. So, into 1 by 2 நாயிடும். இல்லையா? So, this I have, this is going to be 18 minus 81 divided by 8. LCM எடுத்தா 8 8s are 64. 6 8 1s are 8. 9 10 11 12 13 15 16. 81 divided by 8. 144 minus 81 என்ன? Going to be 3. 14 minus 8 is going to be 63. So, I have 63 divided by 8. But 63 divided by 8 to என்ன நம்ம decimal pointல எழுதிட்டா it will be better. So, 8 8s are 64. 8 7s are 56. 63 minus 56 is going to give me 13 minus 6 என்ன? It is going to be 7. And இந்த இடத்துல 0 போட்டா 8 7s are 56. 8 8s are 64. So, 6. So, this is basically approximately 7.8. Okay. Now, what is my minimum and maximum value? So, in the இடத்துல I have 7.8 and 8. So, this is going to be my maximum value and this is going to be my minimum value. So from this, my absolute maximum is going to be 8 at x equals 4 and absolute minimum enna? Absolute minimum is going to be minus 10 at x equals minus 2. Okay, so this is my solution. Please copy. Subsection 4. So 4, I have f of x equals x minus 1 the whole square plus 3 and my end points are going to be minus 3 and 1. So my end points is also given. End points is going to be minus 3, 1. Correct? Now when I find the f dash of x, I have x minus 1 the whole square root derivative is going to be 2 times x minus 1 and when I differentiate the function that's inside, it's going to be 1 plus 0. So this is my f dash of x. When I equate f dash of x to 0, I have 2 times x minus 1 equals 0. So x equals 1. So what are my values? This is going to be x equals 1, minus 3 and 1. Okay, so 2 vaati 1 repeat aayirukku. So basically my critical point and my end points are going to be the same. So I have to find the value of f of 1 and f of minus 3. So this is going to be minus 1 substitute panna 1 minus 1 the whole square plus 3 which is going to be 3. And when I substitute minus 3, so minus 3 minus 1 the whole square plus 3. So minus 3 minus 1 is 4, minus 4 the whole square is 16 plus 3 which is going to be 19. So what is going to be my absolute maximum is 19 at x equals minus 3 and absolute minimum is 3 at x equals 1. Very, very simple. Please copy. Question number 6. Find the maximum profit that the company can make if the profit function is given by this particular thing. Okay. Now maximum profit na nartham profit differentiate panna porom. So I have p of x equals 41 minus 72x minus 18x square. Now p dash of x is going to be 0 minus 72 minus 18 2s are 36. So 36 and the power gets reduced by 1. So this is going to be minus I can take 6 common, 9 common. So 9 common at the 9 8s are 72 plus 9 4s are 36. X. So this is going to be minus 9 times 4. 4 2 plus x. This is going to be minus 36 into x plus 2. So this is going to be my p dash of x. So when I equate p dash of x to 0, I have x plus 2 equals 0. So x equals minus 2. So this is my critical point. Ipo maximum minimum every check pandrathu, I have to find my second derivative. So this when I do, p dash of x is going to be minus 36x minus 72. When I double differentiate, it is going to be minus 36. This is less than 0. So we are talking about the maximum. Okay. Question liyo adhan kuduthirukkan. It is given that it is going to be maximum profit. But now I cross check pandrathu, it is going to be maximum because the second derivative is going to be less than 0. Now when I substitute the value of x equals minus 2 to my function p of x, which is 41 minus 72x minus 18x square, I can find what my maximum profit is. So p of minus 2 is going to be 41 minus 72 times minus 2 minus 18 into minus 2 the whole square, which is 41 plus 2 2s are 4, 7 2s are 14 minus 18 into 4. 18 into 4 and 8 4s are 32. 3 4 1s are 4, 5 6 7. So minus 72. So when I add this, I have 185 minus 72 and I subtract 185 minus 72, 113. So this is going to be 113. So my maximum profit is going to be 113. Okay, please copy. But you have to notice one thing here. X is going to be the number of units produced, which cannot be negative. So in this case, the question is going to be wrong. So maybe when you get such questions, you can write the number of units that are made by the company cannot be negative. So you cannot get a maximum profit. So question exam la change pannanga correct panikonga. Okay. But in this particular case, the maximum profit is going to be 113. But this does not make any sense because number of units produced is going to be minus 2, which cannot be negative. Okay. So please pay attention to that. Now, find both maximum value and the minimum value of this particular function on the interval 0 to 3. So, closed interval kuduthirukanga. You have to find your endpoints. So, endpoints is going to be 0 and 3. And my f of x is also given, which is going to be 3x power 4 minus 8x cube plus 12x square minus 48x plus 25. I need to find my first derivative, which is 12x cube minus 24x square plus 24x minus 48. When I take 12 common, 12 common adutha x cube minus 2x square plus 2x minus 4. Okay, now I have a cubic term. Ipo cubic term நம்ம எப்படி factors கண்டுபிடிப்போம் by trial and error. So I have x cube minus 2x square plus 2x minus 4. Let me try x equals minus 1. When I substitute, I have to find out if this is a solution. So this is equal to 0, 1, check பண்ணனும். So minus 1 the whole cube minus 2 into minus 1 the whole square plus 2 into minus 1 minus 4. When I simplify, minus 1 minus 2 minus 2 minus 4. So this is not working. So let me take x equals 1. Okay, minus 1 illama plus 1. So when I have 1 cube minus 2 into 1 square plus 2 into 1 minus 4. So I have 1 minus 2 plus 2 minus 4. So this is also not working. Minus 1 minus 2 irukku. So this is also not working. Let me try x equals 2. So 2 cube, இப்படி தான் examல போடணும், trial and error, no other method. 2 cube minus 2 times 2 square plus 2 into 2 minus 4. So I have 8 minus 8 plus 4 minus 4. So yes, x equals 2 is going to be a solution, which means x minus 2 is a factor. இப்போ long division பண்ணோம். So x minus 2, when I divide x cube minus 2x square plus 2x minus 4. So I have to multiply by x square. So I have x cube minus 2x square. When I subtract, this becomes a plus, this becomes a minus. So this gets cancelled and this gets cancelled. So this comes down. So I have 2x. Now when I add 2, I'm going to have 2x. I can also bring this down. So minus 4 minus 2. In the இடத்துல ரெண்டுமே 0 இல்ல. So I add this. So I'm going to have, this is going to be plus 4. So I'm getting a 0. So basically, this particular term, I can write it as 12 times x minus 2 times x square plus 4. So I can split my cubic term something like this. Okay. I equate my f dash of x to 0. I'll solve the remaining question here. When I equate f dash of x to 0, I have x minus 2 times x square plus 4 equals 0. So I get x equals 2 and x square equals 4, which means x equals plus or minus root 2. But when we are dealing with maximum and minimum values, this cannot be imaginary. So since it's imaginary, you can reject this. So my only critical point is going to be 2. And I also have my endpoints. Adha maradradinga. So if x oda values la na 0, 3, and what did you just get? 2. So x equals 0, 2 and 3. So I need to find out f of 0. I need to find what f of 2 is. I need to find what f of 3 is. Okay. And what is my f of x? Let me write that here one more time. F of x is going to be 3x power 4 minus 8x cube. 3x power 4 minus 8x cube plus 12x square minus 48x. 12x square minus 48x plus 25. Plus 25. Okay. When I substitute, I have 3 times 0 minus 8 times 0 plus 12 times 0 minus 48 times 0 plus 25, and this is going to give me 25. If f of 2 enna 3 times 2 to the power 4 minus 8 times 2 cube plus 12 times 2 square minus 48 times 2 plus 25. When I solve this, I have 3 times 2 2s are 4, 4 4s are 16 minus 8 into 8 plus 12 into 4 minus 48 into 2 is going to give me 96 plus 25. f of 3 na konjam kizhe eludikren. So this is going to be 48 minus 64 plus 48 minus 96 plus 25. So I have 48 plus 48 is 96 minus 96. They get cancelled. So minus 64 plus 25. So what is it? 64, 25. So this becomes 5. 14 minus 5 is 9. 3, 39. So I have minus 39. Now I need to do f of 3. When I substitute, 3 times 3 power 4 minus 8 into 3 cube plus 12 into 3 square minus 48 into 3 plus 25. So this when I simplify, 3 power 4 and 3 3s are 9, 9 9s are 81. So I have 3 times 81 minus 8 into 3 3s are 9, 9 3s are 27 plus 12 times 9 minus 43 into 48 into 3, 8 3s are 24, 2 4 3s are 12, 13, 14 plus 25. Now what do I have? 81 into 3. So 3, 243 minus 8 into 27. 7 8s are 56. 5, 8 2s are 16. 16 plus 5, 21. Plus 9 2s are 18. 1 9 1s are 9, 10. Minus 144 plus 25. Now let me add all the negative values and then add all the positive values. So what do I have? 216 and 144. So I have இது add பண்ணா 10, 1, 4, 5, 6, 3. So 360. I have minus 360. Now I'm going to add all the positive. 243, 108, 25. So 243, 108, 25. So 8 plus 3, 11. 11 plus 5 is going to be 16. 1, 4 plus 2, 8. 4 plus 2, 6, 7. 376. So now when I subtract 376 minus 360, I'm going to have 6, 160. Okay. So this final answer is going to be 16. So idhila maximum minimum edu? I see that I have 25 minus 39 and 16. So the minimum value is going to be minus 39 and the maximum value is going to be 25. So how can I write my final answer? Absolute maximum is 25 at x equals 0 and absolute minimum is going to be minus 39 at x equals 2. Okay, please copy. Question number 8. At what points in the interval 0 to 2 pi does the function sin 2x attain its maximum value? Maximum கொடுத்துட்டாங்க, interval கொடுத்துட்டாங்க. At what point நான் அர்த்தம் x என்னன்னு கண்டுபிடிக்கணும். So I have f of x equals sin 2x. I need to differentiate. So f dash of x is going to be 2 cos 2x and I equate f dash of x to 0. I have cos 2x equals 0, which means 2x can take the values in cos 0 is 1, cos pi by 2 edukalama. So I have cos pi by 2 and it can take the value 3 pi by 2. The interval is going to be 0 to 2 pi. So these are the only values. Abdi 0 to 2 pi kudukalana, you can keep going. 5 pi by 2, 7 pi by 2 abdin poite irkalam, but my interval is going to be 0 to 2 pi. So you can omit all these values. And what are my endpoints? Endpoints is going to be 0 and 2 pi, and here my value of x is going to be pi by 4 and 3 pi by 4. So what are all my values of x? It's going to be pi by 4, 3 pi by 4, end points. So 0 and 2 pi. Now when I substitute this in f of pi by 4 veno, then f of 3 pi by 4, f of 0, f of 2 pi. So what all values am I going to get? First sin 2x. So I have f of x equals sin 2x. When I substitute the values, I have sin 2 times pi by 4 and this gets cancelled. It becomes sin pi by 2, which is 1. Again, I have sin 2 times 3 pi by 4. So again, this gets cancelled. 3 pi by 2, which is going to be minus 1. Correct? Sin of 3 pi by 2 is going to be minus 1. Now, f of 0 is going to be sin 2 times 0, which is going to be 0. F of 2 pi, which is going to be sin 2 pi, and this is also going to be 0. They are asking for the maximum value. So maximum value enga irukku? 1 at pi by 4. So my absolute maximum is 1 at x equals pi by 4. So idu dhaan kekranga. At, since we are dealing with 0 to 2 pi, if x equals pi by 4 na, we are somewhere here. So this is between 0 and pi by 2. So when you are talking about pi and 3 pi by 2, when you are talking about values between 0 and 2 pi, if x equals pi by 4, what other value between 0 and 2 pi when I add pi to this? So x plus pi panna, I have pi by 4 plus pi, which is going to be 5 pi by 4, and this is also between 0 to 2 pi. Correct? So there are two different values. So when I substitute 5 pi by 4 to the function, I have sin 2 times 5 pi by 4, and this is also going to be sin of 5 pi by 2, which is 1. So I have two different values. So in that 1 varudhu, in that 5 by 4. So my other value is going to be maximum at pi by 4 and 5 pi by 4. Okay, so you have to write two different values because we are dealing with the interval 0 to 2 pi. So plus pi panningana you will get the other value. Ella exam lime idhe pannunga, oru value kandupidichittu plus pi potta you will get the other value. Okay, now question number 9. What is the maximum value of the function sin x plus cos x? So I am going to differentiate first. So I have f dash of x equals sin x or a derivative is cos x and cos x or a derivative is minus sin x. When I equate this to 0, இந்த மாதிரி நிறைய போட்டாச்சு. So I have cos x equals sin x. So I have tan x equals 1. So x order value is going to be pi divided by 4. And I do not know what my end points are. So I'm going to simply substitute the value, double integrate. So f double dash of x is going to be cos x is going to be minus sin x or derivative is going to be cos x. Now when I substitute my critical point, I have sin pi by 4 minus cos pi by 4. When I take the minus outside, sin pi by 4 in 1 by root 2 plus cos pi by 4 is 1 by root 2. I have taken the minus outside. So I have minus 2 divided by root 2, which is going to be minus root 2. This is less than 0, which means we are talking about the maximum value. So maximum at pi by 4. What is it going to be? F of pi by 4 is going to be, when I substitute, sin x plus cos x is the question. So I have sin pi by 4 plus cos pi by 4. This is going to be 1 by root 2 plus 1 by root 2, 2 by root 2, which is root 2. So absolute maximum is root 2 at x equals pi divided by 4. So this is my answer. Okay, please copy. Question number 10. Find the maximum value of this function in the interval 1, 3 minus 3, 1. So, rendu subsection kuduthirukku. So, first my interval is going to be 1, 3, and what is my f of x? It's going to be 2x cube minus 24x plus 107. Okay. Now, when I find f dash of x, I have 6x square minus 24 x varadu. So, 24. So, when I take the 6 outside, I have x square minus 4. So, here 6 times x minus 2 into x plus 2. A square minus b square. So, a plus b into a minus b. Here, when I substitute, f dash of x equals 0 on pota, I have x equals 2 and x equals minus 2. But my interval is between 1 and 3. Correct? So, here I see that the interval is 1 and 3. So, I can ignore the x equals minus 2. Now, nammaloda values la enna? X equals 1, 2 and 3. So, now I need to find the value for f of 1, f of 2 and f of 3. So, when I substitute f of 1, I have 2 times 1 cube minus 24 times 1 plus 107. So, this is going to be 2 minus 24 plus 107. So, I have 109 minus 24. So, I'll subtract panna. I'll have 89 minus 4, 85. So, this is going to be 85. Next, I need to do f of 2, which is going to be 2 times 2 cube minus 24 times 2 plus 107. So, I have 2 cube in 8, 8 2s are 16 minus 24 into 2 is 48 plus 107. Now, I have 107 plus 16. Positive values first add pandren. So, 13, 123 minus 48. So, when I subtract 48, 11. 13 minus 8 is 5. 11 minus 4 is 7. So, I have 75. Now, f of 3. 2 times 3 cube minus 24 times 3 plus 107. So, when I solve this, I have 3 3s are 9, 9 3s are 27. So, 2 times 27 minus 24 into 3, 4 3s are 12, 1 3 2s are 6, 7 plus 107. This is going to be 7 2s are 14, 154 minus 72 plus 107. So, when I find these values, add panna 107 plus 54, 11, 1, 6, 1, 161 minus 72. So, 5, 11, 11 minus 2, 9, 15 minus 7, 8, 89. So, this is going to be 89. Idhila maximum edu, minimum edu? Maximum is going to be 85. Minimum is going to be 75 at 2 and 3. So, ipo maximum, absolute maximum. We are talking about absolute maximum is 89 at x equals 3 and absolute minimum is 75 at x equals 2. Okay? Simple. Please copy. They are asking only for the maximum value. So, நம்ம ரெண்டுமே எழுதிட்டோம். Maximum value is 89 at x equals 3. இப்போ second subsection என்ன? Maximum value for the same function, but the interval is going to be minus 3 and minus 1. Okay, so இங்க only difference என்ன? It is going to be the exact same steps. The interval is going to be minus 3, minus 1. Critical point என்னென்ன வந்தது? X equals 2, minus 2. Now, can omit the x equals 2 because it does not lie in the interval. இப்போ end points என்ன? It is going to be minus 3 and minus 1. So, I have to check for x equals minus 1, minus 2, minus 3. Okay, it is going to be the exact steps. Sign மட்டும் change ஆகும். So, when I do f of minus 1, my function is going to be 2x cube. I'll write my function here. F of x equals 2x cube minus 24x plus 107. So, when I solve this, what do I have? Sign la careful irunga. Adhe value, adhe numbers nu potradinga. Please solve it one more time. So, 2 times minus 1 the whole cube minus 24 into minus 1 plus 107. So, this is going to be minus 2 plus 24 plus 107. So, when I add the positive values 107, 24, 11, 1, 3, 131 minus 2, which is going to be 129. So, this value is going to be 129. Now, f of minus 2. So, 2 times minus 2 cube minus 24 into minus 2 plus 107. Sign la romba careful. 2 cube is 8, 8 2s are 16, minus 16 plus 24 2s are 48 plus 107. Now when I add 107, 48, 8 plus 7 is 15, 1, 5, 155 minus 16. So when I subtract 15 minus 6 is going to be 9 and 4 minus 1 is 3. So I have my 39. 139. I have a 1 here, so it's going to be 139. This is going to be f of minus 3, which is 2 times minus 3 the whole cube minus 24 into minus 3 plus 107. This is going to be 3 3s are 9, 9 3s are 27. So minus 27 plus 4 3s are 12, 1 3 2s are 6 7 plus 107. So this is going to be minus 54 plus then a value 107 plus 72 is going to be 179. So 179. When I subtract 54, 5 and 2, 125. So the final answer is going to be 125. Now the maximum minimum value, the maximum value is going to be 139 and minimum value is going to be 125. Okay? They are only asking for the maximum. So absolute maximum value is 139 at n value x equals minus 2. Okay? Please copy. Easy. Please be very careful while solving it. Question number 11. It is given that at x equals 1, the function attains its maximum value on the interval 0, 2. Find the value of a. இப்போ எந்த இடத்துல maximumனு கொடுத்துட்டாங்க. At x is equal to 1, the value is going to be maximum. So how do you usually do this? So my f of x is going to be x power 4 minus 62x square plus ax plus 9. When I find f dash of x, what do I have? 4x cube minus 62 into 2 is going to be 124. 124x plus a. Okay, so this is going to be my f dash of x. நம்ம critical point எப்படி கண்டுபிடிப்போம்? F dash of x equals 0 னு substitute பண்ணுவோம். We get a critical point where x is equal to c and at f of c you find out that the value is maximum. So இந்த இடத்துல critical point என்னன்னு கொடுத்திருக்கான்? It is given that x equals 1. So you find the critical point, which means f dash of 1 is going to be 0. Correct? You already found the value. When you equate f dash of x to 0, you are getting some value for x, which is going to be some critical point c, okay, that you see right here. So when you substitute f of c, you are getting a maximum value. So the maximum value எதோட வருது? இந்த critical pointல வருது. Critical point எப்படி கண்டுபிடிக்கிறோம்? By substituting f dash of x equals 0. But அந்த x இங்க already கொடுத்துட்டோம். So you are going to equate f dash of 1 equals 0, which means what is my f dash of 1 when I substitute it in this particular equation? F dash of 1 என்ன? 4 times 1 cube minus 124 into 1 plus a. This is going to be 0. So from this I am going to find my critical point, which I already know. So unknown value enna, it is going to be a. So what is it going to be? 4 times 1 cube is 4 minus 124 plus a equals 0 minus 120 plus a equals 0. A equals 120. அவ்வளவுதான். Simple. Did you understand? First நம்ம என்ன பண்ணுவோம்? இப்போ ஒரு critical point கண்டுபிடிக்கணும்னா f dash of x equals 0 னு substitute பண்ணி you find the critical point. But critical point already கொடுத்திருக்கு. So f dash of that critical point is equal to 0. அதுல இருந்து unknown value a கண்டுபிடிக்கணும். That's all. Okay? Clear? Now, question number 12. Find the maximum and minimum value of x plus sin 2x. Okay? So this is going to be f dash of x is x plus sin 2x. End points already கொடுத்துட்டான். 0, 2, pi. So I have f dash of x is going to be 1 plus 2 cos 2x. Next step, when I equate f dash of x equals 0, I have 1 plus 2 cos 2x equals 0. 2 cos 2x equals minus 1. Cos 2x equals minus 1 divided by 2. இப்போ cos oda value minus half na, what is my table? What is my table? 0, 30, 45, 60, 90. The value sin going to be 1, 0, 1 by 2, 1 by root 2, root 3 by 2, 1. Cos ku it is going to be 1, root 3 by 2, 1 by root 2, 1 by 2 and 0. So cos oda value enga 1 by 2 irukku at 60. So I know that cos theta equals half na, theta is going to be pi divided by 3. So I know that cos pi by 3 equals half. Okay, this is something I know. But in the இடத்துல it is going to be minus half. So where is cos going to be minus when I draw the quadrant? all silver tea cups. So the cos is going to be positive in my fourth and the first. Cos negative எங்க இருக்கு? Second quadrant and the third quadrant. இப்போ second quadrantல value எப்படி இருக்கும்? Second quadrant is going to be pi minus theta, which is going to be pi minus pi divided by 3. Theta என்னன்னு கண்டுபிடிச்சிருக்கோம்? Pi by 3. So this is going to be 2 pi divided by 3. And in my third quadrant, it is going to be pi plus theta. Correct? This is my pi line. This is going to be pi minus theta. And this is going to be pi plus theta. So pi plus pi divided by 3, which is going to be 4 pi divided by 3. So I found out my critical points to be 0, 2 pi by 3 and 4 pi by 3. But remember, cos theta can take the value, cos theta equals minus half na, theta can take the value 2 pi by 3, comma 4 pi divided by 3. From here, I see that 2x is my theta, correct? So here I have 2x equals 2 pi by 3, comma 4 pi by 3, which means x equals 2 pi by 6, comma 4 pi divided by 6. When I simplify this, I'll have pi divided by 3, comma 2 pi divided by 3. So this is going to be my value of x. So what are all my critical points? X is going to take the value pi by 3, 2 pi by 3, and what are my end points? 0, 2 pi. 0 and 2 pi. Okay. Now notice that the interval is between 0 and 2 pi. இப்போ வேற ஏதாவது values வருமானு எப்படி check பண்றது? The value that you got here is pi by 3. So let me do pi plus pi by 3. இப்போ வேற ஏதாவது value 0 to 2 pi குள்ள இருக்கான்னு எப்படி check பண்ணுவோம்? You add a pi and see. So this is going to be 3 pi plus pi, which is going to be 4 pi divided by 3, and this is between 0 to 2 pi. So this value is correct. இப்போ இதுக்கு திரும்ப ஒரு pi add பண்ணி பார்ப்போம். So pi plus 2 pi divided by 3. This is going to be 3 pi plus 5, which is going to be 5 pi divided by 3. And this is also between 0 to 2 pi. Now my critical points are going to be 0, pi by 3, 2 pi by 3, 4 pi by 3, 5 pi by 3 and 2 pi. So these are all my critical points. You have to check all the values in between this. Okay, critical points or end points or ennan kandupidichachu. Now you need to find the maximum and the minimum value. So f of 0, f of pi by 3 idu ellathukkume value substitute pannite varanum. Okay, clear? Idu varaikum purinjudha? Now let me substitute the value. First f of 0. So I have, let me write f of x here, x plus sine 2x. So when I substitute f of 0, I have 0 plus sine 0, which is 0. F of pi divided by 3. So I have pi by 3 plus sine 2 pi divided by 3. Sine 2 pi divided by 3 na, it is going to be pi minus pi by 3. Inge potomla 2 pi by 3 na, it is going to be pi minus pi by 3, which means we are in the second quadrant. Pi minus pi by 3, I'll write it here. Pi by 3 plus sine 2 pi by 3 can be written as pi minus pi divided by 3. So this is going to be, the sine function is in the second quadrant, and this is simply going to be sine pi divided by 3. So if pi by 3 plus sine pi by 3. So pi by 3 plus sine pi by 3 is sine 60, which is going to be root 3 divided by 2. Okay. Now f of 2 pi divided by 3 is going to be 2 pi divided by 3 plus sine of 2 into 2 pi divided by 3, which is 4 pi divided by 3. So this I can write it as 2 pi by 3 plus sine of pi plus pi divided by 3, which means we are in the third quadrant and it is going to be minus sine. So minus sine pi divided by 3. All silver teacups எப்படி போடுறேன்னு புரியுதா? Third quadrantல sine is negative. Okay, only tan is positive. So this becomes 2 pi by 3 minus root 3 divided by 2. Sine 60 is going to be root 3 divided by 2. Okay. Now sine 4 pi by 3. Sorry, f of 4 pi by 3. What are all my critical values? 0, pi by 3, 2 pi by 3, 4 pi by 3. So if 4 pota, I'll have 4 pi by 3 plus sine of 2 into 4 pi by 3, which is going to be 8 pi by 3. This is nothing but 4 pi by 3 plus I can write this as sine of, I can split the 8 pi as 6 pi plus 2 pi. Yeah? So I can split this as 6 pi plus 2 pi. This is nothing but sine of 2 pi plus 2 pi divided by 3. So sine of 2 pi plus 2 pi by 3 na, we are talking about the first quadrant. First quadrant la sine is positive. So this is going to be sine of 2 pi divided by 3. Sine 2 pi divided by 3 enna ninge dhaan paathom. So it is going to be plus root 3 by 2. So this is going to be 4 pi by 3 plus root 3 divided by 2. So this is 4 pi by 3. Please change. Now, அடுத்தது f of 5 pi divided by 3, which is going to be, this is a long question, substitution மட்டும்தான். So sin of 2 times 5 pi by 3 is going to be 10 pi divided by 3, which is 5 pi by 3 plus 10 pi எப்படி எழுதலாம்? I can write it as 12 pi minus 2 pi divided by 3. So 4 pi minus 2 pi by 3. So I can write this as 4 now I can also write it as 2 pi. Yeah? 4 pi is nothing but 2 pi again. So this is going to be sine of 4 pi minus 2 pi divided by 3. 4 pi minus 2 pi now I am talking about the fourth quadrant where sine is negative. So this is going to be minus sine of 2 pi divided by 3. Sine 2 pi divided by 3 is going to be sine pi by 3 root 3 by 2. I have a minus. So 5 pi divided by 3 minus root 3 divided by 2. So I have f of 2 pi is going to be 2 pi plus sine of 4 pi. Sine 4 pi is going to be 0. So I'll be left with 2 pi. So these are all my values. Okay, you see these are all my values here. இப்போ இதில maximum எது minimum எதுன்னு கண்டுபிடிக்கணும். What is my pi value? It is going to be 3.14. அந்த calculation வச்சு போடலாமா? So for example, you see the pi by 3 and root 3 by 2 here. So in the particular value numbersல என்னன்னு கண்டுபிடிக்கலாம். So pi by 3 plus root 3 by 2. So I have pi by 3 plus root 3 divided by 2. I know the value of pi to be 3.14 divided by 3 something plus root 3 oda value enna 1.732 divided by 2. Okay, so what is this going to be? 3.14 divided by 3 is going to be 1.034 are 12. So 1.04 plus 1.732 divided by 2. So this is going to be 0.28 are 16, 126 are 12. Something like this. Close, approximate. So this is going to be 1.90. Okay, so this is my first value. F of pi by 3. Okay, this is going to be f of pi divided by 3. Now next irukkiradhu enna value? 2 pi by 3 minus root 3 by 2. So again I have 2 pi by 3 minus root 3 divided by 2. So 2 pi by 3 na enna varum? இந்த இடத்துல இந்த வேல்யூவே நான் 2 ஆல மல்டிப்ளை பண்றேன். So this is going to be 2.08 plus minus root 3 by 2. So minus root 3 by 2 I just found out 0.86. So when I subtract this I have 2.08, 0.86. That I have 2. This becomes a 10. So 2, 1.22. So this is going to be 1.22 which is f of 2 pi by 3. Okay. இப்போ இந்த வேல்யூ கண்டுபிடிச்சாச்சு. இப்போ next approximate value என்ன? Next value is going to be 4 pi by 3 plus root 3 by 2. So I have 4 pi by 3 plus root 3 divided by 2. This is going to be 1.04 times 4. ஏன்னா 4 இருக்குல்ல? So times 4 பண்ணா 4 times 1.04 plus 0.86 root 3 by 2. So this is going to be 4 4s are 16, 1, 1, 4 1s are 4. So plus 0.86. When I add this, I'll have 5.02. Okay, approximately. And this is going to be f of 4 pi divided by 3. Now, next approximation, 5 pi by 3 minus root 3 by 2. I have 5 pi by 3 minus root 3 by 2. This is going to be 5 times 1.04 minus 0.86. So this is going to be 5 4s are 20, 2, 5 1s are 5. Minus 0.86. When I subtract 5.20, 0.86. So 4. Ida cancel panna 3, 4.34. So 4.34 and this is going to be f of 5 pi divided by 3. Okay, இப்போ last value என்ன? 2 pi. So f of 2 pi is going to be 2 times 1. Pi oda value is 3.414. Yeah, 3.14. I have 4 2s are 8, 1 2 1s are 2, 3, 3 2s are 6. So 6.38. This is going to be f of 2 pi. So இந்த இடத்துல maximum value எது? Minimum value எது? I see that the maximum value is going to be f of 2 pi which is around 6.38. What is my minimum value going to be? இந்த இடத்துல ஒரு f of 0 இருக்கு. அத மறந்துடாதீங்க. So f of 0 is going to have my minimum value. So இவ்ளோ calculation பண்ணதுல the end points are going to be my maximum and minimum value. Okay? So I'll write absolute maximum. Absolute maximum is 6.38 at x equals 2 pi and absolute minimum is 0 at x equals 0. Okay, but in the calculation ellame potada you will know that the maximum and the minimum values are at the end points. Okay, please copy. I know this is a long question, but calculation konjam careful ah pota correct ah vandrum. Okay. Now, question number 13. இந்த மாதிரி examples sum போட்டிருக்கேன். Please watch that. அதை பார்த்தா இது கொஞ்சம் ஈஸியாக இருக்கும். Find two numbers whose sum is 24. So, x plus y equals 24 னு இருக்கு. So, let me write y equals 24 minus x. So, what are my two numbers? X, 24 minus x. Okay, two numbers இதுதான். Whose product is as large as possible. So, product is going to be x into 24 minus x. This is going to be 24x minus x square, and I want the product to be as large as possible. So, x oda value enna, y oda value enna kandupidikkanum. Okay. So, let me find out x. How will I find? First, I have to differentiate. So, this is going to be 24 minus 2x. When I take 2 outside, it is going to be 12 minus x. So, when I equate, p dash of x equals 0, 12 minus x equals 0, x equals 12. Maximum value on எப்படி தெரியும்? I have to find my second derivative. So, this is going to be, இங்கே இந்த second derivative கண்டுபிடிச்சா, it is going to be minus 2 less than 0. If the second derivative is less than 0, then we are talking about the maximum value. Now, critical point enna? X equals 12. So, I found out the value of x. Now, y equals 24 minus x, which is going to be 24 minus 12, which is 12. So, my two numbers, my ella venda, two numbers are 12, 12. So, these are my two numbers. புரிஞ்சுதா? Very simple question. Please copy. இவ்ளோ நேரம் நம்ம இவ்ளோ sum போட்டதுல this has now become very, very easy. Okay. Now, question number 14. Find two positive numbers xy such that x plus y equals 60, xy cube is maximum. இப்போ போட்ட மாதிரியே தான். So, I have x plus y equals 60. I can write x in terms of y. Correct? So, x equals 60 minus y. Let me take this as my product p. So, p is given to be x, y cube. I'm going to substitute for x. So, I have p equals 60, sorry, x which is going to be correct. 60 minus y times y cube. Now, my entire equation is in terms of y. So, இப்போ நம்ம p of y பண்ண போறோம். This, when I multiply the y inside, I have minus y power 4 plus 60 y cube. So, this is my p of y. Now, I need to find what my x and y are when it is maximum. Okay. So, I need to differentiate. So, p dash of y equals minus 4y cube plus 60y square. When I take y square outside and minus 4 outside, I have minus 4y square times y minus 60 length 4 edutha enna agum 60 divided by 4, 4 ones are 4, 4 fives are, so 15, y minus 15. Now, when I equate the first derivative to 0, I have y minus 15 equals 0, which means y equals 15. இப்போ இது maximum minimum எப்படி தெரியும்? I have to find the second derivative. P double dash of y is going to be minus 12y square plus 120y. I need to substitute the value of y. So, அதுக்கு நான் first simplify பண்ணிக்கிறேன். Minus 12, y வெளியில common எடுத்தா, I have y minus 10. When I substitute p double dash of 15, I have minus 12 times 15, 15 minus 10. So, I have the value which is negative. இதை calculate பண்ண வேணா. I see that the overall value is going to be negative. இல்லையா? So, this is less than 0, which means we are talking about the maximum value. Correct? So, நம்மளோட critical point is going to be y equals 15. And what is the relation? X equals 60 minus y. X equals 60 minus y, which is 60 minus 15, which is 45. So, I found out the values of x and y for which xy cube is maximum. எது maximum அதை differentiate பண்ணணும். எது minimum அதை differentiate பண்ணணும். Okay, அந்த equation எழுதிட்டு differentiate that. First, find the first derivative, critical point, maximum minimum second derivative, find the solution. முடிஞ்சு போச்சு. Okay. Question number 15. Two positive numbers xy such that the sum is 35. So, x plus y equals 35. அதே method தான். Then I have y equals 35 minus x. Okay. Now, the product is maximum கொடுத்திருக்காங்க. So, let me take this to be p. So, I have p equals x square y power 5. Now, I can rewrite this as x square times 35 minus x the whole power 5. So, this is now in terms of p of x. So, this is going to be x square 35 minus x the whole power 5. இது product formula இருக்கு. So, u, v, I can do v u dash plus uv dash to find the derivative. So, p dash of x is going to be x square d by dx of 35 minus x the whole power 5 plus 35 minus x the whole power 5 times d by dx of x square. Okay, product rule la nyabam iruka? So this when I simplify, x square times d by dx of this is going to be 5 times 35 minus x the whole power 4. The power comes down and gets reduced by 1. But ulla enna irukku? Minus x. So I have to multiply by minus 1. Okay, remember minus x irukku. So minus 1. Plus this term is going to be 35 minus x the whole power 5. D by dx of x square is going to be 2x. Now I have minus 5x square minus 5x square times 35 minus x the whole power 4 plus 35 minus x the whole power 5 times 2x. When I take x common எடுக்கலாம் and I can take 35 minus x the whole power 4 outside. So first term la என்ன remaining? I have minus 5 times x times 35 minus x the whole power 4 வெளியில எடுத்தாச்சு. So first term la this is pending plus second term la 35 minus x is pending and I have a 2. Now when I multiply what's inside the bracket, I have x times 35 minus x the whole power 4 minus 5x plus 70 minus 2x. So what is inside? X times 35 minus 4 the whole power 4 times minus 7x plus 70. So I can take minus 7 outside. So I have minus 7x times 35 minus x da. இந்த இடத்துல x. 35 minus x the whole power 4 times x minus 10. 7 வெளியில எடுத்தா minus 7 வெளியில எடுத்தா x minus 10. So this is going to be my p dash of x. Correct? This is my p dash of x. Now when I equate p dash of x to 0, I have minus 7x times 35 minus x the whole power 4 times x minus 10 equals 0. So x க்கு என்னலாம் value? X equals 0, x equals 35 and x equals 10. So these are all my values. I'm asked for my maximum value. இப்போ maximum na எப்படி கண்டுபிடிக்கிறது? I have to find the second derivative. Correct? So what is my p dash of x? Where is it? P dash of x is going to be x times, I have something simpler here. Do I have something simpler? Illa. So I have x times 35 minus x the whole power 4 minus 7x times x minus 10. So this is my p dash of x. When I find the second derivative, it is going to be, it is of the form u v w. Yeah. So how is the formula going to be? V u w dash plus u v dash w plus u dash v w. This is a chain rule. So it is going to be the derivative of one function times the multiplication of the other two. So இந்த மாதிரி தான் derivative கண்டுபிடிக்கணும். And I do that. I'll write it here. So it is going to be, so first p dash of x, I'll write it here. So minus 7x times 35 minus x the whole power 4. 35 minus x the whole power 4. X minus 10. Now when I find the second derivative, double dash is going to be minus 7x times 35 minus x the whole power 4 d by dx of x minus 10 plus second term is going to be 35 minus x the whole power 4 times x minus 10 times d by dx of the first term. So minus 7x. Okay. Now again plus third term which is x minus 10 times minus 7x d by dx of 35 minus x the whole power 4. Now when I simplify this, I have minus 7x times 35 minus x the whole power 4 times 1 plus 35 minus x the whole power 4 x minus 1 times minus 7 plus last term x minus 10 minus 7x times 4 35 minus x the whole cube and the plus becomes a minus. So I have a minus, okay, inside a bracket. Now I have to substitute all the values. What are all my critical points? 0, 35 and 10. So when I substitute those values, 0, 35 and 10. So these are all my x values. Now I substitute panna p double dash of 0. When I substitute, what do I see? When I substitute 0, this becomes a 0. First term becomes a 0. Second term is going to be, in that 0 substitute panna, I'll have 35 the whole power 4. 35 power 4 times minus 10 times minus 7 plus I'm going to substitute 0 na, this whole term becomes a 0 again. So 0, basically in total I have, this is going to be minus, this is going to be a minus. So this is greater than 0. So we are talking about the minimum value. So this particular thing is ruled out because in the question I'm asked for maximum value. So in that positive greater than our this, so this value is going to be ruled out. Now I have p double dash of 35. When I substitute 35, so my first term, this becomes a 0. So first term becomes a 0. First term becomes a 0 plus second term. When I substitute 35, I have 35 minus x the whole power 4. This becomes a 0. Now last term ku substitute panna plus I have a minus. So minus times x minus 10 is going to be 35 minus 10 times minus 7 into 35 plus 4 into 35 minus 35 the whole cube. I also have a 35 term here. So this is also going to be 0. So basically this is 0. So this is not considered. So I have p double dash of 10, which is going to give me the right value. So for first term, I have minus 7 times 10, 35 minus 10 the whole power 4 plus the second term is going to become a 0 because I have x minus 10 here. And third term is again going to become a 0 because I have x minus 10. So 0 plus 0. So final answer is going to be negative, which is less than 0. So we are talking about the maximum value. So this is what we are talking about. So my value is going to be 10. So I have to rule out x equals 0 kadayadu, x equals 35 kadayadu. So my value of x is going to be 10. So I know that x plus y equals 35 from my first relation. Correct? X plus y equals 35. So from that I can find my value of y, which is 35 minus 10, 25. So my two numbers for which the product is maximum is going to be 25 and 10. So this is my answer. Okay, please copy. Question number 16. Again, find two positive numbers whose sum is 16. So x plus y equals 16 and the sum of whose cubes is minimum. So sum of the cubes, which is x cube, y cube. So the sum is going to be minimum. So this is what you have to find. So from this I have y equals 16 minus x. So when I substitute in the sum, I have s equals x cube plus 16 minus x the whole cube. So this is in terms of x. So this is going to be x cube plus 16 minus x the whole cube. When I differentiate, I have s dash of x equals 3x square plus when I differentiate this term, I have 3 times 16 minus x the whole square times minus 1. Remember the coefficient of x is a minus, so minus 1. From this I have 3x square plus 3 into minus 3. Yeah? So minus 3 into 16 minus x the whole square. When I take 3 outside, what is inside? X square minus 16 minus x the whole square open panna 16 16s are 256 plus x square minus 32x. A minus b the whole square formula. So this when I simplify, I have 3 times x square minus I'm opening the bracket 256 minus x square plus 32x. I can cancel the x square and the x square. Now what's inside the bracket? I have 3 times 32x minus 256. I can take 16 outside. So 3 times 16 times 2x minus 16. I can further take 2 outside. So 3 into 16 into 2. X minus 8. So what is outside? 16 2s are 32. 16 3s are 48. 48 into 2 is going to give me 96 times x minus 8. So this is my s dash of x. So from here, when I equate s dash of x to 0, 96 times x minus 8 is going to be 0, which means x equals 8. Okay, so this is my critical point. But I have to check if this is going to be minimum. So minimum on every check pandrathu, I have to find my second derivative. So s double dash of x I need to find out. S dash of x is going to be this. So first I'll write that. S dash of x is going to be 96x minus 96 into 8. When I differentiate, double differentiate, it is going to be 96, which is greater than 0. Hence, it is minimum. Since the second derivative is greater than 0, it is going to be minimum. But what my critical point is, so I found out that x order value is going to be 8 and hence y value is going to be 16 minus x, which is going to be 16 minus 8, which is 8. Okay, please copy. Question number 17. A square piece of tin of side 18 centimeter is made into a box without a top. So first square piece which is 18 centimeter is made into a box without a top. So in the total length is going to be 18 centimeter. Okay. By cutting the square from each corner and folding up the flaps to form the box. So ipo side lende oru bit cut pandrom nama. So I am cutting this square bit from all the 4 sides and I am going to fold up the flaps to form the box. what should be the side of the square to be cut off? So in the length enna, what should be the side of the square to be cut off so that the volume of the box is maximum as possible? So first of all, understand the question. You have a paper. Ipo or paper irukku appadina, I'm having this, consider my hand to be a paper. Okay, I'm going to cut a square from here, a square from here, a square from here, and a square from here. I'm going to fold the box. So imagine I have a paper. Okay, so I'm going to cut some square corners from all the four sides. So அந்த மாதிரி cut பண்ணும்போது என்ன ஆகும்? I'll have such a design இல்லையா? So it is going to look something like this. It is going to look like a box when I fold it like this. Okay, so from here, what do I see? This is going to be an open box. Ipa நாலு பக்கமும் மூடுனா, it is going to look like an open box. And what will be the measurements? Look at the iPad now. What will be the measurements? This is going to be x and this is also going to be an x because நம்ம square cut பண்றோம். The total length is going to be 18. So what is this length? It is going to be, இங்கே ஒரு x இருக்கு, இங்கே ஒரு x இருக்கு. So it is going to be 18 minus 2x. Okay, and this is also going to be 18 minus 2x. And what will be the height? I found out what my length is and what my breadth is. இப்போ height என்னவா இருக்க போகுது? This குட்டி distance that you see is going to be my height. So my length is going to be 18 minus 2x. My breadth is going to be 18 minus 2x. And my height is going to be x. Correct? When I fold the paper like this, it is going to have this small height. This is going to be x, which is the side of the square. Do you understand? Can you visualize the image? It's right in front of you. So in the mari pota, these are all going to be my length, breadth and height of the cube. The cube is going to look something like this. So this is how the cube is going to look like. Okay, so this is going to be the length, this is going to be the breadth, and this is the height x, which I am cutting from the corners. Okay, understood? Now, what should be the volume of the box so that it's maximum possible? So, volume of the first cube, now it has become a cuboid, right? So, volume of cuboid is going to be length into breadth into height. Okay, so I'm going to write my volume in terms of x is going to be 18 minus 2x, 18 minus 2x times x. So I can also write this as 18 minus 2x the whole square times x. So this is in terms of product. இப்போ இது வரைக்கும் question புரிஞ்சுதா? So basically I have a square tin 18 cm. அதுலேருந்து sideல x I am cutting from all four corners. I found out my length, breadth and height. So I'm going to find the volume. Differentiate that because volume maximum எங்கன்னு கேக்குறாங்க. Okay? When I differentiate, this is in terms of u into v. So v u dash plus uv dash. In the formula போட்டா, I have v dash of x is going to be 18 minus 2x the whole square d by dx of x plus next term x into t by dx of 18 minus 2x the whole square. Okay, so when I solve this, I'm going to have 18 minus 2x the whole square times d by dx of x is going to be 1. So plus x times d by dx of this is going to be, the 2 comes down, 18 minus 2x, power gets reduced by 1 and the function that's inside is going to be 18 minus 2x. Other differentiate panna, the coefficient of x is going to be minus 2. Okay, so what is this going to be? 18 minus 2x a common veliletta. When I take this outside, I have 1 plus, in here, what do I have? 2x times the 18 minus 2x has come out and I have a minus 2. Okay, புரிஞ்சுதா? I've taken 18 minus x outside. So in the 18 minus x, இங்கேந்து ஒரு 18 minus x வந்துரும். I have a square term. So the first term is going to be 18 minus 2x. Please pay attention. First term 1 கிடையாது. It is going to be 18 minus 2x. ஒரு 18 minus 2x தான் வந்திருக்கு. Plus second term 2x into minus 2. Okay, புரிஞ்சுதா? Now I have 18 minus 2x. Bracketல 18 minus 2x minus 4x. When I multiply, I'll have this. So this is going to be 18 minus 2x times, இதுல 2 வெளியில எடுக்கலாம்ல, 18 minus 2x லேந்து, when I take the 2 outside, I have 2 times 9 minus x. Here I have 18 minus 6x. So from this term, I can take the 6 outside. So I have 2 into 6 times 9 minus x. இங்கே இந்த 6 common எடுத்தா, I'll have 3 minus x. So this is going to be my v dash of x. இப்போ next step என்ன? Equating v dash of x to 0 to find the critical point. So இப்போ this becomes 12 into 9 minus x into 3 minus x. இல்லையா? So 12 times 9 minus x into 3 minus x equals 0. So from here I have x equals 9 and x equals 3. Okay? Now, when I do x equals 9, இந்த இடத்துல என்ன தெரியுது? My total length is going to be 18. So, இப்போ x equals 9 na, it is going to be the midpoint. So, this length becomes 9 and this length becomes 9. இதை எல்லாத்தையும் கட் பண்ணிட்டா எனக்கு பாக்ஸே இருக்காது. So, x cannot be equal to 9. And புரியுதா? The total length itself is 18. So, in the length 18 la, when this is going to be 9 and when this is going to be 9, when I cut this off, இந்த பக்கமும் when I cut this piece off, எனக்கு பேப்பரே மீதி இருக்காது. Now, I want the length of the square in the corner to be small. Appo, I have to take the value 3. Okay, so this value is going to satisfy the equation. So, I have the critical value to be x equals 3. இப்போ இது maximum or minimum check பண்ணலாம். I have to find my second derivative. So, first of all, I have v dash of x equals 12 into 9 minus x into 3 minus x. When I take the second derivative, 12 comes outside. Ulla, I have two different functions, u times v. So, it is going to be 9 minus x times d by dx of 3 minus x plus 3 minus x d by dx of the other function 9 minus x. So what do I have from here? I have 12 times 9 minus x into minus 1 plus 3 minus x into minus 1. Okay. So what do I have? V double dash of x. I'll write it here. V double dash of x equals 12 times. What is inside my bracket? 9 minus x minus 1 ulla multiply panna. I'll have x minus 9 plus 3 minus x into minus 1 ulla multiply panna, I'll have x minus 3. Okay. Now, what does this become? Bracket kulla, I'll have 12 times x minus 9, x minus 3. So, I have 2x minus 12. When I take the 2 outside, I have 12 times 2, bracket la x minus 6. So, this is going to be 24 times x minus 6. And what is my critical point? It is going to be x equals 3. So, when I substitute that, v double dash of 3 is going to be 24 into 3 minus 6, which is going to be 24 into minus 3. I see that the value is less than 0. So, it is going to be maximum. Correct? What are they asking for? What should be the maximum possible? You see the question here, it has to be maximum. So, we just found out it's maximum. So, if x is equal to 3 in kandupidichachu, I have to find out what the length, breadth and the height is. So, L equals 18 minus 2x. What should be the side? So, x kandupidichachu. So, this is going to be the side. Let us also find the length, breadth and height. So, this is going to be 18 minus 6, which is going to be 12. And breadth is also the same, which is going to be 12 centimeters. Okay. So, the length to be cut out equals 3 centimeters. Okay. Understood? Please copy. Question number 18. A rectangular sheet of tin 45 centimeter by 24 centimeter. So, I basically have a rectangular tin. So, this is going to be my rectangular tin, which is 45 centimeter by 24 centimeter. Is to be made into a box without the top by cutting off square from each corner. So, that's a question mariyada. You will get similar question in your exam. So, solve such questions. Okay. What should be the side of the square? So, what should be this x? So that the total volume is maximum. Very, very similar to the previous question. Okay, exact same thing. So this length becomes, but pay attention, this length, upon this square, now this length becomes 45 minus 2x, correct? This length is going to be x, so it's going to be 45 minus 2x, and this breadth is going to be 24 minus 2x, okay? So this is going to be x and x. So what is my length? Length is going to be 45 minus 2x. Breadth is going to be 24 minus 2x, and height, similar to the previous question, it is going to be x. Now, volume of cuboid is going to be length into breadth into height. So, volume in terms of x is going to be 45 minus 2x times 24 minus 2x times x. So, you have three different functions, u, v, w. So, formula na, v dash of x is going to be u, v, w dash plus u, w, v dash plus u dash, v, w. Okay, so this is the formula. So, basically, one function, two function அப்படியே வச்சிட்டு ஒரு function மட்டும் derivate பண்ணனும். So, I have 45 minus 2x, 24 minus 2x, d by dx of the last function plus 45 minus 2x times x, d by dx of the middle function 24 minus 2x plus 45 minus 2x. Be careful while writing. 45 minus 2x. Now I have to differentiate 45 minus 2x. So, meedi rendu function x into 24 minus 2x d by dx of 45 minus 2x. Okay. So, let me find this. So I have the first function is going to be, adha na appadiye vechikren, I'm not going to multiply. 45 minus 2x, 24 minus 2x times 1. d by dx of x is going to be 1. Plus here I have 45 minus 2x times x. d by dx of 24 minus 2x is going to be minus 2. Plus I have x times 24 minus 2x. d by dx of 45 minus 2x is going to be minus 2. Okay. So this is what I have. Now can I take anything common? Common எடுக்க முடியுமா? Let me try taking 45 minus 2x. This is going to be 45 minus 2x. Okay. I'll take 45 minus 2x from the first two terms. So 45 minus 2x times what is remaining? 25 minus 2x plus minus 2x. Okay. So this is what I have from the first two terms. Inge 45 edutha I have this term and this remaining, and plus I have x times 24 minus 2x. I have a minus 2 here. So I'll write minus 2 over here. So in that I'll erase this minus 2x. Okay. So in the first term to simplify panna, I have 45 minus 2x, and what's inside the bracket? I have 24 minus 2x minus 2x minus 2x times 24 minus 2x. Okay. So this is one term. This is the other term. So what do I have here? 45 minus 2x times 24 minus 4x minus 2x times 24 minus 2x. Okay. Now in the term length I can take 4 outside. So what do I have? 4 times 45 minus 2x times 6 minus x minus 2x times, in the term length I can take 2 outside. So 2 I'll have 12 minus x. Okay. Now what do I have? Now this multiply pannalam. 4 times 45 minus 2x 6 minus x minus 4x times 12 minus x. Okay, now I'm going to take the 4 outside. Common now what is inside the bracket? When I multiply these two functions, when I multiply these two, what do I have? 45 6 are 6 5s are 30, 3 6 4s are 24, 27 minus 12x minus 45x plus 2x square. I've taken the 4 outside, so I have a minus. Now I can multiply these two, x into 12 minus x. So I have minus 12x plus x square. I've taken the 4 outside. Okay. Now what is inside? I have 4 times. This is going to be 4 times. What is inside the bracket? I have 2x square plus x square is going to be 3x square. So I have 3x square. And I have x term minus 12 is minus 24. Minus 24 minus 45. What is minus 24 minus 45? When I add, I have 69. So minus 69x. And what are my constant terms? I have 270. That is my only constant term. So I have 270. So plus 270. Now I can take the 3 outside. So 4 times 3 times bracket x square minus 3 2s are 3 3s are x plus 3 9s are 27, 90. Okay. Now in the end I have 12 times x square minus 23x plus 90. And what is this? We have found out v dash. So this is going to be my v dash of x. So in the end I found my v dash of x. If a critical point I have to equate this to 0. So when I equate this to 0, I have x square minus 23x plus 90 equals 0. Now in the question I need the product to be 90 and the sum to be minus 23. Eppadi podradhunu theriyuma? Theriyadu. So what am I going to do? 90 இந்த மாதிரி prime factorization பண்ண போறேன். So I have 5 table ல பண்ணா 5 1s are 5, 4 5 8s are. I see that I have 5 into 18. So 5 into 18 minus 23 venu. So minus 5 minus 18 minus into minus becomes a plus. So this is one easy way to find the factors. Okay. So how can I write this? How can I split this? I can write this as x square minus 5x minus 18x plus 90 equals 0. So x common adutha x minus 5, x minus 5. I need a minus 18. So this is equal to 0. So x minus 5 times x minus 18 equals 0. So x is equal to 5, x is equal to 18. Okay, if x is equal to 18 substitute panna mudiyuma nammalaala? You can't take x equals 18 because in the length I only have 24. The breadth you see, this is only going to be 24 and I have to cut out the length. When I take 18 centimeters, already in the edam varikume 18 centimeter vandrum. Correct? So I will not have remaining 18 centimeter here. So this is much larger. So you cannot take that value. So x is equal to 5 da correct ana value. But you have to check if this is going to be what is asked maximum. In the question, if you see, if this is going to be maximum, appa second derivative edukano. So what is my first derivative for simplicity? My v dash of x is going to be 12 times x square minus 23x plus 90. When I take the second derivative, I'm going to have v double dash of x equals 12 அப்படியே இருக்கும். When I differentiate what is inside, I have 2x minus 23. When I substitute my critical point 5, I'll have 12 times 2 into 5 minus 23, which is going to be 12 times 10 minus 23. So what is inside is going to be minus 13, which is less than 0. So we have a maximum value. Okay, second derivative test we found out that it is going to be maximum. So I know that my critical point x is going to be 5 centimeters. So the length of the cube, the length of the cube to be cut off, cube or square, length of the square to be cut off, இல்லையா? Square to be cut off is 5 centimeters. Okay, so this is my final answer. Please copy. ஏன் அதை ரூல் அவுட் பண்றோம்னு புரியுதா? Because the length itself, the breadth itself is 24 centimeters. So 18 இருக்க possible இல்லை. Okay. Question number 19. Show that all of the triangles inscribed inside a fixed circle, the square has the maximum area. Okay. Now I have a circle. Okay. Inside that I have a rectangle or a square. So let us draw a rectangle for now. So this is my rectangle. Okay. And this is my center of the circle. And this is going to be the diagonal of the rectangle. Now show that all the rectangles inscribed in a given fixed circle, the square has the maximum area. So let me take this as length, let me take this as breadth, and let me take the radius to be r. So how am I going to solve this question? First of all, in the particular triangle, I know that in the rectangle, it is going to be a right angle. So I know according to Pythagoras theorem, hypotenuse square, which is going to be, இது வந்து r, இதுவும் r. So I'll have the total length to be r plus r, the whole square. The hypotenuse square is going to be length square plus breadth square. So I have 2r, the whole square equals l square plus b square. I need to prove that l equals b because I need to prove that it is a square. Adha நம்ம last step la பண்ணுவோம். So this I have 4r square equals length square plus breadth square. So you have found some relation between the radius, length and breadth. Now we are looking for maximum area. So in that area and கண்டுபிடிச்சிட்டாங்க. So area is going to be length into breadth. Okay. So in our case, length kum breadth kum enna relation theriyum? You know that L is going to be L ne vechukiren. So length is going to be length and breadth, I can see that it is going to be 4r square minus L square oda square root. Okay. So L into b eppadi irukku podhu? L times square root of 4r square minus L square. This is going to be my area. Okay. But எனக்கு square root la illama na sum solve பண்ண போறேன். So I'm going to take this as some small a, which is going to be a square. Okay. What is my a square? It is going to be L square and the square root goes off. So 4r square minus L square. Okay. So this is what I'm going to differentiate. A va dhaan differentiate பண்ண போறேன் with respect to L. So I have a of L to be, when I multiply inside, 4r square L square minus L power 4. Okay. Now, I have a dash of L is going to be, the radius of the circle remains a constant. Length, அதாவது square, rectangular, square ஆன் தெரியறதுக்கு, the length is the only variable that we have here. So I have 4r square. When I differentiate L square, I have 2L minus L power 4 differentiate பண்ணா, I have 4L cube. So what can I take common? 4L common எடுக்கலாம். I have what is inside remaining. It is going to be r square minus what is left here, I have L square. Okay. So this is what I have. This is going to be 4L times r plus L into r minus L. A square minus b square formula irukku. So I have my a dash of L. The first derivative is going to be this. Now I need to equate the first derivative to 0. So what do I get? Length equals 0. Then r plus L equals 0, which means r equals minus L. And r minus L equals 0, which means r equals L. Okay, but radius cannot be a negative value, so omitting this value. If length is 0 na anga rectangle illa, so omitting these two values, I only have r equals L. Ipo idu maximum ah minimum ah kandupidikkiradhukku second derivative. Okay, so what do I have from here? A dash of L is going to be 4L r square minus 4L cube. I have a 2 here. Okay, please write the 2. Here, please write that. So this is going to be 4L times root 2R the whole square minus L square. So this is of the form 4L times A square minus B square is going to be A plus B into A minus B. Okay. Now this is my first derivative. Now I have to equate my first derivative to 0 to find the critical points. So what do I have? 4L times root 2R plus L. This is all inside the square. Root 2 mattumna square root la irukku. Times root 2R minus L. This is equal to 0. So I have L equals 0. I have root 2R plus L equals 0. Root 2R minus L equals 0. So from this, I have root 2R equals minus L and root 2R equals L. So I cannot have my length to be 0 in a rectangle. I cannot have my radius length to be a negative value. So this is omitted. Now this is my only value that is left. இப்போ இது maximum or minimum on கண்டுபிடிக்கணும். So I have to find my second derivative. So what do I have here? I have a dash of L equals 4R square times 2L minus 4L cube. Okay, this is what I have. Let me simplify this. So I have 8R square L minus 4L cube. Now I have to find my second derivative. So a double dash of L is going to be 8R square is a constant. L differentiate panna, it is going to be 1 minus I have 4 3s are 12 L square. Now I found my value of L to be root 2R. Root 2R substitute panna, I have 8R square minus 12 times L square, which is root 2R the whole square. So this is going to be 8R square minus 12 into root 2R square is going to be 2R square. So this is going to be 8R square minus 24R square, and I see that the value is going to be less than 0. So we are talking about the maximum value. So from this I found out that my length is going to be root 2R. Length is going to be root 2R. I need to find what my breadth is from this relation. You see here B. You see here this relation. So it is going to be B equals square root of 4R square minus L square. So when I substitute the value, I have 4R square minus root 2R the whole square. So when I simplify, I have 4R square minus 2R square. This is going to be root of 2R square. So the root 2 comes out. R square root it is going to be root 2R. So from this, what do I see? Length and the breadth are equal. So L equals B equals root 2R. So when you need maximum area inscribed inside a circle, it is a square of side root 2R units. Centimeter, meter, edhuva vena irukkalam. So it is going to be this. Okay? புரிஞ்சுதா? Area maximum சொல்றாங்க. So steps இந்த மாதிரி தான் போடணும். You have to find some relation and put it in the equation of area and differentiate. அவ்வளவுதான். That's all. Okay? Question number 20. Show that the right circular cylinder of a given surface area. Given surface area, okay, I'll first draw the diagram. So I have a right circular cylinder. Okay, let me draw this properly. I have a right circular cylinder and of a given surface area and maximum volume such that the height is equal to the diameter of the base. So let me draw the height. This is going to be my height and this is going to be my radius. This is going to be my radius. What have they given? The height is equal to the diameter of the base. Height equals the diameter, which means it is twice the radius. So this is one relation we know. And the right circular cylinder of a given surface area. Abdina nartham, the surface area is not changing. So the surface area is a constant. Okay. Now I need to find the maximum volume. So maximum volume now, what is the volume of a cylinder? Volume of a cylinder is going to be pi r square h. This you have to prove. So either substitution ku use panna kudade. Substitution ku enna use pannom? What else is given in the question? Surface area is a constant nu kuduthirukanga. So what is the surface area of a cylinder? Surface area of a cylinder is going to be 2 pi RH plus 2 pi r square. Correct? I have the curved surface area to be 2 pi RH and this area is going to be pi r square and this area is going to be pi r square. So this is going to be my total surface area. Curved surface area and total surface area. So the given surface area is going to be this. So S equals 2 pi common adutha, what do I have? RH plus R square. So I'm going to write S divided by 2 pi equals RH plus R square. So I'm going to take this S divided by 2 pi as some K. Okay, it doesn't really matter. Ena question la enna kuduthirukanga, it is a constant nu kuduthirukanga. So S divided by 2 pi is also a constant. So I'm going to take it as some K equals RH plus R square. So I'm going to write H in terms of R. So eppadi eduthalam? I can write this to be K minus R square equals RH and H equals K minus R square divided by R. Okay, in the R kizhe edutittu vanda, I have H equals K minus R square divided by R. So this is what I have. I have written H in terms of R. Ipo idha in the volume formula la substitute pannum. Okay, so what do I have? I have volume of cylinder. Volume, which is in terms of R, is going to be pi R square. And what is my H? H ku na enna substitute panna poren? K minus R square divided by R. I can cancel R and 1 R. What will I be left with? I have pi R times K minus R square. This is going to be volume R. Now volume R I ulla multiply panna pi R K minus pi R cube. Pi R cube. Now when I differentiate, I want my volume to be maximum. It is given in the question maximum volume. So when I differentiate my volume, V dash of R equals pi K times R differentiate panna, it is going to be 1 minus I have pi times 3R square. Okay, so now I have to equate my first derivative to 0 to find the critical point. So what do I have? Pi K minus pi 3R square equals 0. So from this I can take the pi outside. So I have K minus 3R square equals 0. I have K equals 3R square. K by 3 equals R square. So from this I have R equals plus or minus root of K divided by 3. Radius cannot be negative. So rejecting the negative value, I have R equals square root of K divided by 3. So I found out what my radius is. Ipo radius ko height ko irukra relation enna? I have height equals K minus R square divided by R from here. You see on the left hand side. So when I substitute what I got here, I have R equals root of K divided by 3. When I substitute here, I have H equals K minus R square, which is going to be K divided by 3, the whole divided by R, which is going to be root of K divided by 3, everything inside the square root. So if numerator la LCM edutha, I have 3K minus K divided by 3 divided by root of K divided by 3. So this is going to be 2K divided by 3 times root 3 divided by root K. Okay, now when I cancel this, I have this becomes a root 3 and this gets cancelled. And this gets cancelled and this becomes a root K. So now what do I have? I have 2 root K divided by root 3, which is going to be 2 root of K divided by 3. But what is root of K divided by 3? It is going to be R. Okay, so this is going to be 2R. What is going to be 2R? H equals 2R. What do we have to prove? H equals 2R from here. Question la enna ketirukka? Height is equal to the diameter of the base, which is going to be H equals D equals 2R. In the first step enna edhirukom right here, it is going to be H equals D equals 2R. You see? So that we have proved. Okay, that's all. Enna ketirukanga? Surface area constant. So constant vechi we found a relationship between H and R, height and radius. Now volume is going to be maximum. So you have to differentiate the volume. Volume oda relation enna edittu, you have to differentiate that. Okay, simple. Now question number 21. Of all closed cylindrical cans, right circular, of a given volume which is 100 cubic centimeters. So volume kudutita 100 cubic centimeters. Find the dimension of the can which has minimum surface area. Okay, so if a dimension of the can na enna artham? So I basically have a cylinder. So I have a cylinder. I need the height and the radius. So idu irundadunale we can find the area, volume, surface area ellame kandupidichidalam. So I need to find out what my R is and what my H is. What is given in the question? Volume is given to be 100 cubic centimeters. So 100 centimeter cube. The surface area has to be minimum. Ipo first enna kuduthirukka? Surface area minimum na I have to find out what my surface area is. Before that, I know that my volume of a cylinder is going to be pi R square H. Now I have volume equals 100. Yeah, so 100 equals pi R square H. So I can write H in terms of R, which is going to be 100 divided by pi r square. So I found a relation between h and r. Now they are asking for a minimum surface area. You see in the question, I need a minimum surface area. So the surface area of a cylinder is going to be curved surface area 2 pi r h plus 2 pi r square. இப்போ போன questionல எப்படி போட்டோம்? I have a pi r square in the top and pi r square in the bottom. I have S equals 2 pi r times when I substitute for h, I have 100 divided by pi r square plus இங்க என்ன இருக்கு 2 pi r square. Okay. Now this is all in terms of r. What can I cancel? Pi and the pi gets cancelled. R and one of the r gets cancelled. So I'll be left with, when I multiply, I have 200 divided by r plus 2 pi r square. For simplicity, for simple calculation, I can write this as 200 r to the minus 1 plus 2 pi r square. Okay. Now I need my surface area to be minimum in the question. So I'm going to differentiate the surface area. So when I do that, I have 200. The power comes down. Power gets reduced by 1. Plus in the 2 pi is a constant. R square differentiate panna, I'll have 2r. So what do I have? Minus 200 divided by r square plus 4 pi r. This is my first derivative. To find the critical points, I have to equate my s dash of r to 0. When I do that, I have minus 200 divided by r square plus 4 pi r equals 0. So from this I have, I'll write it here. So it is going to be 4 pi r equals 200 minus poidon. So 200 divided by r square. So when I simplify this, I have r cube equals 200 divided by 4 pi. இந்த மாதிரி எழுதலாமா? r club பண்றேன், constants கீழ எடுத்துட்டு வரேன். So I have 4 5s are இல்லையா? So 4 times 5 which is 50. So r equals 50 divided by pi cube root. So this is going to be my radius. I found out what my radius is. இப்போ height and I have to substitute in this equation. So h equals 100 by pi r square. So I have h equals 100 by pi r square. When I substitute, I have 100 divided by pi times r is going to be 50 by pi 1 by 3 the whole square. By this, I have 100 divided by pi times 50 divided by pi the whole power 2 divided by 3. You can write 100 as 2 times 50 divided by, I have a pi, I have 50 2 divided by 3 divided by pi times 2 divided by 3. So I can club this 50 and this, and I can also club the pi and the pi to the power 2 divided by 3. So what happens? I have 2 times 50 to the power 1 minus 2 divided by 3. Denominator la irukradnala minus 2 divided by 3. And in the denominator I have pi times 1 minus 2 divided by 3. What is 1 minus 2 divided by 3? It is going to be 3 minus 2 divided by 3, which is 1 divided by 3. So what do I have in the end? 2 times 50 to the power 1 by 3 divided by pi to the power 1 by 3. So in total, I'll have 2 times 50 by pi to the power 1 divided by 3. Try to write it as simple as possible. So this is going to be my height. So I found out what my radius is and I found out what my height is. Okay. Please copy. Carefully podunga. Sign alla miss pannama carefully potale vandrum. Okay. Question number 22. A wire of length 28 meters. Okay, I have a wire which is going to be 28 meters is cut into 2 pieces. One of the pieces is to be made into a square. So one piece is made into a square and the other is made into a circle. Okay, what should be the length of the 2 pieces so that the combined area of the square and the circle is minimum? Okay, so I'm going to split this into something where this is going to be A and this is going to be B. Okay, from A I'm going to make a square and from B I'm going to make a circle. If I make a square na artham A equals perimeter of the square, which is going to be, if the side of the square is L, I'll have what is the perimeter? L plus L plus L plus L, which is going to be 4L. And B is going to be the circumference. Do you understand? In the wire, in the length has become the circle now. So the length B is nothing but the circumference. Circumference of circle. You understand? And this length has become a square, which is going to be the perimeter. Okay. Now the length is going to be 28, which is going to be A plus B. What is A? Circumference of the circle is going to be 2 pi r. Okay. So this is going to be 4L plus 2 pi r is going to be 28. So question padinga, wire of length is to be cut. One is going to be a square and the other is going to be a circle. what should be the length of the two pieces if the combined area is minimum? Okay, so I know that the combined area is going to be minimum. So what relation do I have in that? I can write this as 28 equals, I can take 2 outside. So 2L plus pi r. So from this I have 28 divided by 2. So this cancel agunla. So this is going to be 14. So I have 14 equals 2L plus pi r. So I have L equals 14 minus pi r divided by 2. So I have written in terms of one variable. Now I need the combined area to be minimum. So what is the area? Area equals area of square plus area of circle. So this is going to be L square. The length into length, which is going to be length square, plus area of circle is going to be pi r square. So when I substitute the value for L, I have 14 minus pi r divided by 2 the whole square plus pi r square. So this is my area in terms of r. Okay, so the simplify பண்றதுக்கு நான் என்ன பண்ண போறேன்? I have a of r bracket la I'll write 7 minus pi r divided by 2 the whole square plus pi r square. Now I'm going to differentiate because I want my area to be minimum. It is given that the area of the square and the circle is minimum. So I'm going to differentiate the area, which is going to be, when I differentiate the first term, the power comes down. So 7 minus pi r divided by 2, the power gets reduced by 1. But what is the coefficient of r? It is going to be minus pi divided by 2. Okay, so minus pi divided by 2 plus pi is a constant. When I differentiate, I get 2r. Okay, cancel the 2 and the 2. Nothing else gets cancelled. So what do I have left? It is going to be minus pi times 7 minus pi r divided by 2 plus pi times 2r. So this is going to be my first derivative. To equate my first derivative to 0 to find the critical point. So if a dash of r enakku enna vandhudu, I'll rewrite minus pi times 7 minus pi r divided by 2. What else? Plus 2 pi r. Plus 2 pi r. So I have to put a dash of r to be 0. So when I do that, I have 2 pi r equals pi times 7 minus pi r divided by 2. So I can cancel the pi and the pi. What will I be left with when I take LCM? So 7r equals 14 minus pi r divided by 2. So 4r equals 14 minus pi r. So in the bakam r edutittu vanda, I'll have 4r plus pi r equals 14. R into 4 plus pi equals 14. So r equals 14 divided by 4 plus pi. So I found out the radius. If radius ko length ko enna relation? From here, I know that I'll write it L equals 14 minus pi r the whole divided by 2. So now I'm going to substitute the value for r. So I have 14 minus pi times 14 divided by 4 plus pi the whole divided by 2. When I take the LCM, 14 times 4 plus pi minus 14 pi the whole divided by 2 times 4 plus pi. And the LCM irukilla. Now in the numerator, I can take 14 outside. I have 4 plus pi minus pi divided by 2 times 4 plus pi. I can cancel the 2 and the 14. So I'll be left with 7. So ipo enna irukku? Ulla piyum cancel aidum. So I'll have 7 4s are 28 divided by 4 plus pi. So this is going to be my length. This is in terms of meter. R is also in terms of meter. So I found out my radius and my length of the square. So what are they asking for? They are asking for the dimension, for the length, which is going to be a and b. Nammaloda length enna vaaduthukitom? You see here, it is going to be a and b. So my a is going to be 4l. So I have a equals 4l, which is going to be 4 into 28 divided by 4 plus pi, which is going to be 8 4s are 32, 3 4 2s are 8, 9 10 11. So 112 4 plus pi meter. And b equals, what is my b? It is going to be the circumference, which is 2 pi r. So I have 2 pi r, which is going to be 2 pi times r oda value enna vandhudu? 14 divided by 4 plus pi. So 14 divided by 4 plus pi, this is going to be 28 pi divided by 4 plus pi meters. Okay, please copy. Question number 23. In the question வந்து examல கேட்பாங்க. So please pay attention and follow. Okay, so prove that the volume of the largest cone inscribed in a sphere. Okay, so I have a sphere. Let me draw a circle properly. So I have a sphere. The volume of cone that's inscribed inside this. So this is going to be my cone. Okay, so this is the cone. inscribed in a sphere of radius. It is given that, okay, let this be the height of the cone and let this be the radius of the cone, and I want the radius of the sphere. So I'll take this as the radius of my sphere, which is going to be capital R. Radius of cone is going to be small r, and let the height be h. Okay. So these are the relations I know, and slant height of the cone is going to be L. Okay. So all these values you are supposed to know. Now I have to prove that largest cone, volume of the largest cone. So this is what you have to prove. This is the largest cone na cone oda volume differentiate பண்ணனும். Largest cone, volume of the largest cone na volume of the cone is have to be largest, have to be maximum. So you have to differentiate the volume. So what is volume of cone? Volume of cone is going to be 1 by 3 pi r square h. You have to differentiate this particular term. Now inscribed in a sphere of radius is 8 divided by 27, the volume of the sphere. I also have to know that the volume has to be in terms of capital R, which is the radius of the sphere. I need a relationship between the cone and the sphere. So, if I relationship edikalam, I see that this is going to be my R, radius of the sphere. Okay. So, this is also going to be my capital R, and I know that the total height is going to be h. So, what is this particular part? It is going to be total height minus the radius of the sphere. Okay. Now, I see that this is a right angled triangle. You see? So, this is going to be a right angled triangle. So, I have the relationship to be the hypotenuse square, capital R square, equals radius of the cone square plus idoda height. So, h minus r the whole square. Okay. So, I can write this as r square plus when I open this I have h square plus r square minus 2hr equals r square. So, I see that this gets cancelled. So, what do I have? 0 equals r square plus h square minus 2hr. I have r square plus h square equals 2hr. So, I have r square equals 2h capital R minus h square. Okay. In the volume of the cone formula, I see r square. So, r square ke badala I am going to substitute this value. Okay. Now, I have volume of cone to be 1 by 3 pi r square, which is 2hr minus h square times h. So, this is all in terms of the height of the cone. Okay. So, this is going to be 1 by 3 pi times, when I multiply it inside, I have 2h square r minus h cube. So, I have to differentiate the volume of the cone. This is going to be my volume of the cone. I have to differentiate the volume of the cone to find whether it's maximum or minimum. So, v dash of h is going to be 1 by 3 pi is a constant. Whatever is inside, I am going to differentiate. 2 capital R is a constant. H square differentiate panna, I have 2h minus h cube differentiate panna, I have 3h square. Okay. Now, what is inside? 1 by 3 pi times 4rh minus 3h square is going to be my first derivative. Now, I have to equate this to 0 to find the critical point. So, v dash of h equals 0. So, I have 4rh minus 3h square equals 0. H common adta, I have 4r minus 3h equals 0. Height equals 0 is one value. I also have 4r equals 3h, which is going to be h equals 4 by 3r. So, this value is valid. Height cannot be a 0. So, this is the value that we have to check. Now, height equals 4 by 3 capital R. So, I'll write it here. Height equals 4 by 3 capital R. So, from this I can find out what my small r is. Okay. So, r square equals 2hr minus h square, which is going to be minus h square. So, when I substitute, I have 2 times 4 by 3r. 4 by 3r times, inge innur r irukku. For h, I am substituting. H equals 4 by 3r. So, h equals 4 by 3r minus h square, which is going to be 4 divided by 3r the whole square. So, this is nothing but 8 by 3r square minus 16 by 9r when I take the LCM into 3. So, 24 minus 16 r square. 24 minus 16 whole r square divided by 9. So, 24 minus 16 is going to be 8 divided by 9 r square. This is going to be my capital small r square. So, now this is the relation between capital R square and small r square. So, okay, let me keep this aside. What do I have to prove? I have to prove that the volume of the cone is 8 by 27 the volume of the sphere. I have to prove that volume of cone is going to be 8 by 27 volume of sphere. What is my volume of sphere? It is 8 divided by 27 times 4 by 3 pi r cube, where my r is going to be a capital R. Now, in the relation prove panano. So what is my volume of cone? According to this, I have volume of cone is going to be 1 by 3 pi r square h, where my r value can be 8 by 9 times capital R square times h. So from this, I have 8 divided by 9 3s are 27 times pi r square h. And what is my h going to be? From here, it is going to be 4 by 3 r. In the h ku value irka, I have h equals 4 by 3 r. So when I substitute that, I have 8 divided by 27 times pi r square times h oda value enna 4 by 3 times r. So I have 8 by 27 times 4 by 3 pi r cube. So this is going to be volume of my sphere. So volume of cone equals 8 by 27 volume of sphere. That's all. Okay. Please copy. 24. Show that the right circular cone of a least curved surface area. So curved surface area we differentiate panano. Okay. And given volume. It is given that the volume of cone is constant. Given an artho, it is not going to change. So it is going to be a constant. Has an altitude equal to root 2 times the radius of the base. Okay, let me draw a cone. So I have a cone. This is going to be my height. This is going to be my radius. Height and radius. Show that the right circular cone of least surface area. Curved surface area of a cone is going to be pi r l. Correct? It is going to be pi. This is my pi r l. Total surface area na you have to add pi r square in the base liner ko adiyum add panano, but here it is only going to be curved surface area, so this is not there. Okay. Now what is given? Volume of cone is a constant. Now first, what is volume of cone? 1 by 3 pi r square h. Okay. Now if volume of cone is constant, I'll take it as V. This is going to be pi r square h divided by 3. I can write h in terms of r, ilya? So I can write this as V divided by pi h times the 3 comes to the top equals h. So from here, equals r square. Equals r square. So from here, I have r square equals 3v divided by pi h. So I found a relationship between r and h. Now in the cone substitute I need my L. So according to Pythagoras theorem, I know that L square equals, in the L square equals h square plus r square. Okay, according to Pythagoras theorem, this is the case. So L equals square root of h square plus r square. Now when I substitute it in the formula, I have my curved surface area to be, I'll write it as area to be pi r times square root of h square plus r square. I want to omit the square root. So what am I going to do? I'm going to square a square equals, this I'll take it as some capital B. Okay, so this is going to be pi square r square times the square root goes of h square plus r square. Now I can substitute for r square. So I have pi square times r square. I see that 3v pi, all these are constants. So I can write 3v divided by pi to be some k. So from this I have r square equals k divided by h. Here the height and the radius might change. So r square equals k divided by h. I am writing this as some constant for easier calculation. So if r square it is going to be k by h times h square plus r square, which is again k divided by h. When I multiply this, I have pi square times k h square divided by h plus k square divided by h square. So here the h and one of the h gets cancelled. So my area is in terms of h, which is going to be pi square times kh plus k square h to the power minus 2. So this is my area. Now curved surface area has to be minimum or maximum. So I have to differentiate this. So I have b dash of h is going to be pi square is a constant. What is inside? kh. So k is a constant. Derivative of h is going to be 1 plus k square is again a constant. The minus 2 comes down and the power gets reduced by minus 1. So what am I left with? Pi square times k plus minus side minus 2k square divided by h cube. Now I have to equate b dash of h equals 0 to find the critical point. If b dash of h, and I'll rewrite again, b dash of h equals pi square times, what is inside the bracket? K minus 2k square k minus 2k square divided by h cube. When I equate this to 0, I have k equals 2k square divided by h cube. So here the k and one of the k gets cancelled. So I have h cube equals 2k. So I have h equals 2k cube root. Okay, I found out what my h is. Now, what is my r? R square is going to be k divided by h. So, I can find out what my r is. So, from here, r square equals k divided by 2 to the power 1 by 3, k to the power 1 by 3. So, when I take this to the numerator, I have k times to the power 1 minus 1 divided by 3 divided by 2 to the power 1 by 3. So, I'll be left with k times 2 by 3 divided by 2 times 1 divided by 3. So this is my r square. What is my r? R square equals k to the power 2 by 3 divided by 2 to the power 1 by 3. Now from this r equals the square root, which is going to be k to the power 2 by 3 the whole power half divided by 2 to the power 1 by 3 the whole power half. Punjada? Now this is in the numerator, this is in the denominator. This gets cancelled. So what do I have? K to the power 1 by 3. I can write the 2 as root 2 to the power 2 the whole square times 1 by 3 into 1 by 2. I can again cancel the 2 and the 2. Okay. Calculation la neenga enna trick podringlo, that only makes the question simpler. So this is going to be k to the power 1 by 3 divided by root 2 to the power 1 by 3, which is going to be k by root 2 the whole power 1 by 3. So this is going to be my radius. Okay, I found out my height, which is over here, and I found out my radius. இப்போ என்ன கேக்குறாங்க? I have to show that the altitude equals root 2 times the radius. I have to show that h equals root 2 times the radius. இப்போ இதை நான் prove பண்ணணும். Now what do I have? My radius is k by root 2 to the power 1 by 3. H equals 2k to the power 1 by 3. I can substitute and see if they are equal. So I have 2k to the power 1 by 3 equals root 2 times radius enna, I have k divided by root 2 the whole power 1 divided by 3. So I have to check if I am getting 2k to the power 1 by 3 on the other side. So this is going to be 2 to the power half k to the power 1 by 3 divided by 2 to the power half to the power 1 divided by 3. Okay. So this I have 2 to the power half times 2 to the power minus 1 by 6 k to the power 1 divided by. So when I take this particular term, I have 2 to the power LCM edutha 3 minus 1 divided by 6, which is going to be 2 to the power 3 minus 1 is 2 divided by 6, which is going to be 2 to the power 1 by 3. So in the term becomes 2 to the power 1 by 3. So I have 2k to the power 1 divided by 3. I see that the LHS and RHS are equal. Hence we have proved that the height is going to be root 2 times the radius of the base. Okay, r enna h enna kandupidichittu indha mari substitute panni check panna podum. Okay, please copy. Question number 25. Show that the semi-vertical angle of a cone. First semi-vertical angle na enna? So this is my cone, this is my height, this is my radius. So height, radius. Semi-vertical angle is going to be this. Vertical na height, semi na adoda half. So that is going to be theta. Okay. And I have written what my h and r are. Show that the semi-vertical angle of the cone of maximum value, maximum volume. Maximum volume na you have to differentiate the volume and the given slant height. So the slant height is given. Okay. Now what relation do I know? L square equals h square plus r square. So from this I can write one in terms of the other. So I can write r square equals L square minus h square. So r equals square root of L square minus h square. So this is one relation that I can write. Now maximum volume. So volume of cone equals 1 by 3 pi r square h. So from this I can write it as 1 by 3 pi r square enna inge irukku. L square minus h square times h, put a bracket. So volume of cone is in terms of h now. Okay. When we are dealing about tan, it is going to be opposite by adjacent. Ilya, so opposite enna inga r divided by h. So I need to find what my value of r is, what my value of h is to find the tan theta. So first volume is going to be maximum. So when I differentiate this, I'll first simplify. This is going to be 1 by 3 pi times what when I multiply L square h minus h cube. Now when I differentiate with respect to h, 1 by 3 pi is a constant. Whatever is inside, so L square is a constant. Given slant height na L square is a constant times h. H order derivative is going to be 1 minus I have 3h square. Now I need to equate this to 0 to get the critical point. So I have L square equals 3h square. Okay. So this is one relation that I have. Ipo idha inge substitute panna enna agum? I know that r square equals L square minus h square. So when I simply substitute it here, I have r square equals 3h square. L square is going to be 3h square minus h square, which is going to be 2h square. So I have r equals root 2 times h. So this is the relationship between r and h. Ipo tan theta enna? From the diagram, I know that tan theta, ipo dhaan eludina. Tan theta is going to be r divided by h, opposite by adjacent, r divided by h. So from this substitution, I know that this is going to be root 2h divided by h. So this is my tan theta. H and the h gets cancelled. So I have tan inverse of root 2 is going to be theta. So this is what they are asking for. Semi-vertical angle is going to be tan inverse of root 2. I have proved that. Okay. So for every question, since they have given the maximum volume, you have to check whether the volume is maximum. Adu eppadi check pannuvom? Ella question la exam la check pannunga. Ipo v dash of h enna? It is going to be 1 by 3 pi L square minus 3h square. Ipo idu maximum aan eppadi theriyum? V dash, we have to double differentiate. So this is going to be 1 by 3 pi L square is a constant 0 minus 3h square na this becomes minus 6h. Now when I see this, I have 6 minus 6h pi divided by 3. So this is going to be less than 0. Since my double derivative is going to be less than 0, I know that my volume is maximum. Okay, in the mari second derivative eduthinga, you will know whether the volume is maximum or minimum. Okay, idu ella question kum podunga, na ella question kum podala, but always find the second derivative. Okay. Now moving on to question number 26. Show that the semi-vertical angle of a right circular cone. Ipo unakku or cone irukku. What is the semi-vertical angle? When I draw the height and the radius, this is going to be my semi-vertical angle. Vertical na height, semi na half. So this is going to be my height, this is going to be my r. And right circular cone of a given surface area. So they've given that surface area is given, which means it is going to be a constant. It is not going to change. And maximum volume. So volume தான் differentiate பண்ண போறோம். So for surface area, I want L. So surface area is going to be pi RL plus pi R square of the base. Ilya, pi R square, I have a base. So this is going to be pi R square. Pi RL is going to be the curved surface area. Okay. Now what is the relation between L and R? So L square equals h square plus R square. So I can write L as h square plus R square oda square root. So from here, I have surface area equals pi common adutha, I have r times L, which is going to be square root of h square plus r square plus r square. So this becomes s divided by pi equals r into square root of h square plus r square plus r square. Okay, I know that s is a constant, so s by pi is also going to be a constant. So I'll write this as some k. Now when I bring this to the other side, I have k minus r square equals r times square root of h square plus r square. Now I do not want the square root, I'm going to square on both sides. So I have k minus r square the whole square equals r square times h square plus r square. Ipo indha pakkam enna irukku? A square plus b square minus 2ab. So 2k r square equals I have r square h square plus r power 4. So what gets cancelled? R power 4 gets cancelled. So I have k square minus 2k r square minus r square h square equals 0. If r square h square common adutha, I have k square equals r square times 2k plus h square. Punchda? I've taken these two terms to the other side. Minus 2k r square minus r square h square to the other side. I clubbed r square together. So bracket le 2k plus h square. Now k square divided by 2k plus h square is going to be my r square. So I found a relation between r and h. Ipo question la enna kuduthirukkan? The volume has to be maximum. So what is the volume of a cone? Volume of a cone is going to be 1 by 3 pi r square h. So I can write 1 by 3 pi. Instead of r square, I can write this. K square divided by 2k plus h square times h. So this is going to be my volume. Now, when I take all the constants outside, what do I have? Volume equals 1 by 3 pi k square, and inside I have h divided by 2k plus h square. Now, this is of the form u divided by v. So division rule in v u dash minus uv dash divided by v square. So when I do that, I have v dash of h. We are differentiating it with respect to h. So I have 1 by 3 pi k square, which is a constant. In the bracket, I have denominator 2k plus h square d by dh of h minus uv dash, which is going to be h d by dh times 2k plus h square the whole divided by 2k plus h square the whole square. I know this is a long problem, plus ana poda vandrum. Okay, so 1 by 3 pi k square times bracket line, this is inside a bracket, so I have 2k plus h square times 1 minus h into 2k plus h square differentiate panna, I have 2h. 2k is a constant, whole divided by 2k plus h square the whole square. So inside the bracket, I have 1 by 3 pi k square times 2k plus h square minus 2h square divided by 2k plus h square the whole square. This is v dash of h. For bracket kulla enna irukku, this gets cancelled. So I have minus h square. So minus h square. Now I have to equate the v dash of h to 0 to find the critical point. So what do I have? Bracket kulla enna irukku? 2k minus h square equals 0. H square equals 2k. So from this I have h equals square root of 2k. Okay. I found out what my height is. Now what are they asking for? H enna kandupidichachu. Sin theta ku I need opposite by sin theta equals opposite r divided by hypotenuse. So I need the value for r and l. So அதை substitute பண்ணலாமா? இந்த இடத்துல r க்கு value இருக்கு. So I have to find what my r is. So I know that r square equals k square divided by 2k plus h square. When I substitute the value, I have r square equals k square divided by 2k plus h square is going to be 2k. So I have k square divided by 4k. The k and the k gets cancelled. I'll be left with k divided by 4. So that is my r square. From this I have r equals root k divided by 2. Okay, I found out my height and the radius. Now slant height is going to be r square plus h square, which is going to be r square and it is going to be k divided by 4 plus h square is going to be 2k. When I take the LCM, I have k plus 8k divided by 4, which is 9k divided by 4, which is going to be 3 divided by 2 root of k, L. This is going to be my L when I take the square root. Now sin and sin theta equals r divided by L. So I'll write it here. Sin theta equals r divided by L. When I substitute the value, r in a root k divided by 2 divided by L is going to be 3 by 2 root k. When I take the reciprocal, I have root k divided by 2 times 2 by 3 divided by root k in the denominator. Okay, so the root k and the root k gets cancelled. So k when we constant add cancel aichu. So I have sin theta equals 1 divided by 3. So sin theta equals 1 divided by 3. So from this I have theta equals sin inverse of 1 divided by 3. So this is what is asked in the question. Okay, semi vertical angle is going to be sin inverse of 1 by 3 nu prove panna solranga. So I have sin theta equals 1 by 3. So theta equals sin inverse of 1 divided by 3. Okay, so I have written the answer twice. Please copy. Question number 27. The point on the curve x square equals 2y. Okay, so we are talking about upward parabola. X square na it is symmetric to y axis and plus irukradhanaala it is going to be upward. Okay, so we are talking about the point 0, 5. So 0, 5 inga irukku. I'll take some point x, y on the parabola. Okay, so what is the equation of the parabola? X square equals 2y, and I want the point on the curve which is nearest to the point. Ipo nama enna pesurom? We are talking about the distance. So I have distance equals root of x2 minus x1 plus y2 minus y1 the whole square. Okay, so this is going to be the distance formula. So when I substitute, I have square root of, let this be x2 x1, x2 y2, and this be x1 y1. So I have x2 which is going to be x minus 0 the whole square plus y2 which is going to be y minus 5 the whole square. This is my distance. I do not want the square root, so I am going to square. D square equals some a nu eduthikalam. So a equals x square plus y minus 5 the whole square. Okay, I want to write it in terms of one variable. I know that x square equals 2y. So I have a in terms of y equals 2y plus y minus 5 the whole square. Now I need the distance to be minimum, so I'm going to differentiate. So a dash of y equals 2 plus this is going to be 2 times y minus 5. The power gets reduced by 1. Ulla irukra function is y minus 5. So it is going to be times 1. So it doesn't matter. So I have 2 plus 2y minus 10 is going to be my a dash of y, which is going to be 2y minus 8. So when I take the 2 outside, y minus 4. So I can equate the a dash of y to 0 to find the critical point. So I have y equals 4. Okay. இப்போ இது minimum ஆன் எப்படி கண்டுபிடிக்கிறது? I have to find my second derivative. This is what you have to do for all your questions. So when I find the second derivative, I have first derivative 2y minus 8. So this is going to be 2, which is greater than 0. Since it's greater than 0, it is going to be minimum. So yes, y equals 4 is the correct answer. If y equals 4, now what is my x? I have x square equals 2y. So x square equals 2y. So x square equals 2 times 4, which is 8. So x is equal to plus or minus 2 root 2. Okay, so I have two different values, which is 2 plus root 2 and minus of 2 plus root 2. What are the points going to be? So 2 root 2 comma 4. So it is going to be option A. Okay, please copy. Question number 28. For all real values of x, the minimum value of, so idoda minimum value veno, I have my f of x to be 1 minus x plus x square divided by 1 plus x plus x square. So this is of the form u by v. So v u dash minus u v dash divided by v square panano, and I have to find what is the minimum value. So now I have to differentiate. So this is going to be v 1 plus x square times d by dx of 1 minus x plus x square minus 1 minus x plus x square times d by dx of 1 plus x plus x square the whole divided by 1 plus x plus x square the whole square. Okay, this is going to be a little long question, adala careful ah podunga. 1 plus x plus x square times, when I differentiate, minus 1 plus 2x minus, open a bracket, minus irukradhunala 1 minus x plus x square. When I differentiate, I have 1 plus 2x. Okay, the whole divided by 1 plus x plus x square the whole square. Now when I multiply the numerator, I have minus 1 into 1, minus 1. First minus 1 nala ella term multiply pandren. So minus 1 minus x square. Now I'm going to multiply by 2x. So I have plus 2x plus 2x square plus 2x cube minus, I'll write the second part here. இப்போ 1 nala multiply பண்ண போறேன். So I have 1 minus x plus x square. Now I'm going to multiply by 2x. So I have plus 2x minus 2x square plus 2x cube the whole divided by 1 plus x square the whole square. இப்போ numeratorல bracket open பண்ண போறேன். So I have minus 1. What is remaining? Minus x plus 2x, which is going to be plus x. And I have minus x square plus 2x square, which is going to be plus x square plus 2x cube minus, when I open the bracket, so I have bracket kulla 1, then minus x plus 2x, which is going to be plus x. What else? X square minus 2x square, which is going to be minus x square plus 2x cube. So this is inside the bracket. When I multiply by minus, I have minus 1 minus x plus x square minus 2x cube the whole divided by 1 plus x plus x square the whole square. What gets cancelled? X and minus x gets cancelled. 2x cube minus 2x cube gets cancelled. So what is left? I have minus 2 plus 2x square the whole divided by 1 plus x square the whole square. This is going to be my f dash of x. If a critical point eppadi kandupidikano, f dash of x equals 0. So in the numerator, I have minus 2 plus 2x square. So f dash of x is 0 in pota, I have 2x square minus 2 equals 0. 2 common adutha, I have x square minus 1 equals 0. So x minus 1 into x plus 1 equals 0. So I have the value of x to be 1 and the value of x to be minus 1. Okay, இந்த மாதிரி split பண்ணி எழுதுங்க. 2x square equal 2 ன்னு போட்டா I'll still get x is equal to plus or minus 1. Okay, so these are the values. Now found out what the critical points are. I have to find out which gives me the minimum value. But when x value is 1, what is my function? f of x equals 1 minus x plus x square divided by 1 plus x plus x square. When I substitute 1, I have 1 minus 1 plus 1 square divided by 1 plus 1 plus 1 square, which is going to be 1 divided by 3. If x is equal to minus 1 substitute panna, I have f of minus 1 is 1 plus 1 plus minus 1 square divided by 1 minus 1 plus minus 1 the whole square, which is going to be 1 plus 1 plus 1, 3 divided by 0 by 1, which is going to be 3. So the minimum value I get when x value is going to be 1, which is going to be 1 divided by 3. So my answer is going to be option B, which is 1. Okay, please copy. In that, second derivative கண்டுபிடிக்கணும்னு அவசியம் இல்ல because it's going to be very long. Okay. Question number 29, last and final question of the chapter. The maximum value is going to be, so first my f of x is going to be x into x minus 1 plus 1 the whole 1 by 3. Bracket குள்ள இருக்கிறது first simplify. So x square minus x plus 1 to the power 1 divided by 3. I need to find the derivative to find the critical points. இல்லையா? So the power comes down. What is inside x square minus x plus 1, and the power gets reduced by 1. And whatever the function that is inside, I have to differentiate that. So I have 2x minus 1. So this is going to be 1 by 3 times x square minus x plus 1 to the power minus 2 by 3 times 2x minus 1. So this is going to be f dash of x is nothing but 2x minus 1 divided by 3 times x square minus x plus 1 to the power 2 divided by 3. Minus இருந்ததுனால denominator எடுத்துட்டு வந்துட்டேன். Now I need to find the critical points. So f dash of x equals 0. So I have 2x minus 1 equals 0. X equals half. This is going to be my critical value. But in that it is given that x belongs to closed interval 0, 1. So if end points check pannolla, so I have to check for x equals 0, 1 and 1 divided by 2. So what is my f of 0? First f of x I'll write. So I have x times x minus 1 plus 1 to the power 1 divided by 3. So when I substitute the value of 0, this is going to be 0 plus 1 to the power 1 by 3, which is going to be 1. If I f of 1 substitute panna, I have 1 times 1 minus 1 plus 1. So this is again going to be 1. And I have f of 1 divided by 2. My critical value is going to be 1 by 2 times 1 by 2 minus 1 plus 1 to the power 1 by 3. So inside the bracket, I have 1 by 2 times minus 1 by 2 plus 1 to the power 1 by 3. Minus 1 by 2 times 1 by 2 is minus 1 by 4 plus 1 to the power 1 divided by 3. And this is going to be minus 1 plus 4. So 3 by 4 to the power 1 divided by 3. So I see that 3 by 4 to the power 1 divided by 3 is going to be my minimum value. I see that the maximum value of f of x is going to be 1. Minimum value is 3 by 4 to the power 1 by 3. So in that my answer is going to be option C. Okay. So with this we are done with this chapter. In the exercises full solve பண்ணுங்க. ஏனா இதிலேந்து கண்டிப்பா question வரும். And the 8 by 27 volume of sphere, volume of cone equals 8 by 27 volume of sphere. இந்த மாதிரி questionலாம் கண்டிப்பா எக்ஸாம்ல கேட்பாங்க. இல்ல ஸ்பியர் குள்ள கோன் இன்ஸ்கிரைப் ஆயிருக்கு, சிலிண்டர் இன்ஸ்கிரைப் ஆயிருக்கு அப்படினா அதெல்லாம் எந்த ரிலேஷன் கண்டுபிடிக்கணும்னு பார்த்து போடுங்க. Okay? Solve it carefully. All the best for your exams. Bye.